Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the third and final day of the ACRA National Championships here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, at Melton Lake in the gorgeous Tennessee Valley. And we have a great morning here for the rowing that you'll see all finals all the time, a whole bunch of national championships to
Be decided.
be decided and to be awarded. This is Charlie Sullivan,
And Eddie Moog.
and we are glad to be here today. We've already into the second race today, which is the men's novice four final. You can see the results of the first up there for a little bit, which was the men's double C final, and we'll get those up to read to you in a bit. For right now, though, what you have is the men's novice four C final, and you're seeing it from behind with great video from HereNow and on HereNow.com. Coming to you free. You don't have to subscribe. You don't have to pay a monthly fee.
Unlike some other platforms.
Unlike some other
hosting
platforms
regattas
this
today.
morning where you might want to be watching some racing. Welcome to ACRA, creating accessibility and access in our sport like almost nobody else these days. And what we have here is the men's novice four.
The men's novice four from the left side to the right side of your screen right now. We've had UC Santa Barbara, Michigan Rowing Association, the UNC men, Vermont up in the lead right now, Texas, and then Virginia over in lane 6. They're a little bit over 12:50 into this race. They've had a really great start in which these three middle crews, who have placed the highest among the remaining crews in this event, have the middle lanes. The slower three crews have the outside lanes, and we're seeing that basically break down here. Vermont's novice four taking the lead with open water, about half a length ahead
On
of that would
UNC.
be UNC, and Michigan are still in the fight in the hunt.
That's Santa Barbara, actually, and I think Texas. Michigan is trailing a little bit.
Trailing a little bit. Thank you. I saw yellow and I just jumped on it. The UNC men are here really deep in the field, multiple eights out here, and then a big novice group that came down to travel. That program's it's always been a really great size, but it's growing at how many athletes are able to make it to ACRA to race at the end of their school year. Right now, the UNC men in this novice event are racing in a shell they recently named Stella, named after their coach Austin Work's dog,
Oh,
who just
nice.
passed away.
Oh,
The team voted on it and dedicated the boat in Stella's honor. She's been a loyal boatmate, mascot for the team, and
boathouse
friend with.
dogs are just a critical part of many teams.
Absolutely.
That morning lick that you get no matter what you feel like. A really awesome race going here for second, third, and fourth coming across. It still looks, I think, like UNC maybe a few seats up on Santa Barbara
And
and
Texas is charging to try and take that third place spot from Santa Barbara. So this is the C-level final. Again, we have so many entries in all of these events that many of them have 4 or more level finals. This is the C-level, so the last level final for this event. No medals in contention, but ending your season, it means a lot for these athletes who it's their first year racing at the college level, first year at ACRA. They want to leave winning their event.
Yeah, the other thing we've been saying about the four is the in-club rowing different sizes of teams,
Right.
And some different focuses also, but there are some size differences. So in here you're seeing some large teams actually, Virginia, Michigan, UC Santa Barbara, who maybe have a freshman 8 in front of this, a novice 8 in front of this, maybe even a second novice 8 in front of this, and then you have some teams like Vermont. I think this is their four.
I think those are top 4 for
Their
the
top
guys
4
side of the
guys,
novice. They are. We got to talk with one of their sophomore athletes yesterday, a young team. Not in a rebuilding phase, but they did want to commit to the small boats this year since they didn't quite have the.
Well, they
amount
are
of
in some
athletes.
ways in a rebuilding
Right.
phase of building speed that they want to find.
I should say rebuilding
Yeah.
because they graduated out so many athletes. last year.
Absolutely, and sort of rededicating the team, and we have to. A lot of these teams have to rethink where they're going to be at most times. So we should have some results up there soon for this particular C final.
You're going to find all these results on here now. They will pop up at the end of each race. race up in this top right corner, and then if they go away when the next race starts up, you can find them forever on HereNow.com.
Forever. They will never go away.
Results
They'll
stand.
never go away.
We're moving forward. It's going to be a packed day of racing, all final level races. Yesterday was mostly semifinals with a few D-level finals and a few grand finals actually for events like the women's second varsity
Women's
8,
second
the
varsity 8.
men's second novice 8, and some of the
That
quad
was
events.
Orange Coast who won that.
Right.
The
And
second
then the
second novice 8.
women's novice 8 was won by
The second varsity 8.
it was won by Purdue.
Yeah, absolutely. So some medals already given. Here we're coming into the women's varsity 4C final. What you're going to be seeing here this morning is the lower level finals, and then we'll sort of build up to the A finals in most events. The last two events will be the men's varsity 8 and the women's varsity 8.
Yes.
For those events, we will see all the finals at the end of the day in order. 5 finals for the men, 3 finals for the women. Those will be the last 8 races of the day, giving sort of pride of place to the varsity 8 and serving as an incentive and a recognition of those are the best athletes from a program that is racing in the largest boats. So a little bit of a way of rewarding all of those athletes who have had to really strive to be the very best in their teams and against other teams. So right now here, though, we have a women's 4C final, and looking at it from left to right is George Mason in lane 6, Pittsburgh in 5, Colorado in 4, Vermont in 3, Virginia Commonwealth in 2, and Auburn in 1. And at this point, they've been through some racing. They've been through heats. They went through heats. They went through semifinals.
Mm-hmm.
So the speed has been winnowed out a little bit to get people around the same speed, which is why we're having these nice tight races. They're 3 minutes in, and they're already there.
You can expect to see almost all tight races today because now that we've moved into 3-level finals, they've been hard-earned spots. Couple teams, I don't think anyone in this program, but a couple teams that are maybe fallen short of what they hope to accomplish here, even given their best efforts. So they're going to really put it all on the line in this event. The women's varsity 4 is the most subscribed event on the women's side, so the most amount of programs with entries in it. And we can see this is a heat representative of a lot of the small club programs, so Auburn, VCU, Vermont, Colorado, Pittsburgh, and George Mason. And out in the lead right now, we have that Vermont crew, another really good indicator that in the next few years their speed is going to keep building up. I'm excited to see what shells they bring that to. Following them closely is Colorado, and then about even Pittsburgh and VCU in that third place spot.
So that lineup from Vermont here is Charlotte Mayer in the stroke seat, sort of the furthest up the boat from you. Kate Hepner in 3, Kiara Petracek in 2, Abigail Brooks in the bow, and then their coxswain Wyatt Turner. He's probably up in the very sort of front capsule of the boat. You can see right there. So those are the 4 rowers and the coxswain. In these 4s, the coxswain is down in the bow there. It would be great if he were further down in, I think, and really he's got his elbows out, but he may be pretty tall for a smaller boat.
Right, and
that's
a challenge that coxswains are going to make, because the boat size, you need to be able to fit in there. And when you're in the stern of an 8, it's a little bit easier. You can crunch your legs up. You can get your body in a nice hinge position here.
Unless
there's only
you
so
have
much
some
room.
hips, sometimes with some hips.
Sure, yeah, there's
hard.
only so much room there as the shell narrows out. And on the flip side, the shorter athletes in the coxswain seat, they don't want to fall all the way in as the boat picks up speed. They don't want to sink in. I know actually a Vermont alum I got to coach with, Lizzie Adams, they would get beach balls and fill them up and deflate them a little bit.
So they wouldn't go too far in.
And they'd also have something to step on because you need to use your core to hold yourself in that position.
So you don't
right?
get wiggly. Yeah.
Yeah, so it really helped a lot of athletes.
The other thing you'll note here is I'm going to assume that Wyatt with that name is male. And we're allowed to have coxswains of there are no gender restrictions on coxswains. in rowing in the United States, except in the NC2A
Yeah.
on the women's side, where you right now have to be a woman, but even internationally now at the Olympics,
Yeah.
a coxswain is a coxswain. You just have to make weight. And so Wyatt out there leading his women to Vermont to try and win this. A nice race coming up in the middle there. If you look, you can see in second place is
So it's still Colorado, but
Colorado.
VCU's coming up to make a really big
Yeah.
challenge here.
So VCU coming up, and then over also on the alongside VCU, you can see, I believe
So
that
that's
would
Pittsburgh
be
and George
Pittsburgh
Mason
and
on the
George Mason
outside.
on the outside. Yep. And those three are gonna race pretty hard. They have about 400 meters to go coming into this last race of their season. Really, really very nice rowing out of that lead crew from Vermont, just pushing nicely. They're going into a sprint mode right now, which we can see they've picked it up to try and open it up more, and a little bit of opening up on the far side there in lane 1 from
Furthest away from
is
us?
that VCU? Yeah, from
Yeah,
Virginia
VCU.
Commonwealth. Trying to get up there and press. They're right in our sun space right now, so we can only see a big blob of light. Come to the light, darling.
Come to
to
the
the
light. This is the Colorado crew we are all eyes on. I don't think they're going to close that gap on Vermont, who established this lead really early in the race and are sustaining it with clean, aggressive strokes. Not a lot of extra fluff moving them around. Colorado also really well coached here. Really stiff on the move, but we will see in just a moment if VCU is coming up into their space to try and take the second place spot in the C final. It looks like Colorado has pushed away from them.
Yeah, you can see in that lead boat as they've started to sprint, it's gotten a little hacky. Just really big splashes on those oars trying to get in and go. But they're hopefully sort of lengthening out a little bit. Yeah, that's better. You can still see just we're gonna go, which is great at this time. And Vermont goes across at 8:17, and then followed not too far behind by Colorado in 8:23. So those are crews. If this is the C final, that's 13 and 14 in the nation
overall.
Virginia Commonwealth at 8:29, Pittsburgh close behind 8:31, and then we should have George Mason and Auburn. And it's gonna be bang on all day.
Tight windows.
There's the centers here are 7 minutes, and really only the eights are gonna be well under 7 minutes today. So we now have on the men's side a varsity E final, a varsity D final, and a varsity C final. This again, one of the largest events that was going on the men's side, along with the varsity 8. So here from left to right, we have Northwestern in lane 6, Wichita State in lane 5, Virginia Commonwealth again in lane 4, Nebraska in 3, Illinois in 2, and Oklahoma State in bow. So almost 3 minutes in, and you still see an awful lot of overlap. It looks to me like we have Virginia Commonwealth up in the lead, and then Illinois actually out in lane 2, up in second, really swinging quite nicely. Some good rhythm, pushing them in front. Not too far behind Illinois. There, I think, is Wichita State out in lane 5. Nebraska a little bit back. For Illinois, this is, they have small boats this year in the men. No eights, they have a 4, they have a single, they've had a double. They may have a pair. That's just the way that their team was able to put things together this year. I don't think VCU has an 8, do they?
Nope, they're here in the 4s and small boats.
Yeah. Oklahoma State, same thing. And Nebraska coming here for the first time in a while. is this their first year?
I think they were here last year too, but just in
Yeah,
a few
and a
doubles.
few doubles. Yeah. So these are some programs that are building their speed, really moving out quite nicely there from VCU. Um, Getting open water now on Illinois. Illinois almost open water on Wichita State. And one of the nicest things about getting to these finals that have been winnowed out for speed is all of these crews get to go out having a great race and feeling like they're in it and feeling what it's like, for um, Virginia Commonwealth. Hey, we got to move out in front, and
Yeah,
that always feels good. They haven't had that in this regatta to this point, but this is how they get to finish their season. So
yeah,
that's a
and now they
great
get the
way.
chance, and I think they're gonna take it and run with it here.
Yeah, very, very nice rhythm, very strong. Probably means that they barely didn't make the D final, and so now they're coming out to show that they can be
Those
fast.
semifinals, if you didn't watch them yesterday, go back and watch. They were all so
It was fire.
intense. It was down to the wire in so many of them, or if it was a wide margin at the end, there were some that had a big shake-up in the middle 1K. Crews walking through, crews fading off, and nothing was sorted out short of the line. VCU here out of Richmond, Virginia. I got a chance to talk to their coaches and athletes yesterday. I've just been loving the rowing I've seen from this club all weekend. Really happy to see how they're representing up in the floor. Hope that program continues to grow and attract a lot of athletes.
Yeah. It's still quiet enough on shore that we can hear these coxswains as
We
they're
can hear the
coming in.
full,
We can hear
full
the
story.
full thing, and there is a lot of energy, and they're all wanting to go. They've worked so hard, so they want to come off the water, if nothing else, feeling that they put out the best row that they had, and that's an accomplishment, right? You can't control how fast everybody else is, but you can control your effort and hopefully see that. So Illinois actually closing up a little bit on Virginia Commonwealth. We'll see. There's some strong boys in that boat. I had the opportunity to work with them on spring break earlier this year, and if nothing else, they're going to go. So those two out in front, Virginia Commonwealth and Illinois, having a great dogfight there.
Nebraska kind of on its own in the middle, and then these
Yeah.
two crews on the 5th and 6th lane, Wichita State, Northwestern,
Right
in a
next
battle
to each
with
other,
each
absolutely. Just Oklahoma State sort of out on the far side, like they're out in the outer pasture, sort of doing they're still having a great race, but they don't have the same contact that everyone else is. So you can see Virginia Commonwealth having responded to the Illinois press. Very orderly rowing there, really moving together, blades going in together, not missing any water, and pressing together on the leg drive. So as they're trying to sprint, and you can see the rating go up, they're still holding the rowing together. A little shout out to Nick Lee Parker, the Columbia lightweight coach. His guys are racing today up at the Eastern Sprints. But one of the things that he made clear in his coaching when I was working with him some this year is that it's actually not the musculature or the cardiovascular systems that shut down first. It's your neural networks that want to shut down
I think
first.
Illinois is pulled ahead right now.
Illinois is going. And so
Yep, that's a much higher clip of strokes.
absolutely. So how you handle the motion of your hands at this point is actually some of the hardest things to do. And it is Illinois coming through. Peter Felici's guys at 7:26.8, and then Virginia Commonwealth
behind a VCU. That's going to be really close.
So one of the things we were telling them over spring break and just some of the work we're doing is reminding them they only have to be ahead on the last stroke, which is about what they did. So there you go. Nebraska having a great race, 7:31 to pop out over Northwestern at 7:33.
Northwestern pulled ahead of Wichita State, 3 seconds up. So
3 seconds up, so some really good racing there as well. And then we should see Oklahoma State at 7:40. That was that E-level final, so that is places 25 through 30. And we go now to the 4th level final, the D final, up there. And from left to right, you will see Kansas State in lane 6, Michigan in lane 5, Villanova in 4, Notre Dame in 3, Delaware in 2, Purdue in 1. Those are some big program names.
Right.
Purdue going after trying to win the whole regatta here this year. They were second last year. They won the year before in the men's point trophy. Delaware really coming with a large, strong bunch of guys and full of the eights. Notre Dame full of the eights, Michigan full of the eights, and then Villanova and Kansas State. So what that's showing is that the top level rowing in all the programs is good. Now for a Michigan or for a Purdue, this is like their fourth varsity guys, pretty much, right? But they're ending up in a fourth level final. It didn't used to be that way. You used to be able to have the 4V from Michigan, the 4V from Purdue, 4V from Virginia, maybe actually making the grand final in the four or just off the grand final. This just shows how good the rowing is getting across ACRA. That there are a
And
whole
across
bunch
the
of
entire
other
league.
programs. Yeah.
Because we did All-American awards, recognitions yesterday for athletes and ACRA Coaches of the Year, and there's so many regions that cover ACRA, so there's so many teams to recognize, and it just speaks to the size of the program, of the league.
This also is absolutely the national championship with representation from everywhere across the country, and we have crews from, is it Idaho?
Idaho, every corner of the country.
No Hawaiian crews yet.
Or Alaska. Everything contiguous U.S.
Contiguous U.S. Not every single state, but every single region. A lot of representation from the Midwest, a lot from California and the West Coast, a lot from now New England sort of growing in.
That's funny. No Iowa.
Iowa
has so many rivers, though.
Yeah, the Iowa men's program has been struggling the last couple of years to sort of keep up. I'm not even sure if there is one right now.
Yeah, I'm going through a tally of states that were missing in my head. I'll figure it out later. But in the lead of this race right now, it looks like it is the Villanova crew. Nope, Villanova crew out of lane 4, just barely ahead of Michigan and Notre Dame.
Yeah, still tight. Even 4 minutes in, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all actually in contact. So the question is going to be whose race plan, whose training has them able to really move here in the second half and find a little bit of extra stuff. Some crews will have gone out hard and fast and sort of try and hold on, and others go out a little bit more measured with a very, very much a plan of pushing in the second 500, pushing in the middle 1,000 to sort of get up onto speed, which is, I think, what we're seeing Michigan do right now. That is their race plan. It's sort of well known that that's what they try and do. Notre Dame also up there looking pretty good. And Villanova still in the lead. Over on the other side, Delaware. You can also see the yellow on their blades. You can see the yellow on the Michigan blades as folks are pushing up to try and get into this. They're coming almost. They have about 700 meters left to go. So this is when things just get tight and you've got to push. We should try and get a rating or two and see where they're at. But the racing is intense, and those are real rivalries between those schools. So these guys are like, oh, we want to beat those people because, our varsity eights also want to beat them. So it's a name they've been hearing all winter.
Yeah, they probably had their team logo or something on the erg room with an X over it or something to really indicate they're coming for you.
Yeah, hopefully not the X's. There is a lot of respect here from the different programs.
Right.
And still, though, a healthy rivalry, though, is always good. So
while
see.
Villanova is holding off the crews from Michigan and Notre Dame, it looks like Delaware is pushing up. All these crews are around 37.
We have 4 crews across even there. That's from bottom to top.
Villanova still just barely holding themselves up, but it is a bow ball's distance between
Michigan,
the second, third, and fourth
Villanova, Notre Dame, Delaware,
from
all
the bottom
within
to the top
a
of your
seat
screen.
pretty much. Maybe Michigan a seat back. It's hard to tell because of the angle of the drone. Michigan already up at 37. Let's see where we get Villanova. About 38. Notre Dame also similarly high. Notre Dame putting a nice push there. And you got to know right now Delaware making a nice move, but really actually right now it seems to be Notre Dame putting a nice move back into Villanova very effectively to get in there. Villanova answering. Their rating just went up again, too.
I think Villanova's just barely ahead of the group right now, but Villanova and Notre Dame have established themselves up ahead of the crew. They're now a half a
from
length up on the
Delaware,
rest of it.
and
And
then
they're
Michigan.
stroke for stroke going to see who gets through the line first. Villanova just barely ahead. Wildcats are going to try and pull through, looking for the line.
I think Notre Dame is ahead there. I don't really. We didn't have the angle. It's hard to see the things, but I think Villanova is pulling them up ahead there, and Delaware pulling into third over Michigan. Yep, this one closer. I still think that was Delaware than Michigan.
Wow.
So Notre Dame 7:18, really nice move through there. Villanova also at a 7:19, so a second apart. Delaware at 7:21, and that'll be Michigan in fourth at 7:22. So some really tight racing. If the D final was good, how better
How good's
should
the
the
C
C
final
final
gonna
about
be?
to happen here? So coming at you right now in lane 6 on the left is George Washington. Lane 5, Vermont, who's been showing some really nice rowing. Lane 4, Ohio State. I think this is their 4 best guys. Lane 3, Loyola Marymount out of Los Angeles. I think that's an A boat for them. Lane 2 from Georgia. I'm not sure about that. And then Wash U, I believe.
Georgia, this might be some 2v, 1v guys. They had to break down their 8, and then they won the quad yesterday.
That's right, the
So
quad.
somewhere in the
Yep.
middle.
And then Wash U in lane 1. And as you can see, again, still just a minute and a half into the race. The top 2 out in front pushing a little bit, but not very far off from all other 4 boats. So perhaps that just represents a slightly better start. Perhaps it's a little bit better base speed.
Yeah, but they're
We'll
just
see
about
that
to shift
play
into base
out.
speed here. We're all just about out of the opening 500 as either that buoy all crews are through.
Yep. So, and you can see one referee boat coming down there. You also have referee boats on the side as they go up, so that there's plenty of safety out there. But just one trailing referee to watch the 6 lanes, which is pretty good, easy enough to do,
Easy enough to
particularly at this
do.
level.
Good spread out from our really great volunteers and regatta officials and the referees. And at this level, even at the novice level, crews are experienced enough in racing that we shouldn't have situations with them steering out of lanes or overlapping or interfering with each other.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that yesterday, but not nothing terrible.
So it's great. The spread here still has that crew out of Ohio State in the lead, but all 4 boats actually in the white shell, just because they're so easy to see, stroke for stroke together. It looks like they're all right around the same rate, basing, holding on, no one trying to throw a move too early to get ahead, knowing that it's going to count later
34
on.
and a half, 35
Loyola
right
Marymount
now.
University challenging. This is their top 4 guys. This program is one of the ones that has been cut from varsity funding in the last few years and are reestablishing themselves as a club. And I know on the men's side, women's side, their 4s are so proud of these athletes who have come together for a new era of defining the program.
And
as an
LMU
ACRA
at
club.
35 and a half, making a little
Great
move.
swing by the Ohio State guys here.
Here's Ohio State. The Buckeyes really sort of getting the blade in and pushing. They sort of have a challenge in their setup of there used to be a river right through campus, right near the Olentangy, right near the Horseshoe, the Michigan Stadium, the Ohio State Stadium. It is a Michigan Stadium off. But anyway, please don't flame me for that. And that there was some reworking of that waterway, so that's no longer rowable. They
Right.
tried to go down just below that. And now they end up having to row about 40 minutes from campus.
Oh, wow.
So
It's dedication.
and it makes it harder. There was time a few years ago when you see Ohio State here with a whole bunch of 8s.
And it's produced so many great rowers and coaches and
absolutely.
and
Nick Lee
Nick
Parker
Parker,
at Columbia,
Peter
and
Steenstra, who's been at the helm of Bates for the longest time now, used to coach out of there. Olympians.
one of the best, probably one of the best U.S. Olympians to
Yep,
be around
Brian
a long time.
Volpenheim.
And Brian Volpenheim, all from Ohio State. And the sad part is that there's really good water 20 minutes
Sure,
from campus. The women have a boathouse there, but somehow it's been decided that the men can't be in there. This is sort of the stuff to sort of set the chip on some of our shoulders as club programs, that we love the NC2A and what they're doing for the sport in the country, but the athletic administrators sometimes just can't get their heads around that this is really serious work
Right.
happening at a club level. There are a bunch of guys here racing at the regatta who will be representing the United States at the World University Games this summer.
Oh, I hope we get a chance to talk to
And
them
we're going
today.
to try and get some of them together, and that's going to be coached by Greg Hartza from Michigan and by one of the assistant coaches now at Syracuse, who
Oh, that's
was
great.
a Michigan athlete, right? So some club leadership in there. So Ohio State moving out very nicely. Perhaps you can hear the OHIO cheer off on the side here. We're right next to the Ohio State tent, and again, it feels great to go down and be leading in there with Loyola Marymount right next to them, if I have that
That's correct.
correct. And having a really good race here. There's a battle going on the other side between lanes 1 and 2. Between Georgia and Wash U. They're within a seat of each other, so they're pushing back on each other. George Washington on the outside here, having a good row, but again, sort of in their own space. So everyone trying to have a great race on their last race of the season, though. And there is more of a gap between those two fours than it would seem like there is from what you're seeing in this.
It's just because they're a couple lanes apart, but the
Well, also just
challenging
where
crew
the drone was,
from
and now as it comes around, you can see
Vermont
the
is
break.
still just barely off the stern of the Loyola Marymount crew, but they've also established themselves up in third in a pretty clear pattern. The lanes 1 and 2 at the top of your screen, Wash U and Georgia, are going to be duking it out together. I think Wash U has 3 seats up on Georgia, and the line is closing in. We'll see how soon it is until it's decided. LMU's through the line. Vermont. Oh, and this bottom lane over here in George Washington, I think they're pulling ahead of both of those
Oh,
lane
they
and 1
are.
crews.
Again, we couldn't sort of tell whether it looked to me like they were back, but when they get closer, then we can see sometimes they go by. So
Well
Vermont,
done, 7:13 for the GW crew.
and then the two from the other
Wash
side.
U has edged out
and,
University of Georgia to hold on to that 5th place spot. Well
but
rowed.
all of those crews within a second.
Well
basically.
rowed by all crews. We are going to pass it over to a word from our sponsors. We are sponsored by Vespoli Boatworks this year.
By Vespoli and by Gatorade.
Gatorade.
And great to have those sponsors for the regatta. Vespoli, a worker-owned corporation now that Mike Vespoli has sold it to them when he retired, and they provide the vast majority of the boats at this regatta,
Yes.
I'm going to say, fairly safely.
We'll be back with you in a second.
So thank you, Vespoli, for all you've done to support this regatta and to make rowing accessible. By the way, Vespoli does a really good job of creating fleet plans. So if you're at a program and you're trying to think through how to get your boats in order, not just for what's the next boat we want to have, but how you want to have sort of an orderly fleet plan put together, just give your regional rep a call, and you can find them on the website, and they're glad to talk that through and put together a multi-year project with a reliable, budgetable amount of money. So I've done that a number of times. I am a big fan of their whole staff.
And we're also a big fan of this women's single event this year. It has been really
nice way
intense.
To pivot there.
Professional read. The B final was hard to get into, and some crews were tenths of a second off of making the grand final. From the left side to the right side of your screen, you have Nora Lowry from Lafayette, Tegan Pirtle from Michigan State, Riley Robertson from Chico State, Molly Slupik from Colorado State, Isabella Soares from Wake Forest, Margaret Kelly from Purdue, and I believe I have it right that Molly and Riley in those middle two lanes were just shy of making the grand final in a way, just sort of not the luck of the draw because they placed themselves there on the heats, but just the fact that the one heat of that women's semifinal yesterday was four
Really
crews,
tight. Yep.
four crews within a second and a half of each other. And the other one was a very wide margin.
Yeah, so that's sort of that is in some ways luck of the draw or luck of the sort, I guess, rather than the draw at that point. But so what we have here is a pretty good race, it seems, going between Tegan Pirtle from Michigan State and Molly Slupik of Colorado State, if I have the lanes right. I believe I do. And they are separated by a lane, but that's close enough that you can still sense where the other woman is.
Right.
Just sort of looks like now like Tegan is pushing her bow ball up just a little bit over Molly. And then we go back to a great race between Riley Robertson of Chico State and Isabella Opwis Suarez from Wake Forest. Also maybe within, often we talk about within seats, but there's only one seat.
There's only one seat.
So,
but
just a scotch, just a little
there
bit.
you go. Much of the shell, this is my favorite Eastern Sprints call was Fred Schock, who would say a crew was half a baguette down.
Half a baguette down, exactly.
when he was watching one of the
Fred
Huskies
Schock, who ran
head of the
Charles for many years and actually helped coach me a little bit my freshman
That
year
makes
in
sense.
college because he was
sense.
in the admissions office there. So a really good race going here.
So yeah,
that's lane 3 in the yellow boat, right down Molly Slupik, and then Tegan in 5 in the black boat.
And real quick, I think I accidentally said Molly is from Colorado. She is not. She is from Colorado State, and I think I made that mistake yesterday as well, representing for the Rams.
There you go. And
great pickup from.
We ask pardon in advance for all the mistakes that we will undoubtedly make today. So a lot of talking to do and a lot of crews here. How many athletes? It's over 2,000 athletes.
Well over 2,000. Yeah, it was like 2011 or 2017 athletes. It's like 9 more than last year. But Tegan Pirtle, great move right here in the middle. And it's not a move where she's trying to claim that top spot right away in a way that she would have to fade off of because it's overexerting her effort. But it's just this great pickup and swing, a little bit of, it's not a hunch in the upper back, but the trunk is so firmly connected to the riggers that she's able to keep that relaxation in the upper back to swing and keep the force in the pins.
And it looks like she's making a little move here. They're at 6 minutes in right now, so coming into the 1,500 soon. This is probably around an 8.5, 9-minute race is our guess, probably closer to 9. And it does look right now like Tegan is
Molly's pulled away.
Like Molly is pulling away. Sorry.
She's responded.
Yeah, Tegan trying to answer. There's still some overlap. And then in the other race we had going between Isabella and Riley, it looks like Riley has moved up on Isabella to come into third here. These are places 7 through 12 in the event overall. And yeah, really you can see the rating has gone up in the yellow boat just a little bit. We'll try and get a rating as she's coming into the 1,500. She's at just over 30 strokes per minute. Still fairly patient, 31. And we'll see a response coming here from Tegan. Tegan is going up to 34. It just looks like Molly is a little bit longer through the water and still able to pry and get a faster boat speed, a little bit lower, although she's up to 33 now as well. Um, and Tegan is giving all she has to try and answer. Then again, still in third here is Riley and Isabella, not far off of that. So the same race in those pairs happening, those pairs of crews happening, and the same has been happening back with Margaret Kelly from Purdue and Nora Lowry from Lafayette, with Nora having pushed ahead a little bit of Margaret in just the last couple of 100 meters. So essentially 3 dual races going on here
Right.
as we come into the last 300 or 400 meters.
Which is what you want as you finish out your weekend here at ACRA. You just want someone to push against, push through, give it your best effort.
And give you a good race.
Molly Slupik has really asserted a dominant lead over her closest competition, Tegan Pirtle. There's open water as she is almost into the last 250, 100 meters of her event. Coming in, will be taking 7th overall in the women's single. Tegan Pirtle now getting contest from, that would be Riley Robertson.
Yep.
Who's
and you can
just barely not overlapping with her. We'll see if she has a little bit more pickup in her sprint to close that gap.
And you can see just almost coming back up now here is Riley pushing to get into contact there. I wonder if she has a sprint that's going to get her through Tegan at all. Tegan's been pushing pretty hard, and actually I think that's happening.
Yep, here she comes. It's just about even now, the drone angle. Great lining up with the tower, but it's just a little bit of a skew. So we're going to find out in just a minute. Did Tegan Pirtle hold her off?
So Molly wins 9:23. We heard boop, boop on the horn. So very, very tight. And Tegan manages to hold off and take that second spot, it seems, just in front of Riley.
2/10 of a
second. 2/10 of a second. So that was a great close by Riley. That really was
well
awesome.
done for the
very
top
nice.
9 spots. Yep. Isabella Apuy-Sorez coming in at the 10th overall, 4th in the B final.
So hopefully many rowers coming off the water feeling like they just gave a great effort no matter where they end up, and able to do the best race that they have.
Yeah, even coming up short from what your expectations were for this weekend, still there's so much to be proud of in your year. It's a euphoric kind of feeling of just knowing that as a young person you put yourself so far into this commitment, and it's gotten you so far.
And particularly for the seniors.
Absolutely.
This is sort of the last race. I still remember my last race.
My last race was at ACRA.
Luckily, it was victorious. And Harvard had to give me some shirts, so that's always a good thing.
Always a good thing.
But even 40 years later, I still remember that.
Starting off our first grand final of the day, medals are on the line here. What we said was the the first semifinal yesterday was hotly contested. 4 crews within a second and a half of each other, just barely making it in. One not making it in. I believe that was Molly Slupik. And in the second semifinal yesterday, the lead sculler Jacqueline Lanier from Vermont was lengths ahead of everyone else. So here we see it shake out from the left side to the right side of your screen. You have Alana Snyder from Nebraska-Lincoln, Alexa Miller from Florida, Katrina Schneider from University of Cincinnati, Jacqueline Lanier from Vermont, Sophia Whitman from Northwestern State, and Liliana Mastrota-Toro from Clarkson.
And it does very much look like Jacqueline is in front here, bow to stern in the middle. Those 2 athletes we knew were going to give us a really good race. And when we talked to Jacqueline, she told us that she was just going to focus on getting a solid start. She likes to be out in front, but then just really to try and hit some base. This is her first year of college rowing. She is a sophomore, but she took a year at Vermont. She told us when she had rowed in high school out of
Wisconsin
Mendota,
area.
in Madison, Wisconsin. And she just wanted to see, as many people do when they go to college, who am I going to be now? What's going to happen? And she found that having swum before rowing and then rowing, that her mother had rowed at the Naval Academy,
I remember that. Yeah.
that she wanted to go back to rowing. So this is her first year, and Vermont, as you said, lost a big senior class last year. Graduated last. Sorry, better word. Thank you very much. And so she's in the single this year, and she's really moving quite nicely. Looks like she's on her way to be a national champion.
She still has some contests from Katrina Schneider out of Cincinnati, who was a B finalist here at ACRA last year, and then hopped back in to focus on the single all year. Really interesting how much of a gap there is. I thought this would be one of those ones that was, bow balls and whose shell is designed to stretch them out a little bit more. Right now in silver position is Katrina Schneider, and over there on lane 6 in the bronze position is Alana Snyder from Nebraska, who's
also
been
starting a program.
Who has been focused on the small boats all year with Nebraska, smaller program, and racing well at the Plains regional events in the pair and the single. So no surprise there for her to be holding up the third place position. Fourth and fifth is barely distinguishable, maybe a quarter of a length from Clarkson's. Oh yeah, Sophia Whitman from Clarkson.
From Whitman. From Northwestern State.
Thank
Sophia
you.
Whitman.
Out of Louisiana, and then Alexa Miller from Florida, who was also a single sculler here last year.
Absolutely. So a little more stretched out here. Sometimes in the single, you just have an athlete, as we had on the men's side. We had last year. We had a really good race between two solid athletes up in the front of the event, and we're going to be seeing the men's single after this. Ryan Muldoon from Clarkson, one of the guys who's back from last year, but there are some other people, particularly Brian Smith from Georgia, who are going to really give him a race. But we'll see, and we expect Katrina and Jacqueline to have a race, and they are, but it's sort of just gotten out far enough. There is Jacqueline, and that is just some gorgeous, gorgeous rowing. The legs are moving the handles really nicely, shoulders down. It's all through the armpit. Her body is solid in the middle of the boat. The legs are just pushing the boat through. You can see very relaxed hands, the arms getting totally stretched out. That is really gorgeous, gorgeous sculling technique there. And yeah,
once you zoom on it, there's no surprise of why she's leading the pack. And then you mentioned that her approach to the race was kind of a stroke at a time. It's about the piece and the process, not about the result. But you can also see there's a lot of confidence in the stroke that shows, okay, I see him up on the field. Maybe that other person's my peripheral, but I'm not worried because I know what I'm doing.
I'm sticking into my rhythm, and I'm moving. Let's see where the rating is.
Especially,
it's not particularly high, but it's pretty good.
And someone's first year of college rowing, I know they've rowed to a degree in high school, but
about 34, which is a decent rating here.
Yeah, that's high for a single at this level. And a young rower, as a sophomore, not looking down at their speed coach every two strokes, not looking behind them all the time, very confident, head up to the horizon.
I got the sense talking to her that she was someone who sort of had a lot of order in her own life and the way that she was thinking through, still also totally being her own person, which is great to have that combination of self-confidence and structure.
So in that third place spot, Katrina Schneider is starting to get a bit of a push from Alexa Miller in lane 5. Oh, no, it's 2 lanes over. So lane 6, Alana Schneider is starting to give her a pretty big push here.
Yeah, there's a nice move going on there.
Alana really getting the rate up there. The hands are swinging out. Blades are flowing back pretty clearly. UVM is on the shores, cheering loud and proud for their single sculler.
Jackie. So they're all excited for
under
her.
500 meters to go, and without an outlier situation happening, we'll be walking home with Vermont's first medal
there
of
is
the
a
weekend.
great little move happening here.
Alana's lengthening.
Yeah.
Not lengthening out because her stroke is so high, but the swing is so powerful, getting the shoulders all the way back behind the seat so the handles
and she's coming through.
Yeah, she's walking through Katrina Schneider here.
She's changing the color of that of that medal right now. We're going to
In her
have to
mind.
see if Katrina can respond, but it just looks like it's a
Yep, this is a pretty clear look for
this
you.
is a hot knife through soft butter going through right now. Katrina probably went out trying as hard as she could to stay with Jackie. Maybe it was a little bit too rich for her, and now it's showing up. But this is evidence of some really, really nice training and being in good shape for Alana.
Yeah, really good move in that last third. And
So
establish
yep,
herself with not a lot of real estate left on the course, in position to earn a silver medal here. Katrina still earning a bronze, which is quite the
absolutely.
leap forward after a B final finish last year.
Oh, totally. To move into the medals is great. Just very strong rowing right now out of Alana in lane 6 there from Nebraska. Almost looks like she's moving a little bit on Jackie, but I don't think nothing's going to
She
happen there.
is.
Yeah.
There's just not enough course left for this for that
Well,
to
and
really yield
Jackie
anything.
has don't know if she's throwing in a sprint or not.
I can
she
I can see
need to.
those
she's
oars.
She's up to 35 and a half.
I can see those oars moving, those puddles getting a lot more frequent. She is picking it up.
Yeah. So she's gonna those three are gonna come across. You can sort of see actually how spread out this final has gotten because the top end speed is just a different
Right.
class of speed. I think if we'd put 4, 5, and 6 here and 1, 2, and 3 from the last together, we would have had a very, very tight race.
And approaching the line, Jacqueline Lanier earns Vermont their first medal of the weekend.
8:43.517 for Jackie from
Alana
Vermont.
Snyder out of Nebraska earns the Nebraska crew their first medal of the weekend. Katrina Schneider is holding on to the third place spot. The crew out of Northwestern State, Sophia Whitman, is going to pull up into fourth. She is out of Northwestern State in Louisiana, out of Natchitoches, Louisiana, one of the few athletes representing that program here. This is a program that's been around since 1988 and was a small boat runner-up in 2023. And Wichita head coach Calvin Cupp and Rice University head coach Derek Donald are alumni of the program.
Yeah. So there's all this. We've been talking about these coaching genealogies here.
Alexa Miller through the line at the 9:30 mark, and Liliana Mastro-Totoro out of Clarkson will be bringing up the pack at 6th place in the nation.
And there's Jackie as the drone comes down, waving, saying hi. Aerodynamic haircut, and just a great athlete there. Doing a really nice job to win her national championship at her first ACRA.
First ever.
That's pretty rare. The first time you come here, you win win the national championship at the varsity level.
Yes, because it's going to happen at the novice level.
Yeah, novice level happens
just
all the time.
By necessity.
Exactly.
Moving on, we have the B final, the petite final for the men's single. This one was also similar tight race yesterday to earn a spot in the A final, earn a spot in the B final, but some of these crews really wanted to put themselves in medaling position. From the left side to the right side of your screen, we have Quentin Carninger from Oklahoma State, Ryan Moran from Grand Valley. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Let's go back. Left to the right side, Lucas Root from Kansas, Andrew Prince from Virginia, Francisco Andrade from Texas A&M, Braden Myers from Alabama, Wallace Tucker from Colorado State, Christian Schaefer from Clemson. This one is close, though.
I think seeing again what we were seeing in the B final
heats,
of the women.
Semifinal.
In the B final of the women, also that they've gotten themselves. The C final was yesterday, so they've gotten themselves into the race today, having done the semifinal yesterday. And there's more parity of speed at this level. We'll see. I'm projecting. We'll see Ryan Muldoon and Brian Smith sort of go out. Maybe Jonathan Evers stick with
Jonathan
them.
Evers, don't forget him. And then Cal Poly SLO Wesley Reppins is also here. But right now it looks like that is lanes 4, 3, and 2, which would be Francisco Andrade, Braden Myers, Alabama, and Wallace Tucker, Colorado State, in the top 3 positions. I'm going to double check in a second, but some of these blades are borrowed.
Yeah. I think you're correct, but
yeah,
we will talk about the rowing in general while we get a shot that lets us see which lanes those actually are. Um, and a really nice race going there between on the right and in the middle. Um, and things are coming up here. We're going to be able to figure it out as we get the shot here. So yeah, up there right now in those three are lane
Yeah, 4, 3,
6.
and 2.
Lane 6 is also up there. They were sort of out of our vision. 5 back a little bit. 4, 3, 2, and 2 and 1 right next to each other. So Francisco leading Braden right now.
Just barely. They're coming into the last 500 of their race, and we're going to see who's going to establish themselves a little bit further ahead. Francisco and his partners in the double from A&M have really been putting on a show in the sculling boats this weekend. Really impressive rowing. He has not a super high rate, a really long swing. We'll see if that's effective for him later in the race, because Braden Myers, it looks like he's going to pick it up to a bit higher clip.
I remember
So
from
we're gonna
yesterday
see if longer
Francisco
strokes
not
or
being
more
a
strokes.
particularly tall athlete. So he's able to swing
Right.
a little bit more and needs to swing a little bit
And
more.
yeah, that's how you use your weight when you're a smaller
when
lighter
you're
guy.
a smaller guy. And then Braden next to him, I think, taller. They also are sitting differently in the boat. So it's their height in the boat. It may not be their height in real life. But we saw both of those styles contrasting yesterday. And here they are again. It does look like Braden's putting a move on.
He's putting a move on Francisco.
And Francisco's going to have to just
He's
rely
absorbing
on
it.
rating. But there goes Braden sort of popping through. Francisco answering. This is not, neither of them is saying, oh, please,
no,
go
these
through.
guys are racers.
Yeah, they're going to get up there and go. We'll see. Francisco has tried to take the rating up to do it, but he hasn't been able to maintain that rating. It's come back down a little bit, just trying to hold himself up. And Braden now up at 34, Francisco at 32, and it looks like Braden is gonna go through here. We'll see if there's another last sprint one of them can throw over the other. It looks like Braden is going through Francisco right now, and it's going to be a very, very close finish between Alabama and Texas A&M.
And
Yep,
looks like
and he's gone through there. You can see Braden being up about a boat length now on Francisco. A very nice move. Not too far back from there in lane 1, I think it looks like, is Christian Schaefer of
Christian Schaefer a little bit ahead of Wallace Tucker, who's just a bit off the pack. And then Lucas Root on the outside over in lane 6 is giving Wallace
also
a
doing
challenge.
Okay. Andrew Prince from Virginia trailing just a little bit.
And Braden is through the line. Francisco tight behind him, maybe just barely a length, 7:52.
Very nice race from those four. Pretty tight again for a B final. And some real racing happening.
Remarkable.
In the last 300
Great work,
400
everyone.
Meters, which is nice because you have to, it's time to go and you're tired and you got to get up and you got to go. And that's what we train for all year. So it's nice to see them be able to do that, right? Those top four within 10 seconds there. Lucas Root just a little bit off of Wallace Tucker. So a good race all around, and then Andrew Prince finishing out the batch there. So now we're going to move on to the A final, expecting another great race here. Ryan Muldoon from Clarkson finished second last year. The
silver medalist, right? The gold medalist, Ethan Penny, graduated out of ACRA. He was a high point athlete, and I think actually he was doing a graduate year at Jacksonville, if I remember correctly.
Yep, I believe so.
And then the third place sculler, I think, was a single sculler from Cincinnati, who was a really big guy, really remarkable row. Jonathan Evers was in the mix, but Brian Smith, Wesley Reppins, Ryan Morin, Quentin Carninger, I think this is their first time representing in the single. Cal Poly SLO. I know Cal Poly Humboldt is their first time here. I think
it's the first time that San Luis Obispo has come to. They're only in the second year of their program.
There we go. Then
that'll
do
have the
it.
numbers right.
So they will get a taste of what ACRA speed is going to be.
Here from left to right is Quentin Cunninger from Oklahoma State on the left, near the roadside. Ryan Morin from Grand Valley in 5. Ryan Muldoon from Clarkson in 4. Brian Smith from Georgia in 3. Jonathan Evers from Wake Forest in 2, and Wesley Reppins from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, called slow, but he's not slow.
No, not slow in the slightest.
There have to be jokes about
Yeah.
that in their athletic department. Cal Poly also has had a great swimming program for many years,
Cool. I never
and
realized.
and then they tried to cut them this year.
Oh,
And
great.
I don't know if that's happened or not happened. I know the alumni were sort of stepping in. It just didn't make sense to a lot of folks for why they would cut this solid, good program. Of course, budgets are tight everywhere, but rowing here, at least starting at slow, and it's a club
Starting out
and
fast.
starting out fast.
We
There we
have
go.
very little separation, but we do have the crew from UGA, Brian Smith, slightly in the lead of
With
Ryan
Ryan
Muldoon
Muldoon,
from
I
Clarkson,
think they're
but
pretty
they're in their starting
even.
strokes, so nothing
Yeah,
could be established yet.
absolutely. And those two getting on it and getting out. Some nice speed out there in lane one from Wesley Reppins from Slow, as we've been talking about. And then the three others, Jonathan Evans, Ryan Moran, and Quentin Coninger, within a stroke of each other. It does look like Ryan is establishing some speed here, getting up a little bit. They're only a minute and 20 seconds in right now, and he's up at a 36.
Wow, that's high.
Maybe still in his starting sequence,
I would imagine.
37.
Still.
But getting himself up and getting out and not wasting any time, and Brian is going with him. So we're going to see what happens when they shift down. It looks like Brian is shifting down to his base around 34, and Ryan is getting a few more seats there as he's pushing away. That's a very assertive 36. Absolutely just trying to get some open water probably at this point, and he's managing to do so. Really gorgeous rhythm going. And then the two sides are sort of two races going. They're Quentin and Ryan racing on one side, and Jonathan and Wesley racing on the other, right next to each other, where they can
And
feel
it's
each
hard
other.
to say which of them is putting themselves in third place position. I think it's slightly Quentin Kerninger out of Oklahoma State,
It's out in
but
lanes 1 and 2.
every other stroke, he and Ryan from Grand Valley are changing spots, and they're not going to be left alone by lanes 5 and 6. So right now, Brian in the first place spot, Brian Smith out of UGA in the first place spot, then Ryan Muldoon in second. But I think in the middle 1K, we're going to see Ryan Muldoon strong, steady, patiently work his way back into Brian's
Yeah.
overlap.
So Brian, very nice. Uh, Again, aggressive. Sorry, I had those two names switched earlier
Right, when you were talking about rate.
when I was talking about rate.
Oh, they're one letter apart.
36 and a half here. That's again going out 35, 36. That is a nice solid effort here from the athlete from the University of
And a
Georgia.
great Philippi shell.
Yeah, very nice shell. But look at them; those shoulders are down. Nice hang all the way through. The legs are punching the blades through, but they're getting locked in
And actually,
right
for
away.
how high the rate is, the legs aren't. Nothing's rushing down.
No,
And his shoulders, like you just mentioned, he's not throwing them around to get this rate up. It looks very long. It looks very controlled internal stroke.
yeah, but a lot of effort. And Ryan is not going away.
No.
I mean, he's right there. In fact, it looks like he's putting a move on right now as they come in probably around the 1,000. Ryan taking a few strokes here and moving his boat up.
Yep.
He's also around 35 and getting himself back on turn there.
I think he's probably
with
realizing that
Brian.
the rest of this race is going to have to be 35 or higher. It's impressive that Brian Smith is holding such a high base pace rate. I think Ryan's like,
And Ryan's going through
Yeah, right, he's
now.
like,
That's a gorgeous, gorgeous move happening.
I'm the more experienced sculler at the ACRA level here. I need to do this right now.
And I can't wait any longer. It's
Wow, and he's moved through in about 10 strokes to just so slightly take the lead over Brian Smith. We'll see how much that lasts.
So we'll see if it's sustainable, right? In these small boats, you can actually jack the boat speed pretty quickly if you need to. It's the question of can you get it done. And this looks like a pretty determined move that's happening. But if Brian just digs in, maybe Ryan's spending a lot of energy. I think
We'll
Ryan knows his levels pretty
I think
well,
he knows his
though.
levels. I'm sure he's in this shell very often up there in Potsdam,
And
New
he's
York,
now gotten
in a
through
sculling
and has some
program.
open water ahead. And meanwhile, in third,
That was a
we're out
gutsy
there.
move,
That
though.
was great move, just sort of biding his
And yeah, you're
time.
saying third place,
In third place, it seems to be lane 2,
Ryan
Jonathan.
Moren.
Um,
Oh, I've had it wrong. Jonathan Evers and Wesley Reppens have been fighting
yeah,
for
Jonathan Evers
third
there,
place.
moving in a very nice move over Wesley to be putting himself in place there. That being from Wake Forest. Um, so two Southern rowers there from Wake Forest and Georgia trying to trace down one of the northernmost programs probably in the United States. Certainly in the state
Clarkson?
of New York, yeah.
Yeah, oh, it's almost on the Canadian border.
Almost on the Canadian border.
They are easily able to say they're
And
upstate, and Ryan Muldoon's move is continuing to
he's just moving
lengthen.
away now. Some
Open water
really
on
gorgeous
Brian.
rowing. He's going by in front of us. Very efficient move. 35 and a half. He was rowing this way last year. He just had a guy out in front of him, but he looks faster this year. So he's come back and retooled a little bit and moved himself forward. Great little move now, actually, coming up
From Jonathan Evers.
Jonathan Evers, who's in third, but he is hunting down Brian Smith. So we'll see if Brian, who went out pretty hard, is vulnerable, and I think he is.
I think he is. He and Jonathan Evers saw each other at the head of the Charles this fall in the men's single event, and they were about 30 seconds, 40 seconds apart from each other then. So, and that's over 4,000, almost 5,000 meters. So,
yeah, if you're within 30 seconds of each other at the head of Charles, you can be the same speed in the spring,
yeah.
depending on what happens. But here we have very nice rowing that we're seeing from Ryan, from Clarkson.
Committed to the Clarkson colors, always with the green shell, the yellow hat.
There you go. And the question is going to be, can Jonathan Evers from Wake Forest catch Brian Smith?
Yeah, I think he's going to try and overtake him here. So right now, as it shakes out, Ryan Muldoon is in gold medal position as he enters the red buoys. Brian Smith is holding on to silver medal position, but getting a tight challenge from Jonathan Evers, and then back in the fourth place fight.
He's at about a 34, Brian is. Jonathan, I think, around the same. He's got a fairly long stroke, but if he sits up and goes, he has some speed.
Yeah,
right
Brian's
now,
making a move. Fourth place fight is between Wesley Reppens out of Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo, and Ryan Moren out of Grand Valley. Sixth place is being held on by Quentin Carninger right there. So Brian made a move back to respond to Evers coming into his space.
There was just too much space for him to be able to see. You can see the rating higher right now for Brian Evans, even without a stroke watch. You just sort of look at when the blades are going in.
And here he goes, Ryan Muldoon.
Brian Muldoon, your national champion, lying back in the boat. 7:35, a nice time. And oh, wow. I think that we had Brian Smith just barely get it, but it was a very nice close finish. Jonathan Evers got to within 0.8 of a second there.
Remarkable. Great work, guys.
That was a great finish.
Southern sculling right there.
There you go.
Congratulations. So that's first medal of the weekend for all three programs. Ryan Muldoon taking back to his sculling program. I'm sure they're all very proud of him, and he should be proud of himself.
Great race there between Wesley Reppens and Ryan Moren in fourth and fifth, and then Quentin closing up for Ohio State. And there's Ryan putting his feet in the water, a little cooling off. That feels so good.
Came through the line hot.
And just congratulations, Ryan, on a.
Keep it in mind, if anyone who just tuned into this race or was watching with us the whole time, off the start, he and Brian were overlapping for over 1,000 meters of this race, and then Ryan Muldoon's sprint, or not even sprint, his pickup in the middle put him almost 10 full seconds ahead. Congratulations to that young man.
That was just a shift in speed that that nobody else
had. And if they had it, they will now learn, if they get to come back here to ACRA racing in the single or another event, when to prepare for it, right? Ryan Muldoon, so he was here silver medals last year, trained the single all year. He was third at Bad Vales.
And Brian's going to go. Brian's going to go back in all fall. All summer, all fall. If he's training, he's going to be just working on. I need a little bit more push every stroke. I need a little bit more push every stroke. I need to be able to extend that open 1,000,
right,
and hold it. I need another gear.
This is one of the events. So truly, that it is not an erg score is not going to just get you there. Brian Smith is not just that. But I think the way you race is so different situationally when you line up against other people. So great learning experience, and he earns a silver medal to take that. right now. We are waiting for the B final of the women's double, the petite final of the women's double, to launch off the blocks. We are getting aligned here. A little bit of space. Mhm. While we wait, we just want to welcome you, anyone who is a new viewer, anyone's logging in just to watch the women's double, to Oak Ridge Rowing Association at Melton Lake, Tennessee. We are the ACRA National Championship. We are hosted by HereNow on the live stream and on the video. They are putting drones around all day long, expertly flown, to give you
Absolutely. Just so you know, some of the best rowing video imagery
absolutely.
that we've seen.
We are here on behalf of ACRA. We are sponsored by Vespoli Boatworks. We are sponsored by Gatorade, and we're so happy that you're here with us to watch the national championship for club rowing.
Yep, and great conditions here today. Almost no wind, um, and flat water. A tiny little bit of just ruffle, but as you look at we have caution tape around where we are, and yesterday it was pushing a little bit, and today it's just sort of sagging there a little bit. So very, very neutral conditions, which is great.
It's a big weekend of championship level rowing. Most of the NCAA programs for women have had their league championships this weekend.
Yesterday, I think the Big Tens have their final
Big Ten's
today.
finished today, and that winners
ACC
of that.
is done.
I think everybody else is done. Oh, Ivy's finished today, Ivy League.
Yeah.
And that the winners of all that move directly into the NCAA championship for the women's rowing Division
Eastern
1.
Sprints right now up in Worcester, Massachusetts. Some really great racing going on at the Varsity Eights at this very moment, but you should still stay here and watch the double.
Yeah, the double's going to be a closer race than the Varsity 8 heat at Eastern Sprints right now. NC2A also has MAC, a new league in Division 1 rowing. Division 3 rowing has already gotten its, is that right? Division 3 women's rowing, have they already gotten their NCAA bids?
Most of the bids went through a week ago.
Yeah, because of NIRCs and ERCs. So as we wait, oh, it looks like they're actually just getting.
They're just getting here
in.
loaded up. So it's the race is supposed to go off at 8:39. There was what time are we at now?
Just before 8:45.
So something maybe we're gonna see the A final. We'll have to double check. Maybe something's happened. There would be 7 crews in this B final and 6 in the A final.
Oh yeah, this is they're giving us the grand final on the top right corner. And now that I'm
we
opening up
think
my eyes
something
and
must
reading.
have happened in the preparation for the B final, so they're gonna probably reschedule that. The A final coming on to the course right now. So it'll take a little bit. You can see that they come in from the side, and they come in order of their lanes, so that then they can just swing up and come in. What you have there is a starting dock with these extendable fingers that come out, and there is someone on the end of that finger who will catch the bow of the boat. It's extendable because we just had singles and now we're having doubles. These are very short boats. And then when we get to the eights, it'll have been retracted further back in. The other things that we have, sort of features of this space that we have, is that there is an aligner over on the left. I think you may almost see it coming in if you did with the with the drone, and that is where the aligner sits, and the aligners can sight across the starting line and make sure that all the bow balls are completely even. They do that with a silent system, so these the volunteers who are catching the boats on the end of those fingers will be told lane 4 in an inch, lane 4 out an inch, something like that. And it's a silent process. So what happens right now at this level of course is that it's very quiet up there. No one's actually talking to each other
Right.
um, uh, loudly. The referees, that is, if you have a less technically adapted course, the aligner would be saying all those things out loud, and everyone could hear. So when the crew's back on, they just have to be ready to go. Um, there will the aligner will raise a flag to say that the crews are ready to go. It's not something any of the athletes can actually see at that point. Then the starter, who is behind them, will take over. This is a fully adaptive course, so you'll get the flag that goes down from the starter, and technically it's the flag that you can move
Yeah.
on. Um, but I think in this course they go on not a flag, but on the lights that are behind them. So you might see a light flash that comes up along with the horn to let them go. So they have to sit ready right now because it's all happening quietly, and it's this intense sort of silence. Um, there are coaches up there because you can ride a bike all the way up to that part and
You
follow
can.
almost the old thing, but the coaches are all sort of silent and watching. Um, and the crews you can see all sitting up at the coach. They're almost all straight, just those two in lanes 1 and 2, a little bit not pointed. The starter is supposed to make sure
Everyone's
before they start
aligned.
that everyone is not only aligned but pointed
Okay.
safely.
Yeah.
And right now, there's just a little bit of you can see in lanes 1 and 2 there that they are uh, off a little bit. Um,
So this
so
is going to be the women's double grand final. The women's double petite final had some sort of breakage that was reported to the referees, so they brought the crews back. I think they are just being held around the start, and once we have a time that that event will start, we will let you know. But we are off the blocks in the women's double grand final. Medals on the line from lane 6 to 1 on the left side of the right side of your screen. Michigan State's Catherine Roach and Delaney Cram, and then Virginia's Kennedy Coffin, Sophia Segura, Lafayette, Catherine Schucht and Lucy Harobin, VCU, Sophia Koth and Marissa Bookoff. Lane 2 is New St. Andrews out of Idaho, Cheris Montgomery and Abigail Ananson, and Middlebury's Isabella Crosby and Anna Morrissey. Looking like
little bit of steering there in lane 3, coming up a little bit close on 4, but 4 is out in front, so that is Lafayette with
who had a
Virginia
dominant semifinal.
Commonwealth. Virginia Commonwealth now getting back online and within a seat of them, and also on the other side, uh, we have Virginia up there. Those three crews separating themselves. You can see the orange blades for Virginia and the orange decking. Those three crews really moving quite nicely. Similar
Pickup from
ratings
Virginia.
and similar pickup. Virginia putting a nice move on here now. They are
It
up
is almost dead even for the gold medal spot right now in the first 500 meters of this. The Virginia and the VCU club, both representing the state of Virginia, are the two leading crews just barely at the moment.
over Lafayette. So we're going to imagine that Virginia Commonwealth and UVA have been seeing each other,
Oh, I think of the
um,
Women's Small Boat
and the
Initiative,
women's small
and
boat.
I think
Yeah,
of some other events like maybe a Connect Cup or a Dadville's.
yeah, and those two moving out quite nicely. And this is a point where they're only 2 minutes in, but Lafayette has to move now.
Yeah,
You,
yeah.
you need to stay in that group and not let the two get out and get ahead of you, and see what's gonna be able to happen as they're coming in. Just 2 minutes in, so they're through the 500, but not by much, right? And those two now, Virginia and VCU, going pretty much stroke for stroke. VCU a little bit lower, a little bit
A little
longer.
bit. They
Um,
lengthened out earlier
yeah,
into the piece.
yeah.
The rowing looks great from all three of these crews that are up in the lead right now. The crew out of Lafayette is also getting a little bit of challenge from the first chase crew, which is Middlebury's two athletes out of New Hampshire. VCU starting to establish themselves just about half a seat ahead of Virginia Commonwealth. I'm sorry, Virginia University, and the rate has settled, but it's so aggressive. Neither of them have really taken their foot off the gas yet. What we just saw in the men's single in a similar race was the two leading men's singles staying high really long after their settle, or just basing 36, 37, which should be a little bit easier to do in a double, a little bit more power from two rowers, four oars. But that's hard to maintain.
It
And it
is.
affected one of the rowers' abilities to hold on to their leading spot. So we'll see if something similar happens here. These athletes are almost to the
But
1K mark.
Virginia Commonwealth having put just a little bit of a move on there, and little, as I said, a little bit longer. They maybe have another. They're down a gear maybe from Virginia. Virginia geared up a little bit and trying to get themselves back in there. But Virginia Commonwealth here putting a great little move. The race for third
Is tight between Lafayette and Middlebury.
is tight between Lafayette and Middlebury. I think Lafayette had going off expecting that they would be up in this mix a little bit more. So they're having to. I don't know. Are they bargaining with themselves right
Maybe.
now? Or are they sort of having to get their minds on, okay, this is the race we actually have. Let's go. And sometimes that renegotiation is probably the best word for it in some ways
Yeah.
with yourself about, okay, it's not where we want to be, but now we have to dig in and we've gotta make it work. So,
VCU's now about half a length, almost three-quarters of a length up on the UVA crew.
but still some overlap. So
Still
that's
some
that's
overlap.
good.
Anybody can take this back, but this is some of the
Virginia's going to have to shift what they do at this point. They've got to have another move because the way that Virginia Commonwealth is rowing this is sustainable. They're not
Yeah.
doing anything. You can just look at the rating there, look at the rhythm, um, and they're up at 36, which is a nice sort of speed to be in. Um, and they've got to just keep doing it. So if Virginia wants to get there, they're going to have to find something else. But the VCU crew just looks stronger to me through the water.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see that their racing that they've gotten out of the heats and the semis is translating to such a powerful performance right now.
And
Uh,
it does look like Lafayette has said, no, we're
yeah,
gonna go
because
get
I
that
would have
medal.
expected them to be a lot further up in here, but this is kind of how it shook out. One semifinal was a UVA crew, and I think this VCU crew
They were in
similar
they were in the
speeds,
same semi. Yeah.
whereas Lafayette was lengths ahead of the rest of their field, which has earned them one of the better lanes right here. But we saw it a bunch of times yesterday where, okay, this crew's leading and we know their time at the finish, but they weren't really pushed. What does that mean? And props to VCU and UVA. I think they looked at it and they said, yeah, we whatever our time was, faster or slower than Lafayette, we were pushed and we put ourselves to the test, so we know that when we line up against the other 5 fastest crews in the country in this event, we will be able to recreate that.
And the Virginia women who show up here to race, Virginia again. Um, Wes Ing's varsity women yesterday had a great regatta, really showing a lot of speed. To almost certainly they'll have an NC2A bid. But these women who row for the club out of the same boathouse in the same facilities are scullers. It's
Well,
what they
Virginia's
it's what they
classically
do.
a scholars
Yeah.
program, so
In the club level. So they spend time doing this work and doing this rowing, and it's showing in some very, very nice technique. The VCU women just look stronger through the water, and that's why they are going to be the national championships. They're still at a 37. Their rating is up, and now to even 37 and a half. They are emptying what they have, and
they're emptying it.
they're
They
not
want the
just
fastest time as well as the fastest
they're not just going
result.
to say, "Oh, let's go win." They want to go out and put the best performance that they can have.
Lafayette
in that
had
entire
that
thing.
move that put them into third here, but it's still enough overlap from Middlebury that I don't think anybody should be comfortable. Lafayette is definitely into their flow now, strong, aggressive swing. Rate still, I don't think it picked up. I don't think they're in a sprint spot yet, but they're going to try and surge as far away from the next 3 crews as they can to look for their first medal of the weekend.
Absolutely. So you see the 3 leading crews here. Very nice sculling from all the boats. Not surprising at this level, of course. The blades are clearing the water as they come off. The boats are nicely balanced. Novice scullers, you would have a lot of blades sort of skimming on the
Yeah,
water,
yeah.
and not what we would expect here. But that was particularly nice rowing there out of the crew that was in
Fast as you can
third.
expect, VCU is through the line for their first gold medal of the weekend in the women's double. Virginia is through the line with their first medal of the weekend. Is that right? Their novice men didn't. Yep. First medal of the weekend. And Lafayette will be coming through in just a moment. A little under 10 seconds behind third place, bronze medal.
So, congratulations there to Virginia Commonwealth, Sophia Cote, and Marisa Bookoff. Um, little bit of shaking, a little bit of a small shoulder rub. Way to go, teammate. And congratulations to VCU. Uh, they're also the Virginia boat giving each other a handshake. Um, and we have the race finish now. We will catch the B final once they've figured out what it is that happened and fixed, whether the equipment issue can be fixed up there by the referees or whether they need to come back in for a spare part and some coaches. We don't know yet, so we will let you know as we find out. So assuming next we will go on to the men's version of the double, going to the B final. That race is supposed to go off at 8:56, and it's 8:58. So we're about time for that. Perhaps they're already underway. You will be seeing in lane 6 from Uipuis, so the University of Illinois and Purdue in Indianapolis. The Jaguars, Owen Davis and Daniel Johnson. Next to them will be Pittsburgh, Holden Gent, and Issa Noman. In lane 4 towards the middle from Lafayette, Christian Marlin and Patrick Mayer. Next to them from Clemson, Evan Gumbel and Charlie Yoakum. Further away from to the right, further away from the road, will be George Mason, Ethan Winkler, and Luke Hummel. And then finally from Chicago on the outside, Torsai Kiernan and Aditya Singh. So that's who we'll be seeing. They're already past the 500 at this point, 2.5 minutes into the race. As we come up, we'll try and see what it is that we have. And we have the two center crews, lane 3, Clemson, Evan Gembel and Charlie Yoakum out in front by open water over Lafayette, Christian Marlin and Patrick Mayer. Again, we've had a good double from the women from Lafayette, and here's their men's counterpart. Behind them, in lane 2, we have Grand Valley in the blue boat there, Stephen Warner and Aiden Miller popping in third, and then probably lane 6 of the Jaguars, Owen Davis and Daniel Johnson sitting in fourth, but very close to them with Vermont, Elias Bayer, and Josh Morgan. Not too far behind that is George Mason. So there's a fairly good stretch of crews that are matched up here together in from third to sixth with overlap. The first two crews out a little bit in front, but also still a little bit of connection between second and third in the boat. But I think that's about to go away as Lafayette puts a move here and gets going. So again, very nice sculling here from the middle crew there in lane 3, that being Evan Gembel and Charlie Yoakum from Clemson, getting some open water and now just sort of lengthening out and pushing. It does look like lane 2, Grand Valley has been able to push away and get themselves into third place. Maybe they will be able to put a move on to Lafayette in lane 4. So the race sort of nicely stretched out here at 4.5 minutes in, and very much a good good skull going from everyone. They're um, 35 there in the Lafayette boat, uh, and looking fairly controlled. In Clemson, let's get a rating. 35 and a half. So some pretty decent speed going, ratings going. Again, then also Grand Valley has pushed forward, and then those three trailing crews, fairly close. It does look to me like Chicago, Torsai, Kiernan, and Aditya Singh have moved away a little bit, and this is a good motion here. This will be Clemson, I believe, and really some very nice rowing here. I'm sorry, that's yeah, Clemson, Evan, and Charlie moving pretty well here, and very controlled, nice swing together. They have to be able to match well to do what they need to do, and very much looks like a good solid race. First, separated from second, separated from third, but all pushing enough that they can't back off, right? They've got to keep going. And a little break back to fourth, and then fourth apart from fifth, apart from sixth, in that same sort of general sense of absolutely needing to go and needing to make sure that they can get up and push each other if they were to back off a little bit of danger of the crew behind them catching them. In the last 300 meters, just some nice sculling here happening almost to 7 minutes, not quite. And really good race all around. A little bit of push up there. But so I think that's partly what we're seeing there is the angle of yeah, very definitely the angle of the drone as they're coming in close to the finish here. That coach's launch on the side there is about 200 meters or so to the finish. Often I don't know if it's anchored or not, but they're out there very definitely about 200 meters anyway from the finish. And there is the finish right there. Congratulations in this B final to Clemson, Evan, and Charlie coming in first. Second is going to be Lafayette. And third and fourth, actually quite close. So Lafayette in second, Grand Valley 738 in third, and then Pittsburgh 743, Vermont 745. And we should have the Jaguars there in 801. So a great race there for the B final. Now we'll see what happens. I'm sorry, in the grand final. Excuse me, that is a national. No, that's not. Um, I'm sorry. At one point there, I was calling Chicago in where it should have been Vermont. That was Elias Bayer and Josh Morgan. Aditya and Kiernan and Torsai are here in the final. So we have in lane 6 Auburn, in lane 5 Texas A&M, in lane 4 Texas, in lane 3 Cal Poly Humboldt, in lane 2 George Mason, and in lane 1 Chicago. And this is for the medal. The medals in this event, and they're off nice and hard, going quite well. Lane 4 right now, the leader, and that would be Texas from Luke Mastrian and Manuela Oliveri. Close next to them is Cal Poly Humboldt of Cooper Jordan and Teofil Labus. And then the other two crews right off of their side, not very far back, George Mason and Chicago. Um, a very, you can still see still that they're in their opening sprints, only 45 seconds in, 50 seconds in, and still moving in their high rating. And the crews actually sticking together, but you do see the middle two crews starting to assert themselves just a little bit. They should be seeing um, the press come pretty soon to get into their base almost any moment now. That happens around a minute 30 or so, often, depending on what they're taking. Little bit of bobble there going in the Cal Poly boat as they came down, and a very nice shift down actually on the other side from I believe that is Texas A&M really doing a nice job of getting into their base out in lane 5. So those three now asserting themselves. Texas A&M having gotten such a good stride into their base that it's moved them right back up, and you can see a very nice long rhythm in that boat, about 36. The other crew's a little bit higher, I think. We'll check. Yep, about 37 and a half there um, for Cal Poly and Cal Poly Humboldt, and this is the only crew that they have, and going up. These three crews really sort of giving it a push here, all within a little bit, trying to sort of, if you don't even take the the rating, you can just sort of look in at where the catches are, and you can see that the center crew just a little bit higher than the others. They get back up for their next catch
Yeah.
just a little faster than the other crews. So some different racing approaches
Strategies
and strategies
being
here.
applied.
Uh,
So Texas and A&M both up here in the top 3 medaling spots. A little bit of in-state rivalry right there. And Cal Poly Humboldt's, this is their A crew, the only boat they brought to their first appearance at ACRA up here in position to medal, which would be a great way. I think we talked about when the UVM scholar Jacqueline Lanier won the single, how rare it is to show up for your first time at ACRA and win a varsity event, right, in your first ever appearance. How unique first club appearance here to be in a medaling position. Pretty unique.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you can see here when it's side by side, a little bit higher ratings in the top two boats above. And yeah, one's getting out in front, but you just also look at these the guys closest to you. That would be the Texas A&M, but the Texas guys, the A&M guys, they're just bigger,
Yeah.
right? So there for them, it's about they're maybe stronger at that lower rating. They compress that smaller crew getting up higher, but it's not getting a whole lot of difference. They're not getting enough lead out of there, even though they're now sort of bow to stern. In a double, that's coverable.
Yeah.
If there's another gear that these guys have.
Singles and doubles walk through the rest of their field in just a couple of strokes. Just a couple of strokes. So this is still anybody's gold medal to earn.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But we're getting in the time where they're going to start. They're through the 1,000 here. They're, I think, 1,200 meters in. There's about 300 meters or so, 200 meters before they get to the 1,500, and this is where the race quickens up, as it were.
Yeah.
That things gel
Time's
a little
relative.
bit, and you start to run out of some water. And there's just been a very nice long development of this race. What we do see is the crew out there in lane 2, I think that is George Mason, coming back up into the
mix,
push, into the mix, with some very, they say, okay, it's time to go.
We're close enough. We have to capitalize on this possibility, and they're trying to take a few strokes up
and there's
on
and
Cal
there's
Poly Humboldt, and I think they're going to take the bow ball on them in just a bit.
500
UT,
meters to go, and this is four crews for
but I
3
think they're
sets
actually going to
of.
try and take this move up to A&M as well.
Yeah, and it might. I mean, once they start working, they can work through the one crew. It looks like they've gotten themselves into third a little bit. We'll
Yeah,
see when they
A&M
go by.
responded. Bowman's looking over,
Yep.
making sure.
George Mason now only half a boat maybe off of the other, off the second place crew. So maybe they're going to go get themselves some silver, which would be great.
Be a
Very,
great way to
very
end the year.
nice move there, and just a better boat speed. So you can see them coming up there on
They're
the
looking
outside.
for silver now. It's
They
in their
have gotten
sights.
themselves at least in third, and now you can see them hunting down as George Mason hunting down Texas A&M to try and get silver. Every stroke a little bit closer. They still have 300 meters, 250 meters to go.
Meanwhile, Texas is just
George
clipping it
Mason
right now.
coaches are over there watching and yelling, and Cal Poly Humboldt also coaches trying to see what's going on. Very definitely some good racing going on. But we now have George Mason having moved clearly into second. Very nice move.
A&M holding
from
on to a
fourth
medal
back.
spot.
Yep. And just trying to get themselves up in there. Clemson, though, Cal Poly Humboldt in lane 3 ahead. It's quite funny because we have one coach looking at the water and another coach looking at the live stream. The live stream is about 10 seconds late.
Congratulations.
So it looks like Texas goes across in first. George Mason gets in there for second.
What a sprint.
Texas A&M for third.
Holds on.
Absolutely. And just going to be Cal Poly Humboldt in fourth. A really nice row from Texas, and George Mason
Auburn
doing a great job to come in there and get it done. A few whoops and hollers from some coaches,
and Chicago
and
through
some
the line.
others just one place off. But that is how the cookie crumbles when we actually take the time to race, and that's why we race. Really nice move there from George Mason to come in and get silver. But your national champions are Texas, Luke Mastrian, and Emanuele Oliveri. Very nice race from them.
Moving forward, we're back to a petite final in the women's event for the pair. This is from the left side to the right side of your screen, University of Cincinnati, then Texas, University of Texas, Robin Giles and Lauren Kanzi, William and Mary, Elizabeth Bocock and Len Forer, University of Virginia, Elizabeth Freisinger and Ava Amato, Oklahoma State, Taylor Sharp and Alexis Ray, Liberty University, Elena Deegan and Allie Reed. Pretty much even. All 6 crews across, maybe a little bit of a waterfall effect from lane 6 to 1, in which 6 is just slightly inches ahead of the next crew, but from 1 to 6 there's all overlap. I think even lane 1, they're starting to show to be the first crew that might fall off the place. I think they still have just enough overlap with lane 6. Middle crews are trying to assert themselves. A little bit of steering issue here in lane 3, and they have it back. Most of that is just power application. When push comes to shove, they're in a really serious race. But if it happens a little too frequently, it's going to push them in a situation where they're a little bit out of contention to win this final. So lanes 2 and 3 are having a really tough time right now. So lane 4, 5, and 6 are pushing themselves ahead, steady, strong, and just trying to make as few mistakes as possible.
A little bit of steering there in lane 5, and it's lane 6 out in front right now in this B final, that being Hannah Leakey and Peyton Lawrence from Arizona State, and also lane 4, Kansas State.
Sorry, I read the grand final crews.
Ansley and Page.
From the left side to the right side of your screen, this is UC Davis, Dia Murphy, and Sienna Smith. This is Grand Valley's Audrey Brokenshire and Jody Davis, Lafayette's Olivia Frank, Naomi Springer-Gash, Kansas State's Ansley Brewer and Paige Mink, VCU, Olivia Cruzado and Helen McDowell, Arizona State, Hannah Leakey and Peyton Lawrence. Sorry to all crews involved. So it is lane 6, Arizona State, just slightly maybe in the lead behind Kansas State, and then VCU in the middle of that. But steering still is a bit of an issue for all crews. A few strokes here and there.
Yeah, apologies if you're a grandparent or a parent watching from there with your morning coffee someplace and you're like, what? You know, and we're racing now. Or where is my crew? I thought they were supposed to be up. Uh, but very nice racing going here out in
Lane 6,
lane
UC Davis.
six from UC Davis, and um, just a very nice controlled row. A lot of programs use a pair matrix in their fall at some point. One of the guys, I said this yesterday, one of the guys at Michigan who won 3 years, sophomore, junior, and senior year, um, I asked him once, "What do you do?" And he's like, 98% speed, 102% steering,
Mm-hmm.
and the straightest line, both the shortest line and the one with the least sort of changes or adjustments that have to happen. Um, very nice move though. Now we can see 5, 4, and 3 all the way across, pretty tight and pretty close. Um, Again, we're finding these B finals are actually pretty nicely clumped.
Yeah.
The one thing that you can see here, we talked a little bit earlier about the blades being off the water. The one thing that is happening out there in lane 6 for UC Davis is their blades are not getting off the water. So you can see the blade, particularly on the port side, just scooping a pattern on the water. It's keeping them set,
It's
I
keeping them set, keeping
guess,
them on the straight and narrow.
but it is definitely slowing them down. Nonetheless, they're out in front, so it's working for them, which is great. A little bit more push in the legs down, letting the blade come, letting the boat swing through, and I bet you they would have even more speed. But a really nice race going. We can still see some pulling around there in lane 4. Very easy to see now. 4 almost coming into lane 5. In fact, they are in lane 5. They are allowed to be in other lanes, but you see the referee coming behind, probably to give them a steer.
Yeah, at a
With
certain point, it's going to mess up your race if
and
you get too
but
close to other crews in another lane.
but also making sure that there's no interference from lane 4 into lane 5. At the same time, the referee will pick up a flag behind them and point to the crew
Yeah.
and point where they need to go. And so having to fix that, and they're going back around again. The port rower in bow is just pulling the boat around, is what I think is happening right now. And this is where you need to maybe go to that 98% to try and go straight. A little bit of steering now in lane 3, but they corrected that much sooner. And we can still see here lane 6, the blades are out. And there you see the blades sweeping across the top of the water and leaving those arcs on the water. If you look at the others, they're getting clear and getting clean. There's no side. But very definite press in that pair. The pair can be a heavy boat, and they are pressing it and making it move.
Yep, they're keeping it on the run here. They're in the last 500 meters of the event. The lane 3 crew out of Kansas State is starting to come up into their space, about half length down.
Yeah.
So possibly going to take over this race in terms of, again, steering, power, and then clean strokes if they're able to get off the water and let that
their
boat not
rating
slow
is
down.
coming up over out there from Kansas State, and really.
But
picking
Davis
up
is
and
responding.
moving. I think Kansas State's gotten ahead there.
Is that right?
I believe so.
Oh, it's getting close.
It's close in any way. It's hard for us to tell from where we are, but in any case, it's now a race where it wasn't before.
Yeah, Kansas State might
There
have
were those 3
taken the
crews
edge here.
behind. Kansas State has been rowing pretty nicely. There's the purple, and the Kansas State crew. You can just see saying, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah, they are willing
and
themselves
they're
to
willing
the spot.
themselves to the forward. It looks like they're going to get ahead right here, and this is where having the blades clear on the other side would be helpful.
Yeah. And they're in a spot where a lot of times in endurance sports, racing sports, you have to empty the tank, right? And when's the best time to do that? And it's not quite emptying the tank yet. because there's a lot left in the tank.
But now Kansas State having, again, a little bit of steering issues, and I think they're going up to try and sprint, and if
Yeah.
you don't match the power right away in this boat, it pulls it instantly, but they corrected immediately. They have gone out in front right now, Kansas State, over UC Davis. That Kansas State crew is Ainsley Brewer and Paige Mink. And they are
They're pushing
doing a
themselves
very
ahead,
nice move.
holding on to that lead. UC Davis is trying to respond, and next to UC Davis,
Is
that
Grand
is
Valley.
Grand Valley trying to respond from the Laker Navy. Clean strokes through the line, 3 quick horns.
Closing, Grand Valley closing the gap there. The stroke reaching back to give a handshake to her pair partner, but not quite enough to catch UC Davis.
Great work. Great work. All 3 crews barely 4 seconds apart. Congratulations, that is Kansas State through the line, 7th in the nation. UC Davis, 8:47. Grand Valley, 8:49. And the Lafayette crew of Springer, Gates, and Frank in the 4th place spot, VCU in 5th. And we will have Arizona State through the line at 6th place. We're moving on to the women's pair grand final, a medaling event. But if you are looking for the women's double B final, petite final, because you don't see the results online and you didn't see the race go down, that race will be happening at 9:30. There was a little bit of equipment damage on the way down to the start that was reported to the referees, in which case the event was held. I think the athletes came back, are launching again soon, so that they are able to get a race in with everyone involved. So all rules are followed and people are moving forward. So 9:30 will be the new time for the women's double petite final. But in the meantime, we have a grand final of the women's pair. I read the names out in the last one, so let me correct myself. From left side to the right side of your screen, University of Cincinnati's pair. Then we have Texas in lane 5, Robin Giles and Lauren Kanzi, William and Mary, Elizabeth Bocock and Len Forer. University of Virginia, Elizabeth Freisinger and Ava Amato. Oklahoma State, Taylor Sharp and Alexis Ray. Liberty University, Elena Deegan and Allie Reed in lane 1. All these crews are looking to earn a medal, possibly their first medal of the day. Texas crew men's double just earned a medal in the small boat, so the Texas women would hope to earn their first one. Virginia's women's double was second, so hoping to push themselves ahead to get the first gold medal of the day. Everyone else looking for their first medal of the weekend. A little bit too early to call, but possibly that UVA crew, Elizabeth Freisinger and Ava Amato, slightly in the lead right now, definitely taking the cleanest, straightest path to the line. And yes, they're about half a length up on the field, and it is 4 boats in contention for the second place spot. Just slightly ahead is the William and Mary crew, who have maybe a quarter of a length up on the next 3, which is Texas, Oklahoma State, and Liberty. Liberty in the bright red shell. And that's too close to call who's even in the third place spot here. And just over 500 meters into the race, there's going to be a lot in this middle 1,000 before crews have to break open their sprint to figure out who is going to take the medaling positions. We've seen in these small boats, mostly the sculling ones, singles, situations where the leading crew stayed really aggressive off of the start, and even if they settled very high, and other crews going a little bit lower, looking like they were going to fall off the gold medal pace and coming back with a huge pickup in the middle of the race, because at a certain point, these athletes are going to have to adapt their race plan. If it's working but not working soon enough, they're going to have to put themselves in position to jump up and ahead. We have some gold medal crews receiving their medals on the dock right now in the picture in the bottom corner, not cutting off any of the crews on the water right now. University of Virginia is moving forward a little further, trying to get open water between themselves and the crew out of William and Mary, which I believe is another Virginia area crew, if I have my spots right. Texas is holding themselves up in that third place spot, and the race between them and William and Mary has asserted themselves a little bit further ahead of Liberty and Oklahoma State in a position where they are comfortably in the third place spot as they chase down second place. The crews from University of Cincinnati just a little bit off the pace here. Now we have a nice 1, 2, 3, but all overlap between first and third. So the tough spot is William and Mary being this crew in the middle who are both chasing down the lead crew and getting chased down. But as we zoom in on this UVA crew, great strokes. It's so aggressive and clean. Nothing dragging on the water. No excessive ability to let the boat slow down in between. It is clean, punctual, and powerful. There's a really great stretch and lean out of the boat in these rowers. It looks like they spent a lot of time in this shell and other small boats. They're able to get their body to work in front of the pin with as much length as they have, getting that rotation as you see the shoulders tilt towards the starboard side of the boat to get as much length on the oar that they might not have in their frame, or just want to maximize on their frame. And that's helping them try to separate a little bit more. So the third place crew no longer overlaps with them. Second place crew is trying their absolute best to overlap with this UVA crew, who are over the 1K mark, not quite to the 1,250 meter mark, but I think you're going to use this last third of the race to open up this lead. Nothing looks like it's getting in their way. The William and Mary crew looks similarly strong, confident, able to hold on to this position. So Texas is going to have to respond if they want to take on that second place spot. And I think they're going to have to hold off a charge from Liberty in the red shell on the right side of your screen that is pushing their way up into the pack. I think they're being really patient. That's one of those crews, kind of like the singles I was just talking about, that is waiting. It's not you don't have to win the beginning of the race, you have to win the end of it. So they're waiting and just slowly putting themselves in position to capitalize and look for a third place spot. Over 12:50 in, almost to the last quarter of the race, we still have UVA in the lead, William and Mary in second place, University of Texas in third place. Still getting closely contested by Liberty University, a couple lanes over in the red shell, with Oklahoma State still in the mix. Don't count them out yet. Cincinnati's on the far side, I think, a little bit off the pace still. Yeah, just a little bit of open water between them and Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State's going to have to make a pretty big move to get up back into Liberty's face. And UVA starting to pick up out of their stride, clip it up a little bit higher and get aggressive. They're trying to wrap up this racing weekend with the gold medal to wrap around their necks. And that is William and Mary holding the second spot, but Texas is challenging. Liberty is challenging Texas. Texas is challenging William and Mary. A little bit quicker send out of the Texas crew. Let's see if they can close that gap because it is open water right now. That might be a little bit too much space at the moment to cover in 250 meters, to reclaim in 250 meters, because it's not only the length of the boat, it's a little bit extra past that. But they're on the move. Longhorns are trying to hook them in. Liberty through the 1750 mark, and Oklahoma State is getting close to the 1750 mark, and Cincinnati is getting close to the 1750 mark. UVA is in the red buoys, and they are on the home stretch to their gold medal pair win here at ACRA National Championship in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And we are closing out this last race. We're going to come in just under the 8:30 mark for the gold medal crew. University of Virginia, William and Mary, Texas on your screen in that order. And here we go. UVA under the 820 mark in gold medal position. Congratulations. William and Mary holding on to an assertive second place medal, first medal of the weekend. Texas taking in third. first women's medal of the weekend, second in the small boats this morning. Congratulations to those crews, 816, 823, 828. Liberty going to take in the fourth place spot. And I believe they'll be followed by Oklahoma State and by University of Cincinnati. Now we get the drone shot coming in. It's exchanges of congratulations to the crews, waves back home. It's proud parents, friends, family, everyone that is tuned in to watch their favorite UVA rowers win a national championship. Cutting back, we are moving back to, so this is that women's double petite final that we rescheduled. There was a breakage issue in the equipment on the way up to the start line, communicated to the referees in plenty of time, so they were able to go back, get all crews ready to safely and fairly race this event out. In this event, we have, from the left side to the right side of your screen, we have the 7 boats across Vermont. It is Caitlin McManus and Graham Schutten Black. We have Penn State, Grace Breed, Madison Weichman. We have Colorado State, Sydney Livingston, Ali Stover, Illinois, Ella Georgas, and Ananaya Mani. Texas, Joyce Shu, Sophie Purify. North Georgia, Isabella Stickley, Peyton Tharp, and the Jaguars out of Indiana University of Purdue, University of Indianapolis, Uwe Pui, Madeline Jorgensen, and Florencia Vieira, a highly focused sculling club. As we look at this early shakeout, it looks like those middle 3 crews from lanes 2 through 3 are pretty much asserting a lead. The crew in lane 6, since we have 7 lanes, is also in the mix to be in the first, second, or third place spot. So that would be your Penn State crew in the mix for a first, second, third place spot right now. Leading is Illinois, closely contested by Texas, closely contested by University of North Georgia.
And that Illinois crew, had a chance to talk to them yesterday after they came off the water. I was working with Illinois a little bit earlier this year, and they were trying to remind themselves to reach out and to get long. So we talked about how you can actually say something rather than just think something to make it happen, and create the rhythm. One of the women in that double, Ananya Mani, is a very well-trained classic South Asian dancer.
Very cool.
For her, it was as if the folks are her teachers from early on would not only change what her body was doing, but they would also be doing the tabla rhythm at the same time, da 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 da, or whatever it was. That's not a real tabla rhythm, but that sort of thing. So for her, this idea that it was a spoken rhythm as well as a bodily rhythm made some sense for them to go out there. So she is they're clearly doing something pretty well in there. Ella Georgias in the bow, also Romanian, actually, and so they have this interesting accent thing going on at times that they joke about. Which accent are they going to row in today?
Oh, okay.
And right now their accent is fast.
Yeah, their accent is fast. It looks like they are still in the lead of this event. It is now a mixed hard race for second between the North Georgia, the Texas crew, the Colorado State crew, and the Penn State crew. It looks like Vermont is just a little bit off the pace. Jaguars are a little bit off the pace back there. What we are looking at now is these crews are a little bit past the 1K mark. Oh, I think almost through the 1250.
No. They're coming into the 1250 easily here. They're 6 minutes almost into the race, 5.5. And some very nice movement and swing out of there in that Illinois boat up front that you're seeing. And then there are 4 boats across, pretty much all in contact with each other in one way or shape or form. And the double scullers are used to looking around more than a lot of other people. And so there's just going to be a honking race here, and they're on the very outsides of the course. So even more fun. There's 7 crews here, so we apologize if we get a little bit of the lanes off, but I think that what we're seeing
I think Penn
there
State is up in the second place
is
spot
Penn
right now,
State in second in lane
which is
6.
going to be one of their higher finishes of the weekend.
Yeah. So if Ananya and Ella are sitting in lane 4, then that's 5 and 6, and you can see 7 on the very outside, back a little bit. But that great race going here, therefore, between
Colorado State,
Penn State, Colorado State, North Georgia, and I think Texas.
yes.
Again, what you'd want to see in that near boat, just a little, as they come in, the blades come in, they're sort of just letting the blade come out of the water
bit, right.
instead of pushing it along, and that's the difference with the crew up ahead of there. Very definitely,
Illinois is taking this lead and walking away with
that
it.
That is Ananya saying, okay, now we're just going to get this rhythm
Good
a little
pickup,
bit quicker.
good send away.
Very nice blade work there, very push. One of the things we were talking about was the finish being not the goal, not to be getting the blade out of the water, but to send the boat. That's the goal at that point.
Penn State getting some contest from Colorado State. Both of them giving some contest to North Georgia over there on the other side.
Those 3 crews, as you can see on your screen right now, are within inches right now. So that's going to be an awesome race there to bring.
Yeah, it's
going
to be hard to call as they get away from our line of sight.
Absolutely, but the ratings all about the same. All 3 crews about the same, and
Penn State cheering on the sideline.
Penn State parents there.
Traveled all the way from the Happy Valley.
Bringing happiness from the valley to the other valley. There you go. So
and here they go. This is for everything they have left in the weekend. It is still Colorado State just barely ahead of North Georgia, and Penn State tightly contesting it. It's going to see if you can do it before the buoys run out.
At this point, it's really about who's going to be efficient. You know, it's not necessarily who's going to pull harder.
Yeah.
They're all in the same speed, so it's who's getting a higher percentage of their speed locked onto those blades and pushing on the water, and who is slowing the boat down the least right now.
Right.
So you can see Illinois' wash there up to the right. I think they're about to come into the right side of your shot maybe, but these 3 crews absolutely going after each other, and I think it's on the far side there that we're going to just had the horn go for
North
Illinois
Georgia.
going through.
Wow, here it goes.
Lane 2, lane 5, lane 6, I think.
Oh, to Penn State? No, North Georgia.
Yeah. It looked to me like that one crew stopped before the line.
A little bit. It's too bad. And there we
Colorado
go.
State. And then it should be Penn State here. Yep.
Wow.
1 second. 1 second,
6.
1 second, 1
Oh,
second.
there we go, yeah.
Yep. And then,
Here comes Vermont.
but congratulations, Ananya and Ella, for winning that B final and having a great race to finish off a strong season.
Remarkable. Really happy for that. We should have the men's pair final coming down now. There's another crew in our line of sight, so I don't want to get confused, but I have to check again. If we have the men's B final in the pair coming up, this should be 6 lanes across from left side to the right side. Should be North Georgia, Bryce Hamilton and Eric Bacon. Michigan, Elijah Cook, Sammy Dubaisi. Bucknell, Sam Langlois, and Charlie Theodore. Lafayette, Cristo Majeras, Benedict Tropiano. Clemson's Max Engelhorn and Levi Drake. Arizona State's Juan Ruan and Griffin Krubalkian.
So that Bucknell pair, they call themselves the Chair.
Oh, is that right?
The Chill pair.
I like that.
So they are the Chair that's coming down here, and they are so chill that they are able to share some different baseball identities. The stroke seat is wearing a Yankees hat, and the bow seat is wearing a Red Sox hat. Perhaps you have some thoughts on that particular.
That's a pretty big truce to overcome.
And do you have a particular ownership in either of those teams?
I do not.
So,
no, I do not.
But you live in New York.
And
you have lived in Boston. So.
And I love in Boston.
There you go, Virginia. jumping in, the Virginia double jumping in uh, for their victory in the women's double, being applauded by their uh, competitors for that.
Right now in the lead of this race, looks like it is lane 5, establishing a pretty confident lead. That is Michigan, University of Michigan out of Ann Arbor. Close behind them, it just sort of falls back. It's Bucknell, then Lafayette, then Clemson, Arizona State. I think North Georgia is a little bit off the pace, closer to Arizona State than the rest of the field. What can you tell us about this Michigan crew?
Eli and Sammy, this is just the boat that they fit in. When we got into
Nice.
got into setting up the small boat circus, they both rowed the boat well. Not the biggest guys, but you can see that they swing together pretty well, and they're both racers. I think that the interesting thing about Michigan and some of these other teams is that when you get down into the 3V, 4V, 5V, there's a lot of parity there. So they are able to move it there. They're using rating here. They definitely were taking a 10 there to get clear a little bit of this race that is happening right behind them that they can see, which is really quite tight between, I believe that is Lafayette and Clemson.
Yeah,
in
that
lanes
makes a lot of
3
sense.
and lane 4, and they're
Good look from
within
these guys.
an inch of each other, really pushing very hard, and Michigan doesn't want to be caught up in that at all. So, again, also, though, it's the last race of the season. You want to finish it out. You want to win by as much as you can. These guys are going to try and be 7th in the nation. I know that they really wish that they were going to be in that grand final.
Absolutely, yeah.
So they're wanting to show what they could have and where they'll be looking at times, as a lot of people in the B final
They
do.
want to contribute to the team points, as does this Bucknell pair.
Absolutely.
I think
the
Lafayette's
chair
looking
is
more
here.
at the small boats trophy because the 4 is their biggest event. And a really great clip from Lafayette here. I don't think they're going to pick up and take over Michigan's space here, but a really strong send out of this crew.
Yeah,
Bucknell's
and you
also
can see
clipping it
them
up.
just racing very hard there, both of those crews, right? Because even if they're not going to catch the lead crew, they are trying to get the next spot. And there's Michigan going across first, and then Lafayette and Bucknell, I believe in that order. Yep, Lafayette 751 and Bucknell in 753. So Michigan, Lafayette, Bucknell, Clemson, and congratulations to the Wolverines there for taking this B final.
Congratulations. And we have almost all crews. I think we're waiting for the crew from North Georgia to cross through the line before we move on to the grand final of this event.
So we're working our way through small boats here, right? We've had doubles, singles, doubles, pairs. We had one set of 4s in the men's varsity 4s already go through. But then we're going to start picking up novice 4s, women's novice 4s, men's novice 4s, men's novice 8s, and then into the varsity 4s, and then the 2v8s and the 1v8s. So that's what the rest of our morning looks like, going through without a break all until the women's 8 grand final at 1 o'clock. So there is still 3 more hours, a little bit more than 3 more hours of racing to get done here. And it looks like we have the men's pair grand final fairly far down the course already. And in lane 6, you have Tulane, Evan Bychek, and Garrett Masterson. In lane 5, Oklahoma State, Trevor Hensley and Carson Hensley. We are assuming that they are brothers. In lane 4 and on your screen from Grand Valley, Pierce, Gus Willer and Bow, James Thompson in the stroke. And they appear to be out front quite nicely at this point. Next to them in lane 3 from Sac State, Nathan Keel and Owen Chubb. In lane 2, further away from to your right here, as you would see. And I think in second place right now is Wash U, Sebastian Thieler, and Ryan O'Connor. And then finally in lane one, all the way to the right here, Vanderbilt with Aaron Bullions and William Widener.
Yeah, this Vanderbilt pair had a really great 2 days before this. Really impressive rows.
Um, And but in the final here, right now, it looks like we have Grand Valley out in front and Sac State pushing up
Yeah,
on
that would make
them.
sense. This is Sac State's top 2 guys. They've mostly been in the pair and the double the last few years, really working to rebuild size of the club up out of there in that Northern California
I'm
Bay
sorry, that's
area.
Grand Valley out in front. If you can see way up on the right,
Yeah,
Sac State in third right now, trying to push up on.
Washu.
Oh, do we have? Let's see. Let's double check that. That is Oklahoma State. No, that's Grand Valley out in front in lane 4.
Right.
And then Wash U
Yeah, great work.
in front of Sac State.
They had a great women's double 2 years ago, so no surprise there that they know how to row. Actually, it was a women's pair, so no surprise there that they know how to row the pair well and get coached well in the pair. But yeah, Grand Valley, Laker Navy, sorry.
Navy, Nation.
Laker Navy out of Allendale, Michigan, doing a great job of plugging themselves along. Pleasantly surprised by this result. I didn't think they'd be so aggressive in this final, but here they are, establishing themselves at a really high rate and doing their absolute best to open the field.
Yeah, Grand Valley, one of the original ACRA members.
Oh, yeah.
John Bencari, who we miss all the time, was one of the founding fathers, founding parents of this league. And many years of very strong women's crews in particular, some really fierce men's eights over the year, but always with attention to the small boats
Yeah.
as well. So not surprised that you have a great pair coming out of Allendale there. And they are across. They are the champions, gold medalists in the men's pair from Grand Valley. That is Pierce Gusweiler in the bow and James Thompson with his finger up in the air celebrating, and a little bit of splashing of the water.
There you
from
go.
both
And
of
Sac
them.
State made their way back through to take that second place
They
spot
did.
from WashU.
Yeah,
Great work.
actually, fairly nice thing there from Chubb and Keel. That almost sounds like it could be like a comedy duo.
Well, sounds like
Chubb
Key
and
and Peele.
Keel. There you go. Exactly. Something was working in my head.
Vanderbilt coming through in the fourth place spot, 4 seconds behind the bronze medal. Hensley and Hensley out of Oklahoma State, 7:41, and that will be the Tulane crew pulling up the rear.
So there we go. That was the grand final of the men's pair.
And that wraps up our small boats for the weekend.
Yeah, that race having gone theoretically at 9:40, but there was a rejuggling of the schedule. We're gonna have a little break here. We'll be back at about 10:20 or so with the women's novice 4B finals, and go get yourself some coffee. Take the dog for a walk. If you're here at the race site, come in and say hello, and we will look forward to seeing you back soon.
And get ready for some great racing here on Mountain Lake at the ACRA National
as we
Championship,
go to the bigger
sponsored
boats.
by Vespoli Gatorade, hosted by HereNow on the live stream. We'll see you soon. day. Petite finals, grand finals here at the ACRA National Championship in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. On the course right now, we have the women's Novice 4B final, petite final. From the left side to the right side of your screen, as we trail the sterns down, you have Georgia Tech, University of Cincinnati, URI, University of Texas, Sewanee, University of the South, and lane 6 is Central Florida. This event is looking to find out who is going to be the 7th fastest crew overall in the event in the country. Right now, we have a lead from the University of Cincinnati crew, the Bearcats. Closely contesting for that first place spot, actually, is Sewanee, and then URI and Texas in the middle 2 lanes, holding on to a 3rd place spot almost exactly even if we were to line up the bows right now. University of Central Florida trailing in the 5th place spot. The Georgia Tech crew just off the UCF pace, so they're in the 6th place spot right now. Really good puddle spacing here for the crews in lanes 5, 4, and 3. Really even. A lot of extra power coming out of that Bearcat crew. A little bit messy because the water is very clean, comfortable, and easy to row in right now. We'll see if that power keeps them ahead or if it starts to let some other crews catch up if they're trying to get just a little bit too much aggression to get out of their puddles. The URI crew is starting to move back in up on Texas, trying to get that 2nd spot as both of them really race each other. You're going to see them both come up and start to squeeze up on Sewanee. What's going to happen really often in these races is if you just hook your claws into one crew next to you and make sure that you don't let them change the margin on you, the 2 of you racing is probably going to pull you up, up, up further to the front of the pack, maybe ahead of the rest of the pack because you're so focused on that. So it's kind of important to not worry about where you are in the overall placement right now. A little bit over 750 meters into the race. Not worry about overall placement yet. Just focus on your race plan, execute what you've worked on all year or what you've adapted to this weekend. And at the 1K mark is where you're going to see crews figure out if they need to adapt and go or if they just need to hold on a little bit longer and everything's working out for them. A lot of these races we're going to see in the 4 novice level and varsity is crews where you kind of just have to race to the 1K and then see where everyone is because this over the first 4 or 5 minutes of the race is going to be really hard to tell whose speed is real and who's just coming off the adrenaline. Right now, Cincinnati is trying to prove that they have the best power, the best speed. The drone's pulling us down to chase on the stern. Great look here. Still looking like power over clean strokes, but that's going to be happening in a lot of novice crews as we zoom in. Really good hang off that front end. Blades are, what's really cool is great depth in the water. So once they're locked in, they're able to send that shell early and often. URI is challenging just off screen to your right, to this crew's starboard side. Texas is neck and neck with URI, University of Rhode Island, and Sewanee from Tennessee is also in close comparison. I think Texas just barely in the lead over the University of Rhode Island right now. And Rhode Island also just barely trailing Sewanee. That is going to be so exciting as they come through past the 1K mark, closing in on the 1250 mark. Central Florida still in the mix, just a little bit behind, I think, Open Water. Behind, I think, Open Water, they've fallen off just a little bit, so Georgia Tech has pushed themselves back up into the range of overlapping with the University of Rhode Island. Then we got a 5-boat race for the top position, 4-boat race really for that 2nd place position as the Bearcats from the University of Cincinnati are holding strong in their spot. Great side angle here. Looking just a little bit higher clip of stroke rate here, strokes per minute from University of Cincinnati and Texas, who are making a move, not quite ahead of Cincinnati yet, whereas the Sewanee crew is keeping it long, a little strong, and we'll see if that pays off for them because right now it's letting them get dropped by Texas, who are making a very clear, evidently a practiced and primed move to surge ahead of the University of Cincinnati crew. They've been doing that in the 4s all weekend on the men's side. On the women's side, one of the University of Texas women's boats already earning a medal this morning. This program has been focused on competing and succeeding in the small boat boats events, trying to get the small boats point trophy here at ACRA. So Texas now in the lead, University of Cincinnati in that second place spot. We'll see again if that power is going to surge them up, holding on to their second place spot, or if it's going to have them fade a little bit. Sewanee has picked up the pace now. I don't think they've overtaken Cincinnati quite yet, just because this drone, giving us a shot of all crews, is just slightly behind the starboard gunnel of these boats, so just a slight angle back. Cincinnati and Sewanee just about neck and neck now. Not enough separation in the bow to call it. URI crew has faded just a little bit relative to the rest of the crews. I think it's really strong. I think they're opening 1K so far as the strongest part of their race. We'll see if they have another gear to move up, whereas Georgia Tech has been slowly but surely working their way up into the pack. They now have they're in the positive end of overlap with URI, in which their stroke seat is starting to line up with the URI coxswain. Their bow ball is starting to line up with the Cincinnati. Wow, the Cincinnati stroke person. Up here in this lead Texas crew who've made the move to assert themselves up in the lead of the petite final, coxed by Marcella Baron. In stroke to bow, Sophia Ferris, Katiana Krukowski, Abigail Robeson, and Gabrielle Beck, putting down a clinic of sprint strokes as they close in less than 500 meters to go. We have Sewanee is actually putting themselves back up in the second place spot. That is coxed by Elizabeth Jefferson, with Jillian Bauman, Ava Warman, McKenna Reed, and Emma Edge in the crew. Cincinnati holding on to their third place spot. Don't have the athletes' names there, so I can't read them out. Georgia Tech's athletes coming through with Georgiana Matthews, coxing the crew of Kinsley Lebeda, Gabriella Pebburn, Canberra Wallace, and Jingyu Song. All crews are picking it up to their absolute maximum speed. University of Central Florida trying to close their gap on URI, who's now in the fifth place spot. That is the crew coxed by Kaylee McAvoy, with Estes, Adelaide Kenny, Morgan Brady, Leah Mandeville in the crew, and Central Florida's Alexandria Mays, coxing the crew of Samantha Linen, Alana Witt, Emily O'Keefe, Mackenzie Pletcher. And we're coming into the closing strokes. The Croakers on the Sewanee crew, making a very confident, strong turn every finish in the Sewanee shell. They are pushing up. They're holding on enough lead on Cincinnati to hold themselves in the 2 spot, but it looks like nobody can catch the Texas crew, who surged out ahead after the 1K mark to come up into the first place spot. And it looks like they will take the win in the petite final, 7th overall in the nation in the women's novice 4, coming down for a very high finish in their first ever ACRA regatta. But we have a couple more strokes to go. We'll see if Sewanee can close the gap, and Georgia Tech see if they can maybe overtake Cincinnati. They're in the position to do it. There's enough river left for it to happen. Through the line is Texas, followed by Sewanee. And I think it's going to hold Cincinnati holding on to what was their lead and now their third place finish. URI in the 5th place spot. Central Florida closing the gap on the rest of the group. A very impressive race by all crews involved. I'm sure they'll be comparing times to what's coming up next, which is the grand final of the women's novice 4 at ACRA. This is for medals and glory.
Absolutely. And
team points.
A really interesting set of teams here in this, actually. So we have Orange Coast, who long-time, very powerful program here with a novice women's 4, not a novice women's 8. So 4 of their best rowers, and they've had some great rowing in here. And then Oklahoma State, not a long-time presence at ACRA, but have been around and starting to do this. Indiana, first year.
First year here, established in 2023, established in 2023.
Right. And then UC Santa Barbara, long time. Colorado's been coming a while. Lafayette, sort of newish, but an established program in their own right.
They've been solid in the small boats for the last 5 years, and then before that, in 8s and 4s in the last 20 years.
So you have, though, here a sort of a mixture of things going on.
UC Santa Barbara also being an 8s program.
Yeah, 2 from California, 2 from the Plains Mountains. and then Indiana and Lafayette sort of as you come east. And as they come off the start here in the first 45 seconds, going from left to right, you have Lafayette in lane 6, Indiana in lane 5, Oklahoma State in lane 4, Orange Coast in lane 3, Santa Barbara in 2, and Colorado in 1. Sort of hard to tell necessarily because of the colors, but it looks here like Indiana and Oklahoma State just a little touch out maybe on Orange Coast, maybe a seat. UC Santa Barbara right up there. The only crew sort of visibly falling back right now is Lafayette, and they're within, they're still about astern. But I think that's we're going to see a little bit of fall off there from Colorado, just 2 seats, right? So 4 seats in the middle as they're coming now a minute 30 in, really sort of getting into their base, and we are seeing Orange Coast start to establish itself with Oklahoma State going right with them.
Stroke for stroke.
Stroke for stroke. Maybe a seat up there on Indiana, and UC Santa Barbara not too far back. Again, so this is 2 minutes in, so probably just past the 500 or so in a novice women's 4 in these conditions, and we have a good race going. For second and third in particular, it does look like Orange Coast is starting to assert some dominance.
Yep, UC's Santa Barbara crew is really hot off the start. All these crews ripping fast off the start, but they've settled in earlier than Orange Coast. Orange Coast has just been doing this all weekend, men's side, women's side, high rates for base pace. We'll see if this works long term for the women's novice 4. Some of the racing we saw this morning was crews holding on to those high strokes into their settle, and not mixed bag, but some crews that could hold on and use that base to their advantage, some that did that, and the efficacy of the strokes just sort of faded away, and they have to then keep the rate up because they might have lost some of the power.
The Orange Coast crews, they were staying efficient the whole way. I mean, they're well drilled, well prepared.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And so that's part of where they're able to. These don't look like particularly high ratings. I mean, let's check and see
settled.
what we have there for Orange Coast. They're on the white blades. They're leading the way, and about 34 or so, which is about where I thought they were. You can see a nice sort of lopiness to the recovery. They're not rushing back up the slide to get there. They're getting to what
it's smooth. There's no
water.
Rush to get the seat off the back of the tracks. It's going to get up there quickly. The boat's going to move past you quicker than you are going to roll yourself up, so don't rush.
Yeah, and the crews next to them. Oops. 32, right? So again, OCC a little bit higher, and Oklahoma State a little bit lower, but that is getting them out. And then Indiana in the green boat, it seems like.
I think they're using a Vespoli here.
Yeah, and they're up a little higher indeed. We'll check it from the side; it's more accurate. 33 also. So Orange Coast here just 4 minutes in, finally getting some open water. But those other 2 crews within a seat, and it does look like Indiana is putting a nice press to try and get up here into Oklahoma State. Those 3 are the crews that look right now like they're going to medal. Something would have to go pretty seriously wrong for one of them to fall
I think they're in position
right
to medal. It's just going to be a fight to see if it's going to be Indiana or Oklahoma State to take that second place medal.
Absolutely.
Both crews hungry to get their first medal of the weekend.
And Orange Coast, I'm sure, motivated to continue in a tradition of the team and to match the second freshman from yesterday who took a gold as well. That would be their own class. Right. And their novice 8 is in a position to do some pretty good stuff on the men's side as well. No guarantees, obviously, but that would be a pretty impressive. It already is a pretty impressive performance.
Yeah,
from
OK
Orange
State's
Coast.
starting to pull away here. The Cowboys at a Stillwater, established by Mike Vespoli, namesake of our sponsor, Vespoli Boatworks.
There you go. And it is great to watch this all happen. I think that was Wichita State.
Is that right?
Yeah. Wichita State, I think that's where it was. Was it Oklahoma? We're going to check this. We have this thing called Google, and we will look for it.
Find out who put it in the notes.
So very, very nice
That was Wichita State. So sorry, Oklahoma. What Oklahoma is in, they have been around over 50 years.
Yeah.
Most recent iteration of the team started in 2018 by coaches Magdalena Vinson, Chris Bird, and Yasmin Abusela. Sorry, coaches. Great work by your crews today.
Absolutely, and if they only started, 2018, not that long ago, actually, to be 7, 8 years into rebuilding a program, that's when you
Right.
start to finally see the speed that you really can have. It takes time to build that up in the more competitive events, and this novice women's 4 is a competitive event. Again, just very nice swinging rowing out there from Orange Coast with their matching pink visors. And it looks like we're getting a push back up again now into Oklahoma State from Indiana. And they're just past the 1,500, so about 400 meters to go almost. Those two digging in for a great fight, as you can see. Oklahoma State staying nice and long at 34, very patient, very orderly. And it's just right now, I think, that Indiana has to decide to go. And if they are able to do that and really sit up and push, they could catch them. But they're going to have a little bit more output than they've had right now. Don't wait too long. You don't want to sprint too early, but you can't wait too long. All the cliches of rowing. But they're up at 36 in Indiana, continuing to move a little bit, as you can see here on the screen if you're watching. On your phone or your laptop, or maybe you're watching in your home theater and it's a big screen experience. But they're closing a little bit, and yeah, it's going to be an exciting finish here, Eddie. The other three crews fairly far back. These three have really now established
But yeah,
themselves.
Indiana, Oklahoma State, it's going to come right down to the wire to see who can put themselves
And Oklahoma
ahead.
State just going up a little bit right there and moving out, taking a seat at 35, so they've gone up from where they were earlier, and that's working. In fact, it's closing them back up a little bit on OCC. OCC's not in danger at all. They're going to take
No, and they're
this,
going to respond.
and
They're
now
just going to
sprinting
empty
away
it out.
right now at about a 40. So they're throwing a full sprint in 39 and a half, and that move, that sprint out of Oklahoma State has gotten them clear of Indiana. So it's going to be those three in that order. There's OCC across in 8:13, followed by Oklahoma State 8:18, and a great press on the last part of that from Indiana University to try and stay in there at 8:22. Really, really nice move from Oklahoma State at the right moment. Only about 20 strokes out, maybe from the finish.
Yeah,
so,
but coming through, I believe, first medal of the weekend for Oklahoma State, and
Absolutely.
for Indiana University. Orange Coast, what was it? Their second Novice 8 won the grand final yesterday. So first for the women of Orange Coast, but second overall for the club.
And just really nice, all three of those boats, really nicely prepared, really nicely coached.
Very well coached.
Ready to race a good race, and they were there. There's the women from Orange Coast giving you a little cowabunga off the surfer, and they're quite happy. They're sometimes in the legacy programs here, there is a lot of pressure on you to step up and do what someone you never knew 15 years ago did, but somehow it's famous in the boathouse, and you're like, who is this person? And they show up, and they're like, oh, you're the one I've been afraid of this whole time? But you find you're just the same as them and doing the same work, so great for them, and congratulations. So moving into the B final here of the men's novice 4, from left to right, Central Florida in 6, Indiana in 5, again trying to the exact same lane that their women were in just before them. Western Washington in 4, Boston College in 3, Grand Valley in 2, and Arizona State in 1. At this point, about almost 3 minutes in, so 750 meters or so, it looks like we have Indiana in lane 5 up there again. So
very nice.
That could be, the women have gotten it warmed up for them, and they're just slipping through the water there a little bit. Boston College in lane 3, also up there a little bit, just maybe a seat over Western Washington. All those crews pushing pretty well. The right side of the field there, Grand Valley and Arizona State are popping up there pretty nicely. Central Florida just a little bit back getting dropped, in part because Indiana is out in front and dropped them pretty quickly. So there's no one that they're in contact with at this point. So a great race going on, almost to 4 minutes. So we can sort of see them now from where we're sitting,
Yep, past the
uh,
1250.
past the 1250, 1200, and really sort of coming into this race. Um, four boats. Four boats. This is for four boats who are. This is for places 7 through 12, but four boats sort of in the hunt for the second place right now. We'll see if Indiana has gone out too hard, but it looks under control. Has a nice bucket in the boat. Always good. We do like those. They're at 34, pushing away really quite nicely. BC now has worked their way up in front of Grand Valley and Western Washington. I'm gonna think that Western Washington is a little bit above Grand Valley, and on the outside, Arizona State has been a sleeper and
Yeah,
is
they're
moving
they're
up.
in the mix right now. Western Washington. This is the only boat the school brought to ACRA this year. They're novice 4. I got to talk to the guys a little bit yesterday. Some big guys. They did really well in the men's 4 last year here against Oregon, and I think they did pretty well at Weira. But this is the only 4 that elected to come by. So showing off from Bellingham, they're trying to close in on this lead that Indiana's established early. Coach Leonard's guys are doing a great job repping the Hoosiers.
Indiana 33, 34, not too high yet. The body's swinging pretty hard, and in 2, sort of yanking in a little bit. So not as efficient as it might be, but you see why the coach probably put that bucket in place to get the 2-seat rower for Indiana, Robert Jacobson, maybe sort of following Elijah Gruen in front of him a little bit better. And so the rhythm of the oars is great. The rhythm of the bodies maybe could be
And
better with time.
it's confident right now.
It is confident.
No
and
novice rowing here.
They
These guys are trying
going,
to
right?
take everything they
Um,
learned this year, whether they picked up an oar for the first time this fall or coming in with a little bit of high school experience. Eagles are pushing themselves
Elijah
up into that second place spot out of Boston College.
Yep, just there. If you go back to Indiana for a little bit, you can see Elijah in 3 here, big tall guy, and that stern pair is moving pretty nicely together. Elijah leaning away just a little bit there. I can never stop being a coach, right? You see this stuff, you always want to do that. But the
Well, a
boat
lot of
moving
crews
very
are going back
nicely.
and using this for video review. So
They will. So there you go, Elijah. Body on your own side next year, please. And Boston College now, asserting themselves, and then pretty close 3 there with Western Washington, maybe a seat up on Grand Valley and Arizona State. Again, the different bow colors make it harder to read these drone shots for exactly
Little
where
bit,
they
yeah.
are. You got to try and look at the blades. I think Grand Valley's up just barely on Arizona State. Those guys racing for 4th and 5th.
And here we go. Eagles still leading the way from Boston College. This is their only novice event here. They brought their 1v8, 2v8 after taking a year off from ACRA, and they are trying to make the most, earn this 8th plate final before they move up into their first varsity year of college rowing. Western Washington not letting them go. Arizona State's not letting them go, nor is Grand Valley. They are all here trying to make the most to get this 7th place overall final position.
Absolutely, and you can see there was a crew not in there that was just Indiana going across first, Boston College getting in there for 2nd, and then I think it was Western Washington who came in 3rd. We will see. Yep, Western Washington 7:22, so 1 second and some change, and then Grand Valley 8/10 behind them in a 7:23, and then 3/10 back there, Arizona State. So those 3 crews all within a second basically, and then Central Florida coming across to finish up the B final. So it's medal time.
Nicely
Medal
done.
time in the men's novice 4 coming up next. As you go back up, as we go back up the river, you'll see from left to right Tulane in lane 6 nearest the road, Lafayette next to them, UC Davis and Vanderbilt in 4 and 3, Bucknell in 2, and Colorado in bow. So of the team sort of going after the team points trophy, only Bucknell really got up here. some of the others actually not even racing here. Well, Orange Coast doesn't have a Frosh 4, I don't believe.
Right.
Um, but the Virginias, the Purdue's, they raced earlier, and it's Bucknell sitting up here in the final with a chance not just for hardware but for some serious point differential.
Yeah, and they want to contribute to that. This whole team, all these teams are so dedicated to the overall goal, not just their seat in their boat. We're off the blocks. From left side to the right side of your screen, we have Tulane, not in lane 2. Tulane is lane 6. This is Lafayette in lane 5, UC Davis in lane 4, Vanderbilt in lane 3, Bucknell in lane 2, Colorado in lane 1. This Vanderbilt crew, they're one of these programs that waits till that last third of the race to pick up and make the race their own, but these guys have been pretty hot off the start into the first 1K too. So interested to see what
It
happens
doesn't
when they
hurt to
settle.
have a nice start. They're up at 45, but next to them, UC Davis only at 40 and pushing really nicely. Also, I think we have Lafayette up there. Here, look at this. We're
Oh my
45 seconds
gosh.
in, and there's not a seat between this entire field right now. So we're going to see. You know, I could imagine some coaches not sure if they can win, going, go out hard, see what you can do, and see if you can stick in it. That's not a bad way to try and go after this. Very slowly here, though, lane 2, Bucknell moving out. They've had some really fast starts.
Really
today.
fast
Now,
starts. But
we
they
were
also get it in that next 750 where they extend the
as
start on
well.
the extend the lead on the stride.
Dan Wolben came and he had a complaint about our announcing that I need to share, which
Oh,
is
go
that
ahead.
we were being too nice about him, and we're supposed to say not good things about him. So I just want to say that his mustache this year is not as good as it's been in previous years, because that's about all I got. Everything else is perfect. It's
Sure,
awesome.
and my response to that was we're not saying anything unkind about any of these crews. These athletes are putting everything on the line, and they deserve to be recognized for all the hard work and the performance they're putting out here today, and their coaches, right?
Absolutely. But
It's
Dan is a particularly humble guy, competitive as heck. He is going to go after you, but one of the nicest guys
oh,
out here. Uh,
and that's why he's
as is Frank Biller, as is Greg
yeah.
Hartsoff, as is all of them. You know, they all sort of. That's one of the reasons it works pretty well. Look what's happening out there, though, in
Lane
the grand
6,
final with
Tulane is trying to come
Tulane
up
making a move,
and bring
man.
the outside heat out of Louisiana to just barely bow ball up over Lafayette.
Yeah, long time Tulane coach Bob Jockstatter was one of our honorees
Yes.
as a Hall of Fame. As usual, had a couple of great stories. I've never known Jago not to have good stories. Their coach, who's replaced him after he retired, is also a faculty member at the
Right.
university, a national team, U.S. national team member, I think also a Swiss national team member, knows what he's doing and has been building this team to have 8s and 4s. But I know that this novice 4 is a well coached and motivated group of guys from talking to him. And I think that, you know, seeing out on the outside, you're just like, let's go, right? And the thing about being on the outside is it's possible that Bucknell and Vanderbilt can't see what's going
Yeah,
on, but
possibly.
Lafayette is like, oh, they're going, so we better go. And Lafayette actually now moving into some space for some potential medals here, which would also be great. You do see Vanderbilt responding, and as you said, Vanderbilt has a racing profile of really picking up and picking up and picking up through the piece. The sort of Michigan style, as we're calling it here. John Miller, who's their head coach of the whole program, races the same style as a coach
Right.
that he raced as an athlete. Not unusual. But I tell you, this Tulane crew is out in front. Very nice Empacher, actually. A very nice boat there
Yeah,
that
and
they're rowing
their
in. Sorry,
sternman is
Vespoli.
basically in line with the bow ball of Lafayette, but it looks like that fourth over crew, that's the the Vanderbilt crew are making a push into Lafayette space for second, and I think in the lead of them right now.
Yeah, and as we said, Vanderbilt's starting to put a push through the middle, which we would expect them to do. It looks like Vanderbilt is able to be getting up into that, pushing away from Bucknell, pushing away from Colorado on the outside. Most importantly, they've just gone through Lafayette. So now the question is, can Vanderbilt reel Tulane in? They've definitely closed the gap. The Tulane coxswain probably can't see it, but you would assume and hope that the bow rower has let the coxswain know, right? So that Jai Tombre in the coxswain seat, ideally there for Tulane, is getting the crew going. In the meantime, Jennifer Menjivar for Vanderbilt, you know that she's sitting there absolutely able to see them moving and calling it every stroke. 5.5 minutes that are coming into 1500. There's 500 minutes to go. That was probably a second lift that Vanderbilt just took right there, up to 36.5, and you can see
there they go. This is that race I was talking
about. You can see them
about.
working through, absolutely. So we've got to see if Tulane can respond, but Tulane's just done a great job to put themselves absolutely in medal position, and they're answering Vanderbilt right now. Vanderbilt though up at a 38, and bow to
I think
stern,
Vanderbilt's just
Vanderbilt
so slightly
just
ahead.
a bow ball ahead.
Yeah.
If that. It does look to me
Bucknell
like
surging
Tulane has a gear to go to if they want to. Don't wait too long there, Jai.
Bucknell surging up to. Well, you know what? Is that? Yep, that's Vanderbilt. Bucknell and UC Davis are fighting to take on this fourth place spot, but I think that race between them is going to put them up in Lafayette space, and Lafayette's got to be careful that
it's
that
possible,
race
and that's
isn't going to pass
where
them.
where Lafayette coxswain can't see it.
Yeah.
The guys are not looking out.
No.
So it depends.
Which
on
is good.
Which is good, but also sort of leaves them out of a little bit of it. So we have right now Vanderbilt having just moved very nicely through Tulane, who's having a great, awesome
One moment.
race.
That's Colorado and Bucknell. So sorry, Colorado and Bucknell are duking it out in position to possibly take third away from Lafayette.
But right now, Vanderbilt out in front, just moving away.
What
very
a walk.
Nice move in the last 700 meters. Tulane does not have the gear to answer that, but they are making sure that they stay in front of crews coming up trying to take the silver medal away from them. And as they finish out, just a very, very, let's see where they are. Vanderbilt coming across the line. Great, great finish. Tulane sticking in there, having really been great. And very tight race there.
Hard to say.
I think we have UC Davis who's going to be third there. Oh, Bucknell
coming in,
getting in there, getting
earning
a medal.
their hardware.
Absolutely, and Lafayette fourth. Sorry, I don't know where UC Davis.
UC Davis in the back. Colorado's the next closest crew to
go.
Bucknell.
Gotcha.
There we go. Colorado at 720 mark.
Arms in the air there for the drone. Congratulations, Vandy. Really nice race for those guys. Good job by Bucknell to get in there. In spite of your head coach's terrible, terrible mustache.
Congratulations to
glad
Vandy.
you overcame that awfulness.
This is Vanderbilt's second medal of the weekend, men's first medal of the weekend, right?
I believe
Women's
that is correct.
second varsity 8 got silver yesterday, so really excited for them to add that on. Tulane's first medal of the weekend. Congratulations.
And Bucknell getting a medal, hoping, I'm sure, to be the first of many.
Yes. I'm sure they're going to get a very warm reception from the Bison back on shore. We got the men's Novice 8 Petite final coming up. This was a hotly contested event. The A, B, and C semis were so close, right down to the wire. This dog was loving it, too, yesterday. Very happy we have an aside for them while we wait for the other crews to get into the blocks to start the Petite final for National Championship.
So we'll be seeing there is a dog there. Hey, doggy. Yep, you heard. Absolutely. Perfect. In lane 6, we've got UC Irvine. In lane 5, Eddie Moog's University of Massachusetts. They're not the Patriots. What are they?
So technically they're the Minutemen. Yet the
rowing
team goes back to the school's roots of an agricultural school and holds them to be the Aggies. This program started in 1871, restarted in the 1950s. The mascot at that point is a little outdated, so we're not going back to that. So we hold on to the Aggies legacy.
There you go. That's great.
The next crew,
Minnesota.
Yep.
Rutgers sharing the middle lanes. Long Beach State in lane 2, and Fordham in lane 1, showing a great move into being a major player here in.
Yep. I think the Fordham and
ACRA.
Rutgers crews have seen each other a decent amount this year. I think Long Beach State and UC Irvine have probably seen each other close enough together.
Yep.
Minnesota has not seen these crews, as they are mostly Macra and Midwest.
I think
and
Minnesota and Rutgers have been at the same regatta.
That's right. That's right. Their
together.
coaches know each other, and they run really deep in the eights. This B final, we're going to see some fast times coming out of this. It's going to be a lot of heat. I know this UMass 8 has a couple of spring walk-ons.
Yep.
A couple of guys who picked up rowing before they got to college, some local, some Brookline, Northampton, happy to have them. Youth rowing back, Bromfield. So some guys who actually refound their love for rowing back in college, even though they weren't top dogs in any of their high school programs, and are really committed to bringing this program up back into the eights scene after winning the Small Boats Trophy last year.
What we have going on here right now is actually UMass having some interesting steering, a little bit of
trouble.
3-hour tour.
Whereas
there. And that's
Fordham
dropped them off pretty much everybody else, although as we say that right now, Minnesota takes a little dig to the side. But what we have is UC Irvine actually up very nice in lane 6. Lane 6 is doing well.
Yeah, lane
right
6,
now.
and then Fordham is their closest contest, but Minnesota holding on in the middle.
And Rutgers up
Rutgers up in the middle,
nicely.
sorry. Minnesota has the yellow blades I can see from here.
Yeah. So 4 crews within a seat of each other coming into 3 minutes. That's going to be a spectacular. These B finals have been like that all day.
Yeah.
UMass a little bit back, as we can see. I still think, and this may just be the angle, but I still think we have Irvine out in front and walking, actually, with then Minnesota and Rutgers right next to each other. That might actually be how those guys have scripted what was going to happen. And so they're just not ready for
Irvine is
who they haven't seen.
2 or 3 seats ahead.
I think so.
Long Beach State's been doing really well in the 8s this year. I know they were mostly focused on the 4s last year. Rutgers is doing a great job here in
Irvine
the 8 as well.
At 36 and 37, but a very nice controlled rating. Looks like Minnesota trying to put a move and get a seat or 2 over Rutgers. They're at a 35. Rutgers sitting here, let's check, at about 34. So answering that as well. Those 3 crews now separating themselves a little bit. Long Beach State still in contact but being moved on. And Fordham trying to hang with Long Beach as they go up. So it's getting tighter and tighter, and this Minnesota crew is actually, I think, the dynamic crew in the group right now.
Right.
Pressing up just a little bit on Rutgers, who's answering, and those 2, that race is getting them back into Irvine, which now just has 2 seats going up. You can see Irvine swinging up a little bit too actively in the bow pair, a little bit of rush on the recovery. Minnesota drilled to keep it more controlled as they come up to the catch. It's going to be a great race, though. Irvine's still out in front. We'll just see what happens. They're about 600 meters from the finish coming into the 1500 soon. And as they come by, we'll give you a nice read. But Minnesota now 3 seats up on Rutgers, and I think the coxswain is looking over. The Minnesota coxswain is Lucy Brown, and she is looking over now at Irvine. Rutgers trying to come back here.
Rutgers trying to come back. Minnesota trying to put a push on. It looks like all these 2 crews in the front of your screen.
Going through Irvine.
They
right
are,
now
and they're stroke for stroke with them now. Just a half a stroke beat ahead. Irvine responding.
Irvine just little
Minnesota
rushed
still
into the
holding
catch.
on.
Minnesota so nice and long and squeezy. Some big guys in that boat. Midwest boys, tall and well fed. Yes, that is a stereotype, but it is actually true on some of these big Midwest, these big Midwest state campuses. So I think it's going to be, the question now, Minnesota going ahead, can Rutgers get up there into Irvine? But what I think we're seeing here is Minnesota has just been moving through the other 2 crews, which have been holding the speeds that they have. So from the side, Minnesota going into a sprint here, about 250 meters to go. We should see the red buoys any moment. There they are. And they're sitting the bow, the coxswain right on the bow as she's looking away. Lucy is to try and get her crew clear and free, and the guys are just emptying it all out. Hard to tell where we are right now, if it's going to be Rutgers or Irvine. They look fairly close. I think Irvine's still just
wait, the
barely by a seat, Irvine over Rutgers. Really good race for Rutgers to come back in on Irvine. Irvine, really gutsy row to be up there and get out in front. And then on the far side, we had Long Beach State and Fordham. And UMass will be coming along here in a second.
Coming through to round out the pack, Rutgers, Fordham, and Long Beach State. Really well done by all these crews in this event. 6:41 for Long Beach State.
So
6:43, Long Beach State walking through Fordham.
7th through 12th in the Frosh 8.
Decided.
These will be solid members of their 2Vs. Maybe one or two of them will be strong enough to make the 1V next year as a sophomore in their second year of rowing, or whatever year they are, but their second year of college
I think, yeah,
rowing.
most of these are all freshmen.
So now we're back to the grand final in one of the most tightly contested events year in, year out here at the regatta, the Novice 8 grand final for the men. You'll see from left to right, Michigan in lane 6, Purdue in lane 5, Virginia lane 4, Orange Coast in lane 3, UCLA in lane 2, Washington State in lane 1. So all of those blue chip programs all have
right.
Michigan has won a 3V medal already. Orange Coast has won
second Novice 8
in this event.
And their Novice 8 has been wild on the course so far this weekend.
Absolutely.
They've thrown some of the most exciting race plans out and just made everyone else have to cope with it. So
Purdue and Virginia freshmen have both had incredible seasons. That Purdue Frosh 8 can get out and get going. And Purdue and Virginia were racing each other hard last year. All the way down through the season, the final race between the two programs.
And there's a nice thread in that program, as the Purdue head coach is a Virginia alum, or at least an alum of the staff from Virginia. So a lot of shared history there.
There you go, and they're off as they get going. 11:07 start, and it is 11:05. So they were ready to go early, and the referees can send them, which is good. Very nice starts here out of Orange Coast in lane 3 there.
3, thank you.
And then Virginia up pretty well, Purdue up pretty well, Michigan up with them pretty well, and UCLA, those four crews within a seat of each other, and probably actually Washington State also. We'll see how they shift down into their bases pretty soon. But Orange Coast already with 5 seats over Virginia. UCLA hanging up maybe only 2 seats off of Orange Coast. Those two have raced each other a lot this year. Purdue and Michigan a little bit behind Virginia, but Purdue maybe almost even with Virginia. They have a very nice base when they get into it. Michigan 5 to 6 seats behind Purdue. Purdue driving up to get through Virginia, but it is UCLA and Orange Coast, the two California crews, who are leading off the start right now. Meanwhile, another race between Virginia and Purdue for 3rd and 4th. Washington State maybe a seat up on Michigan. But all 6 crews still in contact, minute and 45 seconds in.
Yeah, and we're going to see this the rest of the day in the grand finals, in the petite finals. These crews have worked so hard to earn their spot in this race and razor thin margins to get here in most cases. So the speed we've seen heat to heat, semi to semi, even when it's equivalent or even when it's 5 seconds apart, we're looking at it like that's the same speed. We just don't know until they're side by side. Orange Coast College here doing a great job. A lot of these athletes are freshmen and sophomore athletes in the program of this junior college, and a lot of them move on to another program maybe in the California system or around the country.
There's
And
been a long, strong feed into Cal for
yeah,
many
and it's a
years.
legacy of the program. And it's a great college. Athletes getting a couple more years after high school to work on their academics and find a way to hit the college scene in a way that suits them best, and they are always prepared when they move on for the program. The rest of these crews, the transfer portal has not hit club rowing like that, so they're looking to be the future of their programs. All these
Yeah,
guys
for
are
the
looking to
most part,
stick around
it's
3
people
or 4 year.
sometimes do shift. There's a kid in the Columbia lightweights who was a freshman at Michigan last year and then
Right.
switched for academic reasons and just sort of went
But
there.
we're not
But
looking we're not
it
looking at
wasn't that the
football where you
coaches.
go 5 years, 5
Yeah,
programs.
and how much money can you pay me each
So
time? That is not here. So we have Orange Coast here really nicely moving. Before we went to this this focus on the one here, what we saw was Purdue making a nice move
yeah,
there
they're gonna try and
to
walk
get
up
in
into
front of
OCC
Virginia, which
space
they're
here.
doing. But UCLA closing in
Well
a little
done.
bit, getting within a seat now of Orange Coast.
These guys have duked it out so often this year.
They are, and UCLA surging here at a nice 36, nice and long. Don't know if that's a 10 or not, but they keep taking a little bit. They have put themselves in front of Purdue, who's in third, and now Virginia answering Purdue, but there's still a seat. So these 4 crews racing well. Here goes UCLA to try and pull down and pull through Orange Coast. Orange Coast higher in rating. They're up at a 38.5, and they've been rowing high all weekend, we've noticed. So if UCLA can match them about a beat and a half lower, that means that they have some place to go, even though so to a certain extent, you feel maybe when you're in the Orange Coast boat that you're working harder, but here comes UCLA, and they just put that
Well,
nice
what's the
move on
OCC
you.
rate at? It looks
38.
low relative to what they've been uncorking for most of these races.
They're at 38.5.
I think they're going to
It's
try
not
and get
low.
this up
Now they're
relative to
taking
them.
another seat back, which is good. Congratulations to the medal crew showing up there in the 4. And Orange Coast getting another seat back out, so maybe the rating is working for them. 400 meters or so to go. Purdue has come up on Virginia. Purdue 3 or 4 seats maybe behind UCLA and moving. So perhaps shaded by the other 2 crews in between. They'll be there a little bit of water back to Michigan, who's in 5th, and Michigan is open water in front of Washington State. But it's these 4 crews up in front here. Again, Orange Coast there. Virginia trying to push back hard into Purdue. It looks to me like Purdue is pulling down UCLA. That UCLA move may have cost a little bit them to go in there. And quite here actually now Purdue getting their bow ball in front of UCLA in the red buoys. Can Virginia get UCLA out there and get some hardware? It's going to be really quite close. I think, there's a Virginia sprint. Now Virginia going in front of UCLA. No one's going to catch Orange Coast, but we're going to have 4 boats across, coming across the line in about 10 strokes, I think. Again,
Purdue's cruising.
Purdue going out. UCLA spent what they had to get that move to go up, and they're paying for it now. Orange Coast opening up. It's going to be a length ahead as they go. And Virginia not quite getting Purdue.
Wow.
So Purdue third. The Coxon and Orange Coast up. Michigan closing in on UCLA, but not enough to get there at the end. So Orange Coast 6:12, Purdue 6:14, Virginia 6:14.7. So that's 6:14.6 for Purdue, 6:14.7 for Virginia. There is a boat filling with some water up there for Orange Coast. UCLA at 6:17.9, Michigan at 6:21. The bowman for Orange Coast, that being Lyndon Acevedo, standing up and hailing it. And Coxon, Lucas Astrakhan sitting there and just absolutely happy. The bow pair, the stern pair there, Kellen Murphy and Jacob Lindley just lying down, finally sitting back up. Lots of hugs, lots of slaps. Great job, Orange Coast. So you have won the
Both novice
both
events.
novice eights. So
And
they are the undisputed kings of men's novice rowing this year.
men's novice rowing. So we should look at Cox, Lucas, Astrakhan, Lind, from stroke to bow, Kellen Murphy, Jacob Lindley, Dominique Harrison, Matthew Joseph Beck, Oswald, Adam Schnorr, Patrick Misi, and Lyndon Acevedo. Keep an eye out for those names as they become OCC athletes and athletes
Into
across
their
the
varsity
Division
eights
One
next year. Yeah.
rowing. It's something super special when these crews were able to race at IRAs back in the day. There was that Frosh 8 event, and it's a really special thing to be able to show up, whether you've rowed a little bit in high school or you're picking up an oar for the first time in the fall of your college first year, to represent in that young event. We're here, we're the future of the program, and it's faded away from all other championships, and you usually move into a 4V, a 3V, a 1V if you're special, but it's something to bond with your teammates.
Absolutely. So we are in here to the uh, varsity fours for the women, and then the men, the B final and the A final. This is the women's for B final from left to right. Penn State in lane 6, Florida in lane 5, Wichita State in lane 4, Illinois in lane 3, Loyola in lane 2, and Ohio State in lane 1. These crews racing to try and be number 7 in the nation. Illinois there right now, Sylvia Gimbel, Catherine Altergott, Maddie Rankin, and Marie Keating, coxed by Leela Agrawal, seem to be. Oh no, I'm sorry. That is it's Loyola Marymount out in front. I misread by one lane. Illinois is sitting nicely in third and fourth and pushing well, but the crew out in front is Loyola Marymount, that being Sydney Dannon, Kate Morad, Sophia Nacarado, and Grace Shang, with Mary Johnstone in the coxswain seat. And they are out in front in lane 2, and also Florida in lane 5, making a break away from the other 4 crews. Wichita State maybe a seat up on Illinois, and a seat back from there to Ohio State, a seat back from there to Penn State. But very nice move here out of the blocks from Loyola Marymount, almost open water 2.5 minutes into the race. So again, as we get into these races where there's been a little bit of selection in the process to place them where they are. I remember Loyola Marymount having a nice row yesterday, but just being outside
Just a
the.
little bit outside, yeah, and it's
Yeah,
their first or second year coming here, program, new
they
to
were
club
a varsity
status,
program for a long
and
time and
really
been having
happy to be
make
representing LA
that shift to the clubs. Yeah.
in ACRA events here. I'm sure they're going to be growing in the next few years. So they're just trying to represent, right? We saw in some of the small boats earlier teams and athletes that made the B final, repped or won the B final last year, coming in for medal status this year. It's a process, and if anybody's getting committed to a multi-year arduous process, it's going to be a group of rowers. So looking for the best out of that LMU crew for the rest of this row. But this is a really strong swing and send from this lead crew.
Yeah. So do we know? Is this including when they went to club status? Do we know if women from the varsity program stayed at Loyola Marymount, or if did they tell us anything about
I'll
that?
look at our notes soon.
The thing is, Loyola Marymount trains on the same water as one of the best junior programs
Yeah.
in Southern California, at Marina Del Rey. The same water that UCLA trains on.
Yes, there's only
Actually,
2 athletes remained from the drop
the drop.
from varsity status,
Dun
and
dun
then
dun. The
have
drop.
doubled the size of the program in the last 2 years, getting a new group of coaches, revitalizing their relationship with alumni to bring this program up and up. And it's a great school, so I'm sure they're going to
That's
get a
great.
lot of those athletes out of, California is just so full
And
of good junior programs.
And it's not like it was for Rutgers when they first got dropped and no one had really done it before and
Yeah.
knew how to make that. Now there are enough folks who've made this transition that there's some knowledge out there about how to do it. But what we have this race here going again, Loyola Marymount out there doing pretty well. Florida in lane 5 sticking their nose up in it. And then between in the middle, you have Illinois just going up a little bit over Wichita State, a couple of seats there. Wichita State looked like maybe they had some encounter with some of the geese. Mandy Kowal, if you're listening, the geese are back. There they are. Now Illinois is hitting them. You can see the geese flying away. Geese are included in the what's the rule? The misadventure rule. Yeah, you can't control what's going on. Nice move here from Illinois to move up into third, though, over Wichita State. Those women have been committed to making this 4 move really well all spring.
And what was that, their double we just saw that did a great job?
Double, the double won
they
won the second level
won
final.
the B final,
yeah.
the petite final.
Absolutely.
Look at this, our 2 leading crews, both with buckets, one on the port side, one on the starboard side. So those 2 crews where you see the
battling buckets,
the oars consecutively rigged together. There's usually so much speed you got to catch it in a bucket, but usually it's just I've
never heard that before, but now I'm going to be using it all.
Yeah,
the time.
there is
Florida
it's just a rhythm.
in lane 5 there, putting a nice push and getting their bow ball just barely out in front of Loyola Marymount, but they have the momentum.
They do.
And taking a little bit here, the Gators.
And this is a surge from the Gainesville Gators.
34. There are no Gators on this river, except for these 4 women in their coxswain who are rowing and now taking this race pretty nicely. So that is going to leave Loyola Marymount a little bit sort of wondering what's happening. Hard for them to see across, but it looks like LMU is struggling a little bit. Looks like Illinois is not struggling right now. So can Illinois get up in there? It's a little bit of a break there to get through, but Illinois now having moved out on Wichita State, and clearly in third, can they make? It looks like they're getting their bow ball in to Loyola Marymount, so maybe they can haul them down. In the meantime, Florida, this boat really rowing very nicely. That's some very nice rowing in the stroke seat. You understand why she's in that seat there.
Yeah, there's so much patience coming out of bow, even at a really high rate like this. There's extension, there's length. It's not just ripping yourself back up there. You can see why they've pushed themselves ahead. Loyola's still holding on to that second spot. Illinois in their space. Penn State trying to catch back up to the Wichita State crew in the 4th place spot. And Ohio State off the screen, but
into the red buoys.
Here we go.
I think that's 250 meters here.
Yeah.
In the last little bit.
We're gonna lay it all on the line.
Illinois going up, trying to get in there. They won't have enough room, but they look like they're trying to close. They definitely have pushed Wichita State aside, and Penn State actually out there in lane 6 is putting a nice little move on.
Yeah, they look good coming by the tent.
Yep. Some very nice rowing there up in front. Trying to figure out who that is.
This is Loyola Marymount.
That's Loyola Marymount. Okay. White Blades is not particularly helpful.
It's tough, yeah.
To know who's where. They are pushing quite hard to try and get there. Here
and there they
across the finish line is Florida. Loyola Marymount. Illinois gets in over there. Wichita State comes back up a little bit with their sprint.
Penn State's following.
Penn State behind. So nice job from those crews to keep pushing and keeping the race pretty dynamic all the way to the end of that in the women's varsity 4 B final. We'll move up now for, again, an event that's been pretty well subscribed over the years.
Oh, yeah.
And had some programs really put their emphasis here on the varsity 4 for the women in the grand final. As we go back up, and as you see coming down, on the left is Oregon, next to them Grand Valley, next to them Lafayette, next to them Liberty, then Chicago and Georgia. And we have Lafayette out in front, about almost 4 minutes in, so coming into the 1,000 meter mark right there. Lafayette just a little bit up on Oregon out in lane 6, seems to be in second, and then Liberty in lane 3. Those are your 3 leaders right now. Very nice push from Lafayette. Liberty working and hanging in there. and perhaps Oregon in the outside. Not not I don't know. You wonder if the coxswain can't see them, but you know that the women are seeing them there. Liberty putting a nice move in here to try and get up through Oregon. Oregon answering it, but in any case, we have Lafayette moving away. Um, on the far side there, lanes 1 and 2, Georgia and Chicago. Georgia just a little bit above Chicago. I think they're racing for 5th and 6th. Um, with Grand Valley also in that sort of group 4th, 5th, and 6th. In the inset here, the Orange Coast freshman 8 taking the gold medal. Congratulations again, Coasties there. And if they are the Coasties, I don't know if they're the Coasties. I don't know
I
what
don't
Orange
know
Coast
OCCs.
is. I should know.
You should.
When I coached at UCSB, we called them the Coasties, so maybe that's where that comes from. And if that was not a nice name, I apologize
I don't
again
think it's derogatory.
for that. It's not derogatory at all. They're always really, really good competitors.
Speaking of
Liberty,
which, in the first place spot is the Lafayette crew, who was one of the medaling crews last year. Liberty also did pretty well last year in the V4, right? Did they earn a medal behind FIT?
I don't know, but I was able. They were down training for spring break, and got to see them race down there. They really had some. This 4 did really nicely down on that Saturday race. The Illinois crew was also racing there that weekend, and I told their coach then that I thought she had a crew that was a medal caliber crew, and I think that's what we're seeing. So just Lafayette really moving nicely. Let's get a rating
Yeah,
there.
so what's great about this is last 2 years, FIT, Florida Institute of Technology, not the Fasten Institute in New York, were the grand final gold medalists. But
Also
they're not
having come down from varsity status.
Yes, and they, but they have a rich history of alumni support and club before that. So they're up in the 8 this year, and Lafayette was the silver medalist crew. So now they're trying to earn their gold medal without
And,
that rival next to them.
They have
And
some
Liberty,
open water there, and Liberty rowing very nicely, comfortably in second. I don't think they're going to be able to catch, but I
this
think
Liberty
they're in
crew was
silver.
phenomenal last year in the novice 4. I think it's the whole lineup up here in the varsity 4 now, and they were on a tear all year. But they're getting a little bit of contest from those third-place crews right
We
now
have
who are
Grand
trying to
Valley
squeeze up.
and Oregon there in lanes 5 and 6, and Grand Valley coming through Oregon, who
Yep.
spent a lot of time in the race up there in front. You know, sometimes you front load, and it's hard to hold on to it. This really, really nice rowing here out of is that
This is Lafayette.
Lafayette? Yeah, really nice moving crew doing
Rigged
quite
really well.
well.
Their catch angle is perfectly lined up with the outside elbow of their carbon rigger.
And there's Liberty moving into them. Liberty has this. They are the Liberty Flames, and they have these
right?
flaming red boats in their Vespolis, actually, I believe, in their fleet, and you can see that red bow pushing itself up into Lafayette with an enormous push there,
And there they
from
go.
Liberty to get overlapped by second, but Lafayette wins in 7:45. Liberty will be second in a 7:47. A very nice charge in the last 500 meters there. Lane 3, Grand Valley comes through with a sort of patient basis over Oregon. I believe I heard a Grand Valley
Well done.
person yelling yes. Oregon at 7:55. Grand Valley went through them authoritatively. Then Georgia, and finally it will be
Chicago.
Chicago. So congratulations to Lafayette, the national champions in the women's varsity 4. Little dabby there, little celebration, but they look like they've worked awfully hard.
And it's warmer today than it has been the last 2 days. It's not so hot yet that it's going to drain you out, but that effort in this heat is remarkable. So the ladies out of Easton, Pennsylvania, getting their gold medal, Liberty in their silver medal, first medal of the weekend, and Grand Valley earning the bronze, although I think they already earned a medal in one of the novice events. Moving on.
We will see. The men's varsity 4 here, we will see the Lafayette men in the A final, but right now in the B final, In lane 6 from the left, we have Vanderbilt, Oregon in lane 5, Chicago in lane 4, Army, West Point in lane 3, UC Irvine in lane 2, and Bucknell in lane 1. Again, Bucknell with their small boat strength, the only one of the sort of major programs going after the point trophy to show up in the top 2 finals of the 4. The mustache is ugly, but the crews are fast. So,
Yeah, it was a small price to pay.
yeah, I'm sure coaches have done worse to sell their souls for speed. So here we are trying to sort of suss out who's where right now. It looks like lane 4, Chicago, up just a little bit over Oregon in lane 5. West Point, dark unis, dark boat, hard to see in the but they are sitting up in there, and Irvine may be a little bit up on that. It looks to me like we have Chicago leading, and Oregon and Irvine next to each other, with Army not very far behind. Then Bucknell and Vanderbilt racing on the outside. Bucknell up a little bit over Vanderbilt. Nice move here going from Chicago. Up at about a 35, which is a good base here for that race. Very definitely now you see Irvine in second by, a seat, maybe 2 seats over Oregon in lane 5. Oregon moving back, and Army still pushing there. Those 4 boats moving away from the trailing 2, sort of about what you expect to see. It's a Chevron-esque arrangement here with the middle boats going in there. Nice move that you can see here from Chicago on the side. They're almost to the point where they can get open water over on Irvine in second, just a seat up, 2 seats up maybe on Army. Army pushing to get back in and close that, and Oregon also now looks like Army moving in through Oregon, going along with Irvine to try and push up into this. Oregon is definitely not out of it, and Chicago unable to move away. So there's 5 minutes in. They're coming into the 1500. People are going to be shifting up pretty soon with 500 meters to go. Let's see what we have for Chicago in terms of a rating. They're only at a 34 or so there's some room there to go. Yes, in that the exceptionally tall young man in the 2 seat of Army really hanging and moving, and Army is now moved up ahead or even at least with where are we? With Oregon.
Yeah.
And then they're both chasing down Irvine as Army makes a move. Irvine, though, 2 seats up on Army, and they are 3 seats back behind Chicago, still moving. And Oregon's not out of it. In the trailing crews, Vanderbilt up on Bucknell just a little bit on the outside crews. So, nice race for 4. It does look like Irvine's putting a nice move. Army trying to push up. And again, Oregon not saying goodbye. So it's going to be quite a little. We're going to see if anyone has a sprint to throw. And what that looks like if they do. Army moving again, closing up onto UC Irvine. I think they're coming through, but Irvine's been answering everything they've done.
Everything.
So it's going to be quite interesting. It's probably going to come to a bow ball surge. I think they've both gotten ahead of Oregon, but that could be different given the drone angle. Here's the finish line, and bop, 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 bop. So that is
Tight.
a finish, man. Those 4 crews, Chicago winning 658.5. In second place is UC Irvine, 659.8, 1.3 seconds back. Then it's going to be tighter, 7 minutes, 0.3. So that's 0.5 of a second behind for West Point. And then Oregon, 701.6, 1.3. So West Point almost got in there on UC Irvine. Really nice push from all of those crews, and everyone racing well and racing hard, as you would hope. for a lot of these programs, probably the 4 best guys in their program, and really able to produce this sort of rowing under a final at the national championship.
Yeah, all rising to the occasion. We'll be seeing the crews in the grand final lining up very soon, if they're not already
Absolutely.
on the
After
course.
there is a B final, there is an A final, or a grand final, as we're calling them here.
Grand final, grand finale. Reigning champion Texas is back here. I think the next 2 crews are not. I think that was Michigan State and UMass.
Yeah.
So
Part
what
of
we
that.
have here is Bowdoin, Clemson, Grand Valley, Long Beach State, Lafayette over on the other side. Lafayette also, like their women, trying to make a really big mark in the men's 4 today.
So left to right, Lafayette, then Texas, Bowdoin, Clemson in 3, Grand Valley in 2, Long Beach State in 1.
Actually, I was
Most
wrong.
of
Bowdoin
these-
was 3rd last year, so they are back here.
Gotcha.
But Texas is their top 4 athletes. Bowdoin has a
How many
few
of these
eights.
crews have a varsity 8?
Long Beach State, Bowdoin. Is that it? Grand Valley have an 8 this year?
No, I don't think so. I don't
So
think
yeah, I think it's
Clemson
4
does.
crews where this is their top 4 athletes.
Well, since all of the 8s are going to be right next to each other, it's actually easy for us to go and take a look and scan the E final: Connecticut, Virginia Tech, New Hampshire, UMass, Penn State. The D final will be Florida, Northwestern, Boston College, Santa Barbara, West Point, and URI. So that was not the 4 best guys.
Oh, maybe this is Bowdoin's top 4.
The C final: Michigan, GW, UNC, Florida, Michigan State, and Georgia Tech. The B final: Davis, Rutgers, Notre Dame, Middlebury, Washington State, and Delaware.
There you go.
And then the A final. So
So yeah, this is Bowdoin and Texas's guys, top 4 athletes and returning.
Yep.
After earning medals last year, so a lot on the line here. Bowdoin's had a very successful season up at New England's, beating out a bunch of D3 programs at New England rowing championships.
we do like that.
Love to see
We
that.
like
Love
it
a
when
little
the when the clubs sit there and say, yeah.
'Cause in my opinion, the New England and NIRCs have skewed very D3. There's much less presence from club programs. There's no more novice 8 race or novice racing in general. Same like the IRA, it's moved really into
Well,
just
there's no
varsity.
novice racing in the NC2A where they can go anymore. So
Yeah.
why would you put, if you have a good novice, you're
Yeah.
going to put them up to get yourself into the show?
I think there's still a strong walk-on culture at most of those D3 NESCAC programs, which I love. But yeah, it is move into
less and less Williams, even
Top Spates have a
5,
pretty big
6
one.
years ago, not a
Colby
whole lot.
Smith.
Yeah.
To a degree, it's about half the field.
It's there. So we'll see. Here is the varsity 4 going off, and
From the left side to the right side of your screen, we have Lafayette in lane 6, Texas Crew in lane 5, Bowdoin in lane 3, Bowdoin in lane 4, Clemson in lane 3, Grand Valley 2, Long Beach State 1. So that means Clemson and Bowdoin have been putting out the fastest time through semifinals so far today. So Texas
and Bowdoin is up front right
Yeah.
now, about
Texas
a
and
minute
Lafayette are
in.
going to have to prove it.
But out there in lane 6 is Lafayette showing, and they've had some good racing. And all the way over in lane 1 is Long Beach State. Those are our 3
They did really well
leaders
before.
right
I think they
now.
topped out in the B final last year. I think they're glad to be in position. Did they have
Yeah.
an 8? Did we just see that?
No.
No, okay. Because they had novice 8s. So
Yeah.
I think like a lot of other athletes happy to make it to the A final this year, but I don't think they're happy enough with just making the A final. I think they'd be happier if they earn a medal that they worked
Well,
hard for all
absolutely.
year.
And if you're here, this is what you want to do. This 4 traditionally has always been a really tough
event.
tough medal to win, actually, and it can bounce around from year to year depending on what programs are doing what with the people that they have. We can still see here right now Lafayette in lane 6 and Clemson in lane 3, leading a little bit. Bowdoin a seat or 2 behind them, then sort of even with Texas and Grand Valley. Texas and Long Beach, and Grand Valley in lane 2, another seat behind them. some moves still happening here 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah,
Though.
well
I mean,
out of our
this is still 6-4s overlapped.
yeah, well out of our opening 500, well out of our starting strategy. But I believe that is lane 3's Clemson up as much as you can say in the first
And
place spot.
well, or Lafayette. I think Lafayette is actually up and leading, but Clemson right there, hard to tell where that is. Those two are suiting themselves, and Bowdoin going with them as well. But Bowdoin not that much up over Texas. Texas
Yeah.
is just right
And
there.
we know Texas is going to have a move in the
Yeah.
middle. It's not quite that last third lift that some other programs have, but it is a middle 1K
So
walk.
the bow of the sixth place crew still overlapped 3 minutes in with the stern.
And that's what we're going to see all the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
This is what the racing looks like at this level when it all gets sorted out. Coming in 3.5 minutes almost, so approaching probably at the 1,000 right now. Hard to tell from the framing of the shot, but right about there. Some crews will take a big move here. Some guys are just trying to hold other people's moves at this point and then take one a little bit after. But this is a point where a crew has to choose to make it their race.
Right.
You can't be racing reactively here. You've got to be racing assertively if you're gonna win. You've got to decide that it's your time.
We are well
right
past
now.
the 1K mark, and we will see what shakes out, who shakes somebody off of them. Lafayette is starting to move up.
That is
closer.
some gorgeous patient rowing.
Yeah,
if you look
closer to
at
the
that,
one spot.
just flowing very nicely. Actually, all
Texas
these
is
boats.
moving ahead of Bowdoin here.
Yep.
Bowdoin and Clemson. I think Bowdoin just off of Clemson's pace here, so they're a little bit out of medal contention. Clemson's going to put a really hard row in on it.
Coaches, if you need some video to show novices next year how to get the hang properly, look at 2. The guy has no body fat on him, and you can see
Yeah.
all of the muscles squeezing at the right time. That's gorgeous. So
and they are going
they
right
are
with
going,
Texas,
and
who has moved through
Texas
that middle walk.
has moved. I was going to say Texas is moving up with Lafayette. That is sort of one of the things that can happen on the outside because the coxswains on the other side can't see that happen. Texas was shaded.
Long
so
Beach State's still in the mix, and Grand Valley's still in the mix, but
Lafayette
Bowdoin's
and Texas
sorta
have
slipping
decided
off.
to make it a dance party between themselves right here. And as they're coming into about 1,400, 600 meters to go, Texas now pushing up to try and get into Lafayette. The coxswain there sat up a little bit just to check. Are they really there? Saw them and got right back down in the cockpit. And now both coxswains sitting there,
And
not even
it's
moving an inch because it is stroke for stroke here.
Yeah,
I'm going to give an edge of efficiency right now to Texas.
But they're basically passing through the buoys same exact time. Long, strong. Texas picking it up just a few clicks, see if that gets their bow ball ahead enough. And it doesn't need to be a lot. It just needs to be.
So these two are going to race for gold and silver.
Clemson holding down the third spot
and
right
Texas,
now.
And then
Challenged, though, by Grand Valley and Long Beach State for that third place spot. That's going to be.
Clemson is putting a little move in here to try and get up on.
They're cleaning it up.
On Grand Valley and Bowdoin. And Grand Valley's sort of sitting there, maybe still in the medals if they can get in through Clemson. They're not close to each other, but those two crews, I think, see each other at ACRA and some places like that. So they maybe have gone off together. You can see Grand Valley's bow there on the top of this popping in. Texas now making their move. Thought they were a little bit more efficient,
there
and
we
now
go.
they found
That's 2 seats.
another. They just pulled it right
3
there. They
seats.
came into the red buoys. The coxswain asked for him. You saw the rating go up. You're seeing the rating going up in Grand Valley as well. And
trying to push ahead of Clemson. That second place race is now going to be
Clemson, and those two are also moving up here on Lafayette. Lafayette still maybe a seat up, but there's still enough water to get ahead, and there is Grand Valley absolutely pushing. Still Lafayette in second. Grand Valley has gotten ahead of Clemson, and I think in a second
I think
right
both
now.
of them are getting ahead of Lafayette, unless that's just the angle. Through the line, the Longhorns.
Oh, Grand Valley comes into second, and I'm not
can't
sure
call
between
it.
third and fourth. I can't call it. But very definitely a gorgeous, gorgeous move there from Texas to win in 6:49.9. Grand Valley second, 6:52. Way to go, Lakers. That was an awesome, awesome last 400.
Wow.
Lafayette 6:52.9, so 0.4 back, barely holding barely Grand Valley getting through, and then
Oh,
Clemson 6:53 flat, less than a tenth of a second. What 7 hundredths of a second between.
remarkable. Hook 'em Longhorns.
There you go.
Congratulations to the
So
crew.
Clemson 7 100ths of a second out of medals.
From stroke to bow, Simon Bayback, John Cheney, Reese Klein, Patrick McKenna, and Kelsey Salgado on your gold medal. Yet another year of Texas rowing, winning the gold medal. Congratulations to
Hook
the
'em.
Lafayette women on the dock there, receiving their hard-earned medals.
Absolutely. So now we're moving on to another one of these sort of great legacy events here, which is the men's novice 8. We'll start with a B final. Some pretty good crews in there. From left to right will be UC Irvine, UMass in lane 5, Minnesota in lane 4, Rutgers in lane 3, Long Beach State in 2, and Fordham in lane 1. Fordham having done some nice work in their lightweight 4s, but also putting out a novice 8 as they're building that program. We're about 2.5 minutes into this as we come up, and we'll try and get a sense of who's there. It looks to me like Rutgers in lane 3 is up and moving pretty nicely. We'll see when we can see some blades. Nope, that would be, yeah. No, that would be. I'm wondering. No. So Irvine, lane 6, UMass, lane 5, Minnesota, Rutgers in lane 3, but I'm seeing here UCLA. What blades are those? That's odd. And then Long Beach State in lane 2, Fordham in lane 1. Up there in front, lane 3 seems to be Rutgers. I'm used to seeing bright red blades. Maybe they're not, and then I'm being confused by Minnesota next to them. No, that's Rutgers there in Minnesota in lane 4. What I'm seeing doesn't match up. I wonder if I took a jump forward and missed an event somehow. That would be. Oh no, we already saw the novices. This should be the 2v8s. Thank you very much. And yes, now this makes much more sense of what I'm seeing because I was seeing some UCLA blades there. It is lane 6, Minnesota, lane 5, Washington State, lane 4, Rutgers, lane 3, UCLA, lane 2, Michigan, and lane 1, UC Davis. This is UCLA in lane 3 with the blue blades out in front for 15 into the race. And as we pull out here, we see that is UCLA in front, Rutgers sitting there, it seems, in second. No, I'm sorry, Michigan sitting there in second in lane 2, pushing up their bow ball. Yep, that's Michigan there, just barely there in front of Washington State. Then Rutgers in fourth, matched with fifth with UC Davis. Right now, Michigan trying to get up in front of Washington State in lane 5. They had a pretty good race in the varsity, I think, before. Washington State looking very nice and spinning. There may be a seat up on Michigan. Michigan sitting in third, though, and Rutgers trying to come up into them. And that move working from Rutgers. Michigan needing to move and pick up if they want to get second here from Washington State. Here is UCLA pushing nice and strong with those blue blades. I know they wish that they were in the varsity. It looks like Michigan now getting up perhaps on Washington State. Again, hard to tell because of the color of the deck. Actually, I'm going to correct that, amend that. Washington State a seat up on Michigan with Rutgers pushing back into Michigan, trying to get there. and a really, really nice move from Washington State to move up and push themselves actually back a little bit into UCLA, who was about a stern ahead, is now only 4 seats ahead. That move getting Michigan up. UC Davis is coming up to take over from Rutgers. And as they go across the line, it is, in fact, that order. Michigan comes in third with Washington State getting second, UC Davis coming into fourth, and then Minnesota. So UCLA, Washington State, Michigan in third, UC Davis in fourth, less than a tenth of a second behind Michigan, Rutgers in fifth, and Minnesota in sixth. That was a really, really tight race there, third, fourth, and fifth. And UC Davis pushing up on the outside to get through Rutgers, pushing Michigan to be in front. So really nice race there in the 2V. This men's 2V is going to be yet another barn burner. As we go up, see the the crews getting in there. Delaware in lane 6, making the grand final. With commitment in their program this year. They've for many years had a strong lightweight program, and this year they're just going first boat, second boat, third boat in the varsity 8, and seeing some results of doing that. So Delaware making the final here in lane 6, Notre Dame in lane 5, Purdue in lane 4, Virginia in lane 3, Bucknell in lane 2, Orange Coast in lane 1. Those are pretty much the 6 dominant men's programs here this year, along with Rutgers, UCLA, Minnesota, Michigan, UC Davis, who are all in that petite final.
Right.
And Washington State, who's been having a great regatta. So
regatta.
The 2V is, the 1V is like the mark of the speed of the program in some ways, but the 2V is the measure of its depth.
And then the 3V is the floor. What's our standard, right?
The 3V is do you how are your guys? How tight are the guys in the after you get out of the 1V?
Just drop off. Yeah. University of Delaware, got to talk with head coach Tristan Snow for a little bit yesterday. He's an alum of the program. Program has a really proud group of alumni that he's a part of. Since the program started in 1991, at least under Chuck Crawford's leadership. Also a moment with Jeff Dixon and Hannah Shorkey, really proud of their Blue Hens and how they performed this year. They had a little bit of issues with the debris on the course last year that came short of some of their results, but they had a great finish yesterday in the grand finals, and they're hoping for another great race in today's grand final, along with the crews from left to right: Notre Dame, Purdue, Virginia, Bucknell, Orange Coast, who are still lining up and getting their course straight down.
Tristan was in the boats that came to ACRA for the first time. It took some convincing of Chuck to bring his crews down. The Dad Veil was still stronger at that time. There was a varsity 8 there,
they had a great
lightweight varsity 8 there, and they would do very well along with Mercyhurst. And they had a spring season that included much of the Eastern Sprint League. So they would get to race against the varsity crews. But then ACRA was sort of this new idea, and they weren't sure of it. And the lightweight 8 was not particularly strong as an event. It was good, but
I mean, some years it was, the mid 2000s was like a 3-boat final. So
it was also the 8 guys you had after you'd already selected a bunch of the other boats, right? But we've convinced him to come down and race in the varsity 8. And I remember he came down and
Chuck, this is right.
Chuck Crawford, and they barely made the final, and I think he was shocked at the speed, and he was talking to his guys, and just sort of saying, and the guys were saying, actually, we rode pretty well. They're just fast down here, and I think that started to change some of the calculus over time in the Delaware program. Who knows where they'll go next? They have, a lot of support for lightweight alums, but as we were talking about, the lightweight 8 as an event, I mean, it's been racing this morning up in
Eastern
Sprints on Warramog, not Warramog, on
Quinn
Sigamon, thank you. And that's some great racing, but it's 11 schools.
And we're off the block here with the top 6 schools in the second varsity 8 of the grand final at ACRA from the left side of the right side of your screen. Once again, Delaware in lane 6, Notre Dame in lane 5, Purdue in lane 4, Virginia in lane 3, Bucknell in lane 2, and Orange Coast in lane 1. I mean, what's our
as you would
guess?
expect, 30 seconds in, there is no separation
How
here.
late in the race are we going to see separation? 1,200 meters before? It's going to be really hard to say these crews are going to. It's like they got shot out of a cannon. How quickly they're ripping down the
absolutely.
course.
Virginia has had some very fast starts going, and you're seeing them just maybe a seat up. They know that if they're going to take down Purdue, that they've got to go hard. Bucknell also able to throw some fast sprints in there to open. They're all going there. And Purdue in lane 4 and Virginia. Actually, Virginia, I think, still up on Purdue, and Purdue even with Bucknell. Orange Coast, little bit back again. This is where Orange Coast, being a junior college, becomes more of a challenge sometimes. Right. They don't have as many kids, and they don't have, there are 4-year seniors in all those other boats. So there's a difference between being 19 and being 21, 22.
It's a difference. A little bit more.
And with all the training under there. So again here. In lane 4, we have Purdue in the yellow boat. I think up a seat, maybe 2 over Virginia, really pushing out those two programs. I think in some ways new rivals. Not that they didn't race before, but I don't think they had the same focus on each other in the same way that they definitely have right now.
After going 1 and 2 in the V8 last year, the entirety of the programs want to outdo each other, right? Knowing that,
and then
Virginia got Purdue's
it extended to racing in England, where
they
they got to the second round of Henley, and they came up against each other. Purdue won that actually pretty easily.
And then head coach of Purdue, Jack Kelmanson, was on Virginia's staff 2 years ago. I believe he's also an alum. So there's a lot of shared history. So it's a rivalry, but again, you talked about it earlier.
But a friendly rivalry.
None of the rivalries here are nothing's bad. Nothing's spit in your face.
No.
Nothing's be rude.
No.
The whoever comes out.
Even Michigan and Ohio State and Michigan State get along here.
Whoever comes out missing a medal here or missing the medal they came to get is still going to be across the line and saying good race, congratulations to all the crews they see, handing off shirts to all the crews that beat them or the elite crew that beat them.
Yep.
No one is going to.
So here we are. You asked
like
when we were going to start to see
separation.
It's taken us to 3 minutes to get to really
get
over
the 1K mark.
Yeah,
maybe not. Maybe almost.
No, right around the 1K, right, to get this. And Virginia pushing up here. Frank likes to take a little move here and sort of be, if they think they're even, they will lay stuff out right now.
Yeah.
I was about
I
to
love the way they let their
word.
shell float when they're on the attack like that.
Yeah. Well, it is what he works on a lot, but Purdue is sitting there 2 seats up, and both crews working really hard to hold that. That absolute cutthroat, controlled racing is leading them up right now, so that Bucknell, I think, is now moving.
Bucknell's in the third place spot right now, for now.
But they're 5 and 6 seats back, and let's not count out Notre Dame on the other side.
That's what I mean to say, is that Notre Dame and
move.
Orange Coast are holding on to Bucknell. The way I've seen them race all weekend is not in the last third, but definitely the second 1K is their bread and butter. So they got to make sure that Orange Coast and Notre Dame don't come and take that loaf away.
So here we are a minute later, and Purdue is now 3 more seats up in Virginia, over a minute. But just look at that blade work from Purdue. It's absolutely perfect. The blades coming out and pushing away.
Right.
Very organized. The difference here just a little bit is you can see a little bit of the Virginia blades popping out before the finish.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Just rowing out a little bit. But Jack's crew is absolutely pushing away, the blade locked all the way. So here it is, Purdue.
No open water yet. It's still half a length, maybe just 3 or 4
seats. Here is Purdue,
seats.
though, asserting themselves. And at this level of rowing, that's what domination looks like. It's not we're open and 500 meters in front.
No, it's the mental side of we're hanging on, and Purdue's been in control the whole way through. We're hanging on. We don't expect them to let us just drop them. So mentally, we're tough enough to handle this barrage. Notre Dame starting to creep back in
Notre Dame
on
is in
Bucknell's
front of
third place
Bucknell by
possibility.
about 2 seats
That's
there.
crazy.
So we do know those Bucknell crews, though, know how to sprint.
They know how to sprint.
So they will
The
be
Susquehanna
coming up.
prepares it for
Ugly
that.
mustache, great sprints. But really nice job. New coach at Notre Dame. Sean McKenna was at Texas for a number of years, has moved up to Notre Dame and is making his presence felt. Not that Notre Dame has been slow at all.
No, they're
right?
champions
but
2024.
they haven't lost
But,
a thing.
Philadelphia's
with the
finest,
change.
Sean McKenna, is bringing a little bit of that toughness to South Bend.
There is a little bit of overlap between Philadelphia rowing and the worldview of Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of Philly boys have gone
Catholic
to Notre
school
Dame
boys.
for a long time.
Let's see what's happening now.
Virginia
In the red buoys.
Virginia pushing. They're closing. I don't think it's going to be enough. Who knows? But they are coming.
Where's the tower?
3 seats. And you're forcing
and it picks it
Purdue
up
to have to get up. They took another seat. And it's right there. It got back within 2 seats there across the line, and they blew away Notre Dame in third. Purdue at 6:10 to win the 2v8, 6:11 from Virginia, less than a second. That was a great finish from Virginia. Notre Dame at 6:16 and Bucknell in fourth at 6:18. What a great finish from Virginia! They just needed 4 more strokes. Maybe.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
So that is the Purdue crew of Coxon and Jenna Roberts with William McMahon, Brady Hurd, Andrew LeBlanc, Thaddeus Fellowsock, Miles Reynolds, Aiden Driscoll, Jay Cooper, and Cooper Brown and Carter J with a gold medal around their neck. First place in the second varsity 8.
Absolutely. And just how composed that rowing stayed in both of those boats to make that work. No one was giving anybody anything there. You had to really get in there and earn it. Just the Virginia
surge, just as exceptional as it was, just a little bit shy of the Purdue bow ball.
Absolutely. The women's second varsity 8 final was the last event of yesterday.
Right, thank you.
The difference having been the number of crews in the event.
Yeah.
And so their first heat divided them straight into an A final. So we put the A final at the last event, Pride of Place, on the second day. Yep. And now we have a long tradition at ACRA that I think a lot of people really like.
Yeah.
Which is that for better or for worse, the varsity 8s, men and women, are the top event here. They are the event that the coaches and the organization want to furnish and focus, and so there's long been a belief that every athlete in the varsity 8 should be able to race at the end of the day.
Of course.
And this is unusual. A lot of places it would just be the the final and the petite final, the B final, but here you're going to get 5 varsity men's finals in a row, and then ending with the national championship race, and then 3 women's races in a row ending in the national championship. And from year to year they switch those, so the women are the sort of Pride of Place final event this year. Next year the men will be, so that we're sharing that final spotlight properly and equally. So you're going to get to see 5 races here in the men's varsity 8, each one theoretically getting a little bit faster and a little bit more on the line. A lot of points here to be earned. All of these crews will earn more points or close to more points than almost any other event going in the regatta. So a salute to all of the athletes here who have made their varsity 8s and are here to race the best in the nation in their event at the club level. That's what we've set up here to see in these five races, and then the 3 races for the women. Lining up here for the E final of the men's varsity 8, Penn State in lane 6 on the left, UMass in lane 5, New Hampshire in lane 4, so some northeast
New England.
New England neighbors there, Virginia Tech in lane 3, and Connecticut, another northeast crew in lane 2. Any intel on this UMass 8 Eddie alumnus of the Aggies?
I can tell you a little bit about it. Coach Isabel Bigelow has been doing a great job in year 2 of her program. They won the Small Boats Points Trophy last year and have made a dedicated push up to be an 8th program here again, as they were for so many years. I believe they made the A final 2019, Grand Final 2019. What we have though is it was a push to make this 8 happen. So the commitment of the team to get the novice 8 here, the 1v8 here. Is a bit of a mix of their 1v and 2v guys. Not all of them can make it through to ACRA. But what we do have is some guys who are in those best boats last year. West Williams is back. Augustus C. Lamb, who was in a novice event last year and is a New York born and raised guy. And then stroking it, Daniel Smith, who did a lot of summer racing out of Hartford with Riverfront Recapture at Club Nationals and beyond. So they're really trying to tie together a culture of rowing that lives and breathes in the school year and is connected in the summer and the winters. On the outside, the University of Connecticut is back in the 8s with their head coach in their second year. Virginia Tech, University of New Hampshire, Penn State, all in the mix here. So we're about a minute and a half in, a little bit past the 500-meter mark, and all, again, overlapping all the crews in the E final, right? In the 5th level final, the crews still not able to shake one another off. And that's, I think, the way they'd like it. They want this to be the closest, toughest race of the year. If I can give anybody a shot, I'm going to say it's probably UConn slightly ahead. The Virginia Tech crew is just a few seats down on them, and then University of New Hampshire is just a few seats up on them. UMass mostly overlapping with those 3. Penn State just a little bit behind the pace. Really great execution here, pushing through their puddles, coming up on the 1K in about a minute or so. But no one really able to shake each other off. I think we're going to see since a lot of these crews, a lot of these athletes, first time racing the V8 here, not a set of race plans that they've tried year in, year out, but instead what's worked for them this season, and is it going to work at this final stage at ACRA?
Yeah, and also, these crews in particular spent a lot of time at this regatta going down behind other crews. And that's that is why they're in the E final. That's where they've ended up because they've been being beaten. So here they have an opportunity to actually get out and win, and they all think they can do it. So you can just see them going after it. The only one off the pace right now is Penn State. The others, UMass, UNH, Virginia Tech, and Connecticut, probably just coming in to the 1,000 soon or already just there. They're the ones who are really pushing. Maybe we're dropping Connecticut a little bit at this time, but Virginia Tech, New Hampshire, and UMass in there still pretty well matched as they come through the 1,000, past the 1,000 now. We have UNH a couple of seats
VTech,
up
yeah.
over Virginia Tech, but UMass only 4 seats back. So depends on what they can do. Looks like a little attack here from VTech.
Yeah, VTech is a program that
joke,
began in '92, and they've been growing the program year to year. The commitment of these athletes means getting to practice 28 miles away from campus, although at a beautiful body of water at Claytor Lake. So a lot of their water time is done early in the morning before the sun comes up so they can get back to campus afterwards. This is their 8th year,
classes, yeah.
8th year at ACRA. So 5th year racing the MV8 consecutively, so they're incredibly excited to come back. And I think they've been in that D-E level final, really changing with I think C level final one year, changing with the amount of crews here. So they're trying to take the lead and take that experience that this roster of about 50 guys have and try and make their mark on ACRA in year number 8 here.
And it becomes a mark of the nice thing about racing the varsity 8 is that it means that 8 guys are going to try and have a seat in the fastest boat. If you race the 4, it's only 4 guys, and if you had to ask me to name a 4, looking back over the years out of all of the varsity 8s that I've coached, I think the 4 I would name pretty easily, and I think that the guys would name the 4 pretty easily. The 8 has a lot more questions in it.
And yeah, the calculus for the coaches all year long for the athletes is what moves the boat, who moves our boat, in which exact lineup. So it's a lot of work, and it really dives into the commitment. UNH making a surge here. All crews are through the 1,500 meter mark. 500 meters to go. UNH just slightly in the lead over the VTech Hokies. UMass slightly ahead of them, but getting hot contested from UConn. You hear a lot of cheering on the shore from the Huskies. UMass just barely overlapping with the Virginia Tech. So we'll see who throws it all out on the table. Who's got a little another gear to shift to?
Now, UNH has been around for a long time as a program. I mean, I think it's back to the 1950s. I'm not sure. They're sort of had some really good stuff going with Rachel Rollinson as a head coach for a while, and then she went on to do some other things, and they've been rebuilding as in that sense, clubs can be particularly fragile in some ways. Elite programs can also be quite fragile. We can talk about that later. But just, do you have the guys showing up? Do you have the 2V to push them? Do you have the guys so that your selection is outside of the 1V? And here you see some really solid racing here in the E final. These crews really going quite well. I still think that UNH is going to have this in control. Almost into there, the red buoys right there, 250 to go. And Virginia Tech pushing hard, but there's the final.
The line.
There you go. Virginia Tech got back within 4 seats. But UNH in a 6:39, and it's only going to get faster from there. Virginia Tech 6:41. So
UConn through the line at the fourth place spot.
UMass at 6:48. So that was the break that we saw between 2 and 3. UConn 6:55. So that was UMass getting out and putting itself in its own water. And some really good racing. Penn State at about 7:05, and those are the 5 who are places 25 through 29, 29 entries here in the men's varsity 8. So we'll move to the D final, and here you're gonna see Rhode Island. You're gonna see Army in lane 5, Santa Barbara in 4. Boston College in 3, Northwestern in 2, and Florida in 1. Boston College a few years ago, very, very fast, and then they lost their coach and had to sort of reimagine themselves as a program.
Well, it was one of those ones, kind of like UConn. COVID was really tough. The school was very resistant to club programming practicing, so a lot of the guys had to take an extended amount of time training on their own in the erg, on the single, and other stuff, and
that's a lot harder to do.
It's harder to do, and a lot of clubs affected that. I mean, ACRA's that year was here, but it was kind of just like show up and race the event that
it was, it was sort of whoever was allowed to come.
Exactly.
By their
so,
school.
But they bounced back first year with a new head coach. First year back at ACRA. I mean, they've only missed ACRA one year since they started committing to it.
Here we are back in the race, about just over 2 minutes in. You can see Santa Barbara in lane 4. A length up on Boston College, who is a seat up maybe on Northwestern, even with Army. Army is a seat up on Rhode Island. Florida trailing a little bit. The Gauchos here, very nice motion in matched rowing there. Really is sort of coming into the 1,000.
This is the most spread we've seen in a race so far today.
They just didn't make the C final, right? So sometimes that happens if there's where the speed differential is in an event. So one crew ends up in faster than the rest of the people that they race in the final, and sort of going to put down a time and see where they might have been. We'll be interested to see Santa Barbara program that's had some very fast crews in the past. So
we'll be interested to see what happens in a minute, in which the West Point women's eights yesterday all had this really sharp middle of the 1K race move, in which they walked up on the rest of the field. Let's see if that's coached through on both sides of the program. I have a feeling that it is. Boston College in a really good spot right now, holding on to a second place spot,
The cadets
understanding
from
that
the
they're
cadets
being
from West Point
challenged.
actually really swinging very
Yeah,
nicely. The blade work is good. There is the Purdue 2V celebrating their gold medal in the men's 2v8. A great race that was going on. It does look, as you said right now, as you said, the women had done previously for Army. The Army men are putting a really nice move there on Boston College, and they're definitely ahead right now of Northwestern. But the leader remains UC Santa Barbara in what they refer to as those damn yellow tanks.
right. Oh,
Uh,
yeah, that's what they
this
always
is
race in.
the traditional. They
Are they
are not.
cotton?
They are cotton.
That's
They
hot.
are
That is
not
hot.
wearing
A uni.
unisuit at all. They're wearing the old-fashioned racing jerseys that the program has had for a long time. Great tradition. You
I mean,
know
if
it.
there's ever a drought at Kachuma again, if they just do a whole practice in that, they could probably wring enough sweat out of their tanks to
Fill it
refill
up.
their lake.
Well, it's also if you're rowing in a tank top like that, you can put it in the water and cool
Right,
yourself off.
right.
So there's
Uh,
some reasons not to race in unisuits.
there's some
Actually,
reasons, and one reason is right now you're in the lead. You are
absolutely.
you are holding off a surge from Boston College, from West Point Academy, from University of
West
Rhode Island
Point
as well. I'm sorry,
Academy, the military. Yeah, there you go. It is, I
Yeah.
guess, West Point.
Northwestern as
The
well,
Military
also on the
Academy at
surge.
West Point. Yeah. There you go. From Army. Army now having made a move, they've gotten up
Just a little bit up on
there
Boston
by a
College.
couple of seats over Boston College, moving quite nicely there. Actually, very controlled work. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, it's a really interesting
About
way that
36, 37.
their swing moves the oar so fast in the body, but it doesn't displace it at all. It just hooks into that
and
spot
very,
in the water.
very matched rhythm,
Yep.
so it's swinging quite nicely. There's a little bit of rush now coming in to the Boston College rowing as they're trying to sprint
We'll find
back
out. I
up.
think Boston College is
Boston
holding
College
it
may
off,
be
but they
getting
also have
ahead.
Northwestern flanking them.
No, Army's ahead. We're not on a good angle there. Army is ahead,
Right.
and it's just you can see that they're working as one crew there a little bit better than Boston College, who is trying to sprint very hard but less effectively. You still have it's all actually really about boat speed, not about rating.
Yeah.
And sometimes when the rating goes up, you want to make sure that you still keep the boat speed being efficient. Now, Boston College not out of it. But it is going to
The
be
line.
Santa Barbara going across, Army coming through to get about a seat there over Boston College, and then Northwestern coming in fourth. 6:20 for UC Santa Barbara, 6:24 for West Point, 6:24 for Boston College.
Wow, 0.2 of a second.
0.2 of a second there, Northwestern.
And
at
0.1 of a second
6:26.
between them and Northwestern. Incredibly well raced by all three crews coming across there.
2.1 seconds.
Oh, I'm
there.
sorry, it's
Yeah,
6:26,
yeah,
not
yeah.
24.
URI a little bit further back, and then finally Florida coming up. But UC Santa Barbara takes the time down to 6:20. We'll see what happens here in the C final. The C final for the men's varsity 8 on the left. Georgia Tech in lane 5, Michigan State in lane 5, Fordham in 4, UNC in 3, George Washington in 2, and a little bit of a surprise, Michigan in 1. Michigan has spent a lot of years in the grand final
Yes,
last year
correct.
in the petite final, and they lost their best athlete to a rib injury 3 weeks ago, and just that has pushed. They had to pull someone up from the 2V. The 2V had to pull someone up from the 3V, and sometimes. As you're saying, elite, we're going to talk about how elite programs can be very fragile. If it's the wrong guy that goes out at the wrong time, it affects speed for sure. But the Michigan guys, talking to them earlier today, going out to have fun and to have a good race and to show that they're faster than folks thought they might be. What we do have, though, also here in lane 4 is Fordham. Fordham working very hard to show that they are a program that should be in this. I know that they very much wish they were in the petite final and the B final. Their coach definitely being able to do that, and they are laying down some smack out in the front here in lane 4. Michigan also now about the time they start to take a move, and we will see they look a little bit more composed than Fordham. Fordham looks like they're throwing something really hard at the beginning of the race to see what happens. Those two crews leading right now. Next to Michigan is George Washington, and next to Fordham is Michigan State. Those crews trying to hold into it. UNC a little back, Georgia Tech a little back. Looks to me like Michigan is moving on Fordham at this point. And interestingly, on the shore here we have the Fordham tent right next to the Michigan tent. And so those two crews are coming, their supporters are coming forward. Michigan is out with an entire full-service restaurant from the parents all weekend that has been kindly feeding us.
So here comes Fordham on the
charge.
charge.
Fordham absolutely charging Michigan out there, up trying to get there. I think we're a little behind the line, but Fordham still up. Michigan in the outside lane, moving up nicely.
Georgia Tech in really good position too. I'm really happy to see that. Am I looking at this the wrong? Oh no, Georgia Tech is the
Georgia Tech is lane
Michigan
6
in really
there.
good position out there.
Yeah, Michigan is in lane 1 out there. I think moving on Fordham pretty well. And George Washington coming with them.
Yeah,
Michigan
just a little
State,
bit behind.
Definitely in there as well. And you know that besides everything else going out there, Michigan and Michigan State are going after each other. And little brother, big brother language aside, this is a great young crew out of Michigan State.
They did so well in the novice
last year.
I think a lot of these guys
they
are
have
up here
some
now.
stuff. So the question coming into about 1,400, Michigan moving on Fordham. Fordham also, let's see where they are at 38.5, really high. Michigan at 38. These guys aren't holding anything back. The angle here, we'll see when they come through. I think Fordham up by 4 to 5 seats over Michigan, and I think that's enough to control the race in there. That's going to put Michigan at least having a solid race against the other crews, which they will want to have. Their coxswain, John Deering, a senior, going out in his last race. He was the 2V coxswain for most of the season and then really came in. They got the Peach system into the boat about 3 weeks ago, finally working and starting to clean stuff up. I know they wish they had it longer, but he really was able to see the right things and make the right changes happen in the boat. So he took over the 1V from the 2V late in the season.
Oh, it's great to hear such a move in the coxswain spot.
So moving the coxswain making a big difference. So here we have Fordham out in front. Coxswain Henry Brickner driving them back, and Benjamin Kordiak in the stroke seat answering him. You can just see Fordham putting a huge amount of press on that water. This is
and their
Michigan
stroke
State.
style really it lives and breathes what their coaches tell them. So it's really good execution. Michigan State trying to ramp it up here.
Looking over, trying to get into Michigan if they can, or get into a little bit further up into Georgia Tech.
Michigan extending themselves away from George Washington, who's now duking that with Michigan State a couple lanes away.
Michigan is overlapped with Fordham, but then next to them is George Washington, who got, I think they're up into third. Fordham 6:13, Michigan 6:16. Let's remember the last race was a 6:20.
Yes.
So it's 7 seconds faster here. Michigan State 6:18.
Pulling ahead of George Washington. Very impressive that Coxswain got what they needed out of their
Cox
crew.
GW at 6:19. So the selection pretty well, 6:20 for Georgia Tech. But Santa Barbara showing that they were in this class of speed. Maybe if they'd gotten a little bit of a break over UNC, they would have been here. But, you find these places, but they're still overlap in some ways, and it's who was able to do what. But yesterday in the semifinals, you had to do what you had to do, right, to get where you needed to be.
Well, a lot of the single elimination tournaments, like a NCAA March Madness and some other leagues, is there's a circle of everybody's beating everybody. Everyone can show they're faster than everyone, right? If team number 16 beat a 1 seed, but all these teams beat 16 and everything in between. So that happens a lot here in the times. Yeah, we didn't make a grand final, but we all are at the same time together. It's just on any given day.
Here we come into the B final. And from left to right, you have Delaware in lane 6, Washington State in lane 5, Middlebury in lane 4, Notre Dame in lane 3, Rutgers in lane 2, UC Davis in lane 1. So Davis, Rutgers, Notre Dame, Delaware, Washington State, all good. The ingenue here is Middlebury, who is showing some speed with a new coach
Yeah,
coming
year
in.
one with Coach Noel Warner, who is putting his mark on the program. I think the athletes are loving it and showing it off here as they attack the course. Right now, looks like that lane 3 crew, Notre Dame, is putting themselves ahead early, but we're going to see this overlap for another 500 meters.
Notre Dame has always liked to get out fast.
Yeah.
And I know Sean McKenna likes to get out fast, so it's a marriage made in touchdown Jesus land, and
in South Bend, yeah.
in South Bend, and they're really moving quite nicely. Notre Dame won the varsity 8
24.
Not too long ago, absolutely. So Delaware has won the varsity 8. I don't think the others have. In the previous heat,
That's correct, yeah.
Michigan has won it before. George Washington has won it before. So it just sort of shows you can win, and then other people, you got to put it all together and make it work from year to year. Things change. The seasons go round and round. The painted ponies go up and down.
Yeah. What's also special, so Notre Dame, Middlebury, Rutgers, all in year one with a new coach, even if it is I think the Rutgers head coach was on the staff for a long time.
He was, but when you get your own program, you still sort of get to sort of be in control. I do think that Pops had been handing some of that off in advance a little bit.
Sure, but still impressive to come in.
Planning a really good transition.
It takes a long time to build a foundation, and interesting to see the foundation and the floor of these programs.
You have a lot of young coaches here.
Yeah.
Delaware, a young coach. Notre Dame, a young coach. Rutgers, a young coach.
Right.
UC Davis, he's been around for a while. He's the one who brought UC Santa Barbara up into things. Middlebury, actually, a very senior coach who had been at Tufts for many years and built that program to be the dominant.
And he was at Middlebury before that, so he's spent time up there.
It's not that he doesn't know what's going on there, but an experienced coach. So, sometimes a young coach comes in and brings some energy that a coach who's been there a long time who knows everything. It's just a different sort of
and the
space.
skill and the base is there. It just brings a little bit more fire. So speaking of which, UC Davis was moving up when we saw the widescreen. Right now, I love the rowing that we're getting from this University of Notre Dame crew. A lot of great hang. Those guys, these are big guys. You can see everything stretch out on their backs as they grip before they rip and push themselves up and ahead with really great spacing.
Yeah. And that's got them out in front. But now as you look side to side, you can see 5 crews connected with Notre Dame out there in front. In particular, close in Delaware having a great race here. You can see the legacy in that boat of lightweight rowing because there are some lightweightish guys in that boat, but good lightweights can move
they certainly
open
can.
weight boat pretty well.
Rutgers
in
is
second
coming
right
back
now
in the
is
Middlebury
Middlebury,
space.
though. And Middlebury is a small place. It's 2,000 something students.
2,800.
And
not even.
And really good skiing because why not? You're in Vermont, right? Specializing in foreign languages in the summer. They have they have a foreign language program and a writers program. But very much a sort of Vermont vibe to it. And just as we come in here. Coming in almost to the
Middlebury
1,500.
putting their hooks back in the Notre Dame crew, just barely. There we go. Now overlap.
Notre Dame's working hard not to let that bow ball come back in, right? So Notre Dame has this under
kick
control.
and send. Here we go. Notre Dame is picking it up in this last 500.
Absolutely.
They're not going to let anybody overlap
Middlebury
them.
with the cow print oars also having set themselves up.
Delaware
there's
moving back
Delaware
up,
popping
a couple
in,
seats
and,
into Middlebury's second place spot.
Washington State and Rutgers there racing pretty hard.
Everyone's going together
to see where they are, and then finally Davis on the outside, not out of it. I mean, so here we have again those 5 crews behind Notre Dame, all overlapped. We'll see if anyone has a sprint.
The
that
Cougars
they
are
can
putting
really
it out on the
throw.
line. I can see the stroke man from over here just laying it down.
Rutgers has had a good sprint, and here they come actually closing down in a little bit on Middlebury. See if they can hold it. very definitely, though, here Notre Dame having opened up, they want
Notre
to be
Dame
in
is
that
picking up.
varsity
Sean McKenna was
final.
the coach
Yep.
of the Texas Crews the last few years, and the same sprint that we saw in all those fours, it looks like he's brought it to this Notre Dame crew, evident in
So
his 1v8.
I'm fine calling 1 and 2, but 3 through
Three is
6 are within
four-boat
a seat.
race.
We're going to be quiet now and just let you
Here
watch.
Now is going to have a field day with these photo finishes.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit from Rutgers, but then, wow, like on the outside, you see Davis coming through, right? So who's going to get in here and get into the single-digit finish? Because third place is ninth place there. Very, very gorgeous race there from Notre Dame coming in first. Middlebury gets to hang on to finish second in a 6:13.
Remarkable.
Incredible for the first year of a new coach and Middlebury Racing. Washington State gets through in 6:15.1, almost 6:15.2. UC Davis in 6:15.5 put a nice move on the outside there, 0.3 behind Washington State. Delaware 6:15.6, 1/10 back, 1.5 tenths maybe. So that is 3 crews in 5 tenths.
There
and
you
then
go.
6:15.7. Those last 4 crews in 0.6 of a second.
4 boats separated by 0.6 of a second. Go back, find that photo finish on Here Now. That's going to be Washington State. Guys, that's one to hang up on the erg room for the next year. Really well done to the Cougars out of Pullman. Really well done.
And
by all
actually,
crews in that
Rutgers
race.
and Delaware should hang that up as another way of saying that's all we needed.
That's all we needed.
That's all we needed. Really good racing, well-coached crews, and just showing how deep and how skillful and strong the racing is in ACRA. So we're getting ready here for the men's varsity 8. I think they put a slightly longer break in here, 10-minute center instead of a 7-minute center, just to make sure that we can see the entire medal race here on the live cast from Here Now. And Here Now is up and ready. You can see the crews backing in. Here we have UCLA in lane 6, Orange Coast in lane 5, Purdue in 4, Bucknell in 3, Minnesota making us an appearance
Their
in
first
the grand final.
under head coach Scott Armstrong. I'm sure he's
They
proud. I think
also-
some of these guys were in the
Yep.
grand final of the 4 a few years ago.
But the Varsity 8 has been their
It's been their premier event, but it's been guys
been
who
their focus this year, and they managed to beat Michigan for the first time.
that was a big
it
big
was
marker.
a big jump for them. So, and everyone has known that with just a little bit of time, Minnesota was going to be good. So they're putting themselves up
The
here.
first year
And
that I
then
got to see them
Virginia
here was so
in
exciting.
an unusual place, being out in lane 1. But
Hey,
we'll see if they can be
you get to
an
bring some outside
flyer, right? So this will be, to a certain extent, a Coxswain's race. So Maria Campo-Martins for UCLA, Cameron Charette for Orange Coast, Nathaniel Hyatt for Purdue, Tyler Young from Bucknell, Stella Christensen from Minnesota, and Celia Cheng from Virginia, all lining up to keep their crew in the space that they need to be. You've known Tyler for a few years
a
here,
couple
Eddie.
of years now, yeah.
He rode for you
Oh.
at Row, New York as a high school rower, and then has showed up. And this crew just absolutely firing off the line here, all 6
Wow.
of them. Purdue has had they are out of here start for the whole last 2 years. And
they're up on the
they
start
are
right
up
now.
going right now, along with UCLA on the outside. And unsurprisingly, Virginia in lane 1, knowing that they've got to go lay some stuff down. But this Purdue crew that did so well all last season, and then went and really presented themselves well at the Royal Henley Regatta in England, wanting to go out and dominate. It's not unusual in this event to have one crew that just gets out and takes it. Definitely Michigan has done that a couple of times. UCSB did that
Virginia
in winning
did
it.
it last
Virginia
year.
has done it in winning
And-
a number of times. And Purdue coming here to try and do it now.
Part of it that's so impressive is they've just raced so much and so much together. I'm sure the calculus that's gone in to
A lot
create these
of
lineups
confidence in that
and
crew.
prove these lineups has been taking all year. But like we mentioned earlier, Virginia and Purdue, their 1v8s, most of whom from Purdue returned, also raced at Henley together. Had also raced really well at
So they got them
in the
6 more
fall.
weeks of training.
Also raced. I mean, they've seen each other. They've seen Virginia. They've seen Bucknell. They've seen. I think they've seen Minnesota. Oh no, I'm thinking Sierras, but they've been together so long, and it's just sort of this thing where they could uncork. It's kind of.
And the guys from other teams will tell you there's a guy in that boat who doesn't have the strongest erg, and they all know his erg score, and they go, but he's got this.
Sure,
like,
but
yeah, he's stroking that boat,
Yeah.
and I think it's in the stroke seat, and he clearly has some magic that is working for them, and he's a racer.
leader of the
right?
pack.
And so here we have in this grand final.
So 750 in.
Yeah, 750 in. We have Purdue. Just out in front, already bow to stern.
But what's surprising me,
Bucknell next to them, and what's surprising you is what, that UCLA is up there as well?
Orange Coast isn't up there. They were putting down almost equivalent times to Purdue all weekend long and showing some real dominance in heats and semifinals. And I know they have another gear. I know they're going to show it, but right now it's looking Purdue, Virginia, Bucknell, if UCLA, and if Minnesota don't answer.
But for those guys in that OCC boat, the Orange Coast boat, it is their first time lining up in the Varsity 8 because they were freshmen last year, right? That's just the way that program is. And it takes a couple of years of being in the Varsity 8 to learn this particular race. It's different from any other about the level that has to happen. These Purdue guys are back. The Virginia guys are back. And the Orange Coast guys are good, but they're young in that sense. There's not a fifth-year senior. There's not someone who's been around really leading what this effort is, because this final is different. If you're a good crew, a crew that's going to medal, the semifinals are hard, but they're not crazy.
Sure, and especially without repechage, it is like we expect to be sorted here, and here we go.
This is crazy.
UCLA is going to come and put it both on Virginia and on Bucknell's doorstep about who is going to take home a medal. I think these Bruins are going to cruise through.
But what we're seeing at 3:43 is that
almost to the
is that Purdue has broken the field, and
oh
they're
yeah,
just gone.
oh yeah, almost to the 12. I'm sorry, almost to the 1500 meter mark. They're well past the 1250 mark. Purdue is open water. Bucknell from this angle is the closest crew to their stern deck. I think Virginia actually is still, and UCLA is a couple seats down on Bucknell from this side up. Bucknell and Orange Coast College is a little bit off the pace for the top 3 spots.
I think this will be the highest finish for a Bucknell Varsity 8.
I think Bucknell, under Dan Wallabin, I think Bucknell in 2012 was second place. I think it was Virginia, Bucknell, Michigan, but that was Paul, right?
Oh, it could have been. Yeah, that would have been Paul. But with Dan there, so not looking at the long history, but recently, I think this is
the decade.
A great testimony. I know that crew broke a rigger in their warm-up yesterday.
Oh my! And they came back
Paul
and they
Wallabin,
proved it.
Dan Wallabin, who shows no emotion, comes up and says to the head ref, "I'm really upset right now." It's about as much as he shows.
It's not over yet. Virginia is charging back there, bringing up a move, the same one that their 2B showed.
But Virginia's there, and Orange Coast now actually showing that there's some athleticism in that boat, getting back on.
Yeah, they've pulled
line
up
with
on
UCLA. And if nothing else, that's become a pride of
Absolutely, they've raced
Southern
each other
California.
so many times this year. But 1, 2,
Oregon,
and 3.
Orange Coast now moving actually quite nicely from us. Virginia getting back into Bucknell, although Bucknell, I think, is 4 seats up.
And Purdue is just opening up a clip.
Purdue open and away.
I think this sprint is going to take them all the way to the finish line. They are going to walk through proud.
Minnesota had to spend their money to get into the final. So still a successful row in that sense because they're in the final.
So as Purdue charges through the line, it's going to be down to the wire to see if Bucknell or Virginia, which orange and blue is going to take number 2.
I think Bucknell has a lot of emotion put into this in some ways, just as the time they're going. Some seniors in that boat who've been really trying to build a program, but just gorgeous rowing here from Purdue as they go.
We're almost
down.
To the line, and Purdue wide open field, hitting it sub
UCLA
6.
You could see was showing there as well.
Bucknell.
Bucknell
and
second, UCLA comes
pulling
in.
ahead of Virginia for the spot.
Absolutely.
Orange Coast College Orange Coast College in third spot.
Oh, my God.
What a
Orange
walk
Coast
through.
came back from nowhere.
What an impressive show from those
Holy
guys.
crap!
UCLA in the 5th spot, Minnesota in the 6th spot. So your finishers in the men's
Orange
varsity 8
Coast
grand
should
final.
be really proud of themselves.
Incredibly
with that
proud.
Race. And 6/10 out of Bucknell.
Unbelievable.
And a second in front of Virginia coming on the side. Wow. Great job there. Purdue, so proud of the win. Bucknell coming in and holding off. Orange Coast having that awesome press. Virginia showing their class as always. UCLA hanging in there. And Minnesota being in there. And a sub 6 minute time, 5:58 in this water on this course is a pretty solid time. That would play well, actually, in
It would.
the Eastern
Before we walk
sprints.
away from, we will see them back on the dock in a moment. That Purdue crew, congratulations to Coxon, Nathaniel Hyatt, Strokesy, Cavell Wagger, Severn Welsh, Cornell Chiokoi, Owen Robertson, Leo Bowman, Finian Mitchell, Will Fouché, and Ethan Louie on your first ever Purdue men's varsity 8.
And
Gold
to
medal.
parents and friends out there, if we massacred the pronunciation of a name, we apologize. But those are the guys who've won, and it's a great thing.
You can ban me from Indiana, but
No, it's all there. It's all good. So congratulations to Purdue, really having put together a great year all the way from Henley last year. I'm hearing rumors that they're going back to England. I don't know if that's true or not. It is on their schedule, and it would be great for them to go back, having put this year together, and see if they can get to racing on Saturday and maybe Sunday.
let's hope
over-
for our sake they do, to bring some more great racing over across the pond. Everyone, check your heart rate.
Yeah, check your heart
Check
rate.
your heart rate.
Absolutely.
Because it's not going down yet. The women's varsity 8C final is about to start. We're about to have 3 more intense races to finish out our finals day at ACRA. From the left side to the right side of your screen, you're going to have Georgia Tech, Orange Coast, UC Davis, WashU St. Louis, University of New Hampshire, and Tulane in lane 1.
Absolutely. So, again, we're going to find 3 really solid women's races here, really showing, again, the depth that's now happening in the women's side of the sport. Not too many years ago, there would not have been a third final.
Right.
Part of that is you can race 8 lanes in
Lake Lanier.
Gainesville, Lake Lanier, where we used to be. But part of it also just more programs here, building up their speed and wanting to race in this. You could imagine some of the crews that were in that 4, Liberty, some others, wanting to come and race in this Varsity 8 next year. Which
Yeah,
would
it's going to be
great.
really exciting when this women's event gets a D final, and we have, what would that be? 24 crews, 25
24 crews.
deep.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, we are about 1 minute and 15 seconds in, so just about to close in on the first 500. So leading just ever so slightly right now is the lane 3 crew out of WashU. They were one of these programs that went small boat success in the last few years, build it up, back to the 8s. The next closest
Orange
crew.
Coast and UNH sort of even there.
Yes. Orange Coast on the left side, UNH on the right side of your screen, and then that 6th place or that 4th place races 3 crews across with Tulane, UC Davis, and Georgia Tech, all barely a seat apart from each other.
Yeah, and you have Georgia Tech and UC Davis sort of forming a little mini chevron with Orange Coast.
Right.
So if Orange Coast is going and they can go with, that might be helpful, looking a little bit better for them maybe than Tulane, who's sitting there sort of by themselves now because UNH has pushed up nicely, maybe sitting in 3rd with Orange Coast in 2nd. You know, the Orange Coast women probably will not have known about the exciting push from the varsity men of their program to come in and pull a bronze medal there in the final of that last exciting race. And so we'll see about 2.5 minutes in here, though we do have a clear leader right now in WashU, and Orange Coast trying to push up. UC Davis hanging in with them there to move up, as is UNH. I think UNH maybe not feeling as tight in the race because they are about astern behind Wash U, who's leading. That said, a good coxswain can keep them engaged and in. It also looks like Georgia Tech is doing okay to be there as well. So is it Georgia Tech or UNH? Hard to know right now. Maybe Georgia Tech up.
Yeah, Georgia Tech back up in the eights this year. That's great to see. I think it's been just a few years of that now, returning back to some really solid work in the eights. WashU, the rowers I know best in this program, I think have graduated out. So women who went from the pair to the eight last year. But I love the rowing they're putting out here. The only Missouri representative of of the regatta,
Oh, there you go.
and maybe I don't know how St. Louis feels about representing Missouri, but they definitely represent the Lou.
They are in Missouri.
And are doing a great job here. I love the identity of the stroke, right? One of the things, if you've listened with us all day and all 3 days across, missing work.
As
and
of course, what else was there
what
to
else
do?
would you be doing? Like so many sports have, right? The work of the athletes represent the identity of their program and,
Yep.
and ideally represent the vision of their coach, right? If you see a basketball team that's, pass first, shoot last, or a team that's, shooting under 7 seconds, you know that's drilled into them, and it's an identity and culture that they develop. And there's so many things that come from that. Wash U stroke right now is something that's very evident. You have 8 people on board. All their boats have rowed like this all day long, and it's a commitment. It's something that they've had to be vulnerable about. I don't know how to do this. I think it would be better if I did it this way that I know how. But what they're doing right now, holding the legs down as they really swing the handles back as far through the pin as they can, and the way they're rigged is so successful for them right now.
You know what's been remarkable for the last couple of years as we've been calling this regatta together is that even in those 3 years, I think that the rowing is just getting better.
Yeah, it's high level rowing,
and it's
through every
across the
final.
board. Everything. No one's rowing not good.
No.
And so this is awesome.
So what we have is it is still the Wash U crew up and ahead. Orange Coast is the next closest crew to compete with them, and that is UC Davis, if I'm right. UC Davis holding them honest and not letting them get away. So these 3 crews in the middle. The Georgia Tech crew did not make the same lift through the 1K mark that the rest of the field did. Tulane's still mostly there. You can just barely see their bow ball on the screen. They're going to be fighting for a 4th
Orange
place spot.
Coast making a move here, and we saw what their
saw.
varsity men
Talk about
did.
identity of a stroke, right? At least identity of a race plan.
Identity of a race plan here. You know
The
that
men's
this
varsity
Orange
8,
Coast crew
both
now is
novice
moving.
8s. They're 4 in the women's novice
They're
4.
just moving. Orange
they
Coast
go.
is going to take this because here they go. They're still long, but there they go,
Yeah.
right there. In those 2 strokes right there, they just took the rating up, and they're starting to move to get this sea-level final. But that does not mean that is that Wash U.
Yeah, Wash
It
U.
doesn't mean that Wash U is not also going to fight as well. There's going to be a great race here. You just know that they're both laying it out in a positive way. Neither of them is having to be reactive here.
No.
They're both being assertive, and that makes it even better racing. But here goes
With
Orange
about 40
Coast,
seconds to go, though, Wash
with
U's got
about
to
2 seats over Wash U. If Wash U's going to do it, they've got to go now. But we're seeing these great sprints out
Gibson
of
Werner
Orange
out of
Coast.
Wash U. You got to say season's on the line. Let's do it.
Absolutely, and UC Davis sitting in the middle there,
Reverse
probably to
chevron.
come in third. A little reverse chevron now, and we're getting some nice racing going on the outside. But as they come
OCC's move through
into the last 10 strokes or so, Orange Coast now up, I'm going to say 4 seats maybe. And maybe maybe actually 20 strokes to go still. But there's a sprint. If you've seen one, rating has gone up, but they're swinging, pushing together. The blades are staying locked in the water, and they're pushing the boat away every stroke, which is what you want to teach in a sprint. It's not just get the rating up, it's get the boat speed up and get the hull moving faster is the goal. And there they go across. Orange Coast, very nice sprint. Great finish there then from Wash U. And UC Davis coming in third. Orange Coast 729, Wash U 731, and UC Davis 734. Women's 8s, men's 8s, 50 seconds, maybe a minute difference. So if we go back and look at the 3rd and 4th level finals on the men's 8, and this is the 3rd level final on the women's 8, they're lining up about right. sort of for where they are. We'll see if that also can come true in the grand final. The sort of challenge that has been had often is that there are more varsity women's programs, so a
Yeah.
lot more of the high school rowers go there. There's help with getting into the university. There's scholarship, et cetera, et cetera. On the men's side, there are fewer spots, so a lot of them come to ACRA. If you want to win in ACRA now, you've got to be recruiting just as hard as the varsity programs are to get there. So we're off to a B final. And that what you're going to see left to right, Bowdoin in lane 6, Rhode Island in lane 5, Florida Tech in FIT in lane 4, Irvine in 3, Michigan State in 2, and Long Beach State in 1. Michigan State here, the only program in the top 12 where there is also a varsity Division One
Right.
NCAA program above them. In fact, looking the only program here where there is a varsity women's program also. But a lot of high school rowing in Michigan, and a lot of them want to go, and they want to go to Michigan State, and they want to row. They either don't want the Division One full commitment in some ways, or that's just where they end up as athletes because the clubs work every bit as hard as the varsity programs.
Definitely.
And particularly if you're going to be successful, you have to. Having spent many years on a campus where the men from the club would very carefully inform the women on the varsity that they were working every bit as hard.
And as we come in just a little bit past the first 500-meter mark, it looks like we have that lane 3 UC Irvine crew in the lead, closely contested by Michigan State on their.
I think there's an outside sweeper there. In
Oh,
Bowdoin
hey,
in
there we
lane
go.
6.
Bowdoin up and up. I think Bowdoin is one of these crews that really, really meant to make the A final, and this is their prove it. We're going to have the same times as the
It
as
looked
the
a
grand
little bit
final.
like something happened in their semifinal.
West Point also didn't come out of nowhere, but that middle 1K charge
Yep.
that they had was it was the thing that no one was here to expect. So
And
Bowdoin is going to show some real class.
And if you're
in their
if you're
speed
not
right now.
sure that you're going to make the final, you have to throw the semifinal hard
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that really is your race. So we'll see what happens with Army in the final. But definitely Bowdoin a quality program, quality
Yeah, so
crew.
they're up on UC Irvine right now. In between them is the Florida Institute of Technology crew out of Melbourne and URI.
Rhode Island.
URI is actually the other one that has a varsity program.
Oh, they do.
They do.
Yes, they do. Thank you very much for that.
But they have a really deep club,
as well.
very deep club presence,
Yep.
men's and women's side here, and they've been really successful in the last few years. On the
And
outside
then
lanes is Michigan State
Michigan
and
State and
Long Beach State, who
sort
are
of
probably
a little
duking
back.
it out with the URI and the FIT crews. I think the Michigan State crew a little bit up, maybe a little bit up on URI
I
right
think
now.
the left side here is 4 or 5 seats up on the right side in the 4 trailing crews. But we'll see when they come up and we get there. A very nice race here from Bowdoin. Again, really nice swing of the rhythm. No rush on the recovery, and yet here they are striking a rate of about 36. That just means they're rigged right, and it means they have the power to get the blade through the water properly, as do all well-trained women's crews. 38, I think. Let me double check that. Yeah, over there in from UC Irvine in lane 3, up a little bit high also, making a nice move there now on Bowdoin at about 4 minutes in. So this is where, again, racing plan and attack is going there. So those 2 crews out in front, and then as we can see, 4 crews very close together, trailing, although it very definitely looks a little bit like Rhode Island and FIT are up a little bit on Michigan State and Long Beach State.
And in the corner, you have your gold medal Purdue Boilermakers on the dock, receiving both their gold medals and their trophy for winning the men's varsity 8.
I'm presuming that is also, there were 2 trophies, so I'm presuming that is also the men's point trophy for
Really?
the program.
Oh
So
yeah, all the Rens
so
racing's
we'll
done. It'll be
see.
tabulated earlier.
Yeah,
The
no,
UC
they
Irvine
follow it.
crew, I believe this is the Anteaters, are up a little bit more on Bowden here. It's really hard to tell right now. Just a little light shell, a little bit of a dark shell, but it is neck and neck right here. So kind of like WashU versus Orange Coast in the last race. We're coming to the point where Coxon has to say, season's on the line. Make
Let's
it what you
go.
want.
Yeah, no, there's a moment too where you're trying to also be proactive and take the race to the field rather than sort of being reactive and seeing, oh, they're going, we better go too. Um, so still some good cheering here on the shore, trying to figure out who that is.
Michigan
Oh,
State.
go green, go white. I should know that cheer.
They said it's a Spartan
Absolutely.
green that represents
It is.
Michigan State.
Oh,
so
did we got
that's
some good
the
intel?
informal answer right now.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to go with. Right now, Bowden Polar Bears are up and just, I think they're just barely slipping off their lead. I think UC Irvine is taking this move and walking away from Bowden. FIT is moving up on URI.
There, it's Bowden and FI and Irvine. Bow ball for bow ball right now.
They're trading it every time they reach
those
a buoy.
coxswains are looking at each other, absolutely peeking out every stroke. So they are asking stroke for stroke for the crew to get an inch here or 2 inches there. They are not keeping their eyes off of each other at all. In fact, the Irvine coxswain there is almost only looking to her right.
Yeah.
And Bowden there, coxswain was hunched down, sitting up a little bit maybe as she's asking her crew to sit up. Looks like there's a great sprint going in here. And then in third, it looks like FIT, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, FIT's in the third place
coming
right
in third spot, but being pushed by Rhode Island in lane 5. Looks to me like Bowden is up, maybe a seat. Hard to tell sometimes with both the sort of parallax that we have here from the lens in the drone, but also from where the drone is lined up. It sort of moves here and there, and we can't see the buoys in this in the sun to line it up as well. But I think right now we'll have to see who it is. But I think it's still Bowden up in front. Yep.
Wow.
Bowden
Good
goes
way to hang
across
on.
barely in front of UC Irvine. A great race there. Bowden in 7:30.1 and Irvine in 7:30.6, so 0.5 there. Again, really tight racing across the line. Great effort from both crews. FIT at 7:36.
And we got the women's varsity 8 grand final.
We're going to go down to the women's varsity 8 grand final. Damn it, they went fucking early. Here they are about, let's say 700 meters into the race. In lane 6 on the end, we have Northwestern, Vanderbilt in lane 5, Middlebury in lane 4, up in front with Purdue second in lane 3, UC Santa Barbara hanging right now in third, and West Point on the outside in fourth. This Middlebury crew has been a great story this whole regatta. New head coach in there. There are some novice walk-ons in this boat.
Yeah, two of the women in this boat had not picked up an oar before they started at Middlebury this year.
So that's crazy. But an experienced coach, and he knows exactly what he's doing to make sure that lots of steady state he's known for, and it's showing up here as they come into the 3-minute mark.
Right, because they're at a
really
aggressive
nice
clip.
row here from Middlebury. Purdue, though, we've seen those crews can move, so we're going to see if getting out in front here is working, and if Purdue is stretched to stay up with them, or if Purdue has some stretch to add in to get back into them. I'm just really so impressed by this Middlebury crew, though. You can see Purdue going after it quite hard to try and get back in there. There
Yeah, best
must
seats
be
aligned
some
with the
really
stroke seat
good
of the Middlebury crew.
experience in that Middlebury crew because they are just holding on to their rhythm and slowly eking it out even more. Now the coxswain you can see past the bow, looking over. One of the things the coxswains do is ask for the bow ball, and you can see from her visor where the coxswain is looking, and she wants the bow ball, and now she wants open water. And that's how you call this at about this point in the race. They are about 1,200 in and coming in really to go the race. Here's the purple. No, the purple cows are Williams.
Right.
The cow, but here we have these famous cow oars from Middlebury. Going to really just look at that stroke pair, that stern pair hanging so nicely on the oars and really pressing through. They have gotten the open water that Cox and Darcy Angle was asking for off of Purdue. And Purdue
So they're
has
about to
open
open it up.
water. Natalie Muntz has open water on the others. Right behind them, Santa Barbara in 2, maybe up a couple of seats on Vanderbilt. John Miller's crew knows absolutely how to sprint and is going after, and they still have
They got
they have
600 to
700
go,
meters
but
to go.
they're going to have to pick it up. Vanderbilt's been the reigning national champion, and they are going to need to pick it up and give it everything they have here to close in on the UC Santa Barbara crew that's holding on to a really confident third right now, trying to carve their way back into Purdue's second place spot.
Santa Barbara, another program that has been dominant in times at the women's on the women's side in the
Definitely.
8. Couple of really great years there for Santa Barbara, and these women also wearing a form at least of the damn yellow tank. I think they're actually wearing unis.
I think so.
But they're going hard, and they want to reestablish what their team does. At this point, Middlebury is walking away, and Purdue is sort of in the nowhere land, no woman's land of the silver medal. But there is a great race coming here.
Vanderbilt's
from Vanderbilt
trying to make their way back in to earn that
in.
the bronze medal spot away from UC Santa Barbara.
And they are bow ball for bow ball going in. A little bit of better length, I think, out of Vanderbilt building. But, both of these crews row pretty much the same race plan right now.
Right.
As far as I know, if UCSB is doing the same thing. It's what we've been seeing in the
big
race plan.
pickup and lift here
lifts.
from the Purdue stroke pair. They're taking the whole boat, sending with it. I don't think they're going to do it enough to catch that lead that Middlebury has established, but they're walking away from the third place
gold
contender.
and silver, unless there is a disaster, gold and silver are set, which there won't be. And I think we have Vanderbilt just barely in front of Santa Barbara.
I don't even know if I could say
Not
it yet.
Not even anymore. It's going to come down to who can get their blades in and get the boat pushed. I know
it's a really experienced crew in this Vanderbilt boat, so we're going to find out if that experience is going to bring them to the benefit of all the races they've put together. Can they put together one last one to get this bronze medal at ACRA this afternoon? Middlebury through the line.
Middlebury goes across.
Newest champions.
National champions, gold medalists. Purdue second. And it's going to be Santa Barbara getting third, Vanderbilt fourth. So for them, I'm sure that feels but a great race going on there.
Wow.
Finally, great race between West Point coming in right in front of Northwestern. So congratulations to Middlebury. There is Cox and Darcy Angle absolutely celebrating for the drone and congratulating the stroke. And who's this lineup here from Middlebury?
Middlebury's lineup from stroke to bow: Mia White, Dahlia Saifi, Gianna Kanik, Lynn Lewis, Rachel Pelham, Elizabeth Graziani, Lily Larson, Lola Henderson Thomas to round out your newest national champion at ACRA.
With Cox and Darcy Angle. So congratulations, Middlebury. No idea where the points trophy is on the women's side. We will try and figure that out. But for right now, we are going to just watch these boats as they come in a little bit. Thank you very much for joining us at ACRA. HereNow, great hosts of both the results and the video feed, which we hope that you have enjoyed. Thank you to the local organizing committee from Atomic Rowing, who've been able to make this, and to our sponsors, Gatorade and Vespoli. Fabulous ad, which we're going to show you one more time from Vespoli, as this is Charlie Sullivan.
And Eddie Moog, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for supporting your athletes, your programs, their colleges at this phenomenal regatta. We'll see you next year.
And congratulations to our national champions, Middlebury in the women's varsity 8, Purdue in the men's varsity 8. The team point trophy, we don't have any data on yet. I'm sure it's up there. Go to HereNow.com to find the results. Also linked, as always, through Row2K, who provides a great service to the rowing community to make sure everything is available for you to look at.
And
they're the
although we're
referees
done,
on the finish line. Thanks to Sam, the head ref, running one of the best regattas in the nation every year, year in and year out. Thank you to the ACRA board for putting this, and thank you to the parents, to the kids, 2,000 plus athletes here racing and finishing ahead of time.
Until next year, take care.
Oh, here we are. We get to say hi. There we are. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much, making us look good.
All right.
Bye.